Futures holding on to gains here as we try and bounce back after snapping the longest winning streak yesterday in 2 years for the S&P and the NASDAQ. It was, it was kind of a choppy session, let's be honest. As we heard from Fed Chair Powell, the market a little bit cautious going into that. Powell comes out late in the afternoon. Really nothing much came from that, more hawkish talk. Right across the board, we do have more Fed speak coming up today as well. We get Michigan consumer sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. That also has a inflation portion to it, or an inflation expectation number that's attached to it, both on the 1 year and 5 year time frame. So we'll talk about that and bring that to you live as it happens at 10 o'clock. More earnings destruction today. A lot of things to the downside, it feels like this morning. Unity, one of those. Plug Power, absolutely crushed here pre-market. We'll talk about those coming up. Going to be an interesting one, to say the least. It's Friday, November 10th. 2023, tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, overall, we're looking at more Fed speak coming through this morning. Logan, I already saw some comments flying around from Fed's Logan. We'll get Bostic again today, but this is going to be the big one coming up. It says 11. It's actually 10 o'clock, trust me. Michigan consumer sentiment for November. We get a 5 year and a 1 year inflation expectation number with that. 4.2 expected there on the 1 year expectation, 3% expected on the 5 years. So according to that report, even in 5 years from now, we'll still be at 3% inflation. So we'll see if that's actually true. If it is, Powell might have a bigger problem to worry about at that point. But I mean, just coming off what happened yesterday, it really was, if you missed it, Powell participating in this IMF panel discussion, him and 4 others talking about the overall economy and talking about central banks. They spent a lot of time talking about the mechanism of a central bank and whether or not they have the right tools even to, deal with what is happening. There was no conclusion, obviously. It was kind of boring, to be honest, but overall, here we are. Awaiting more Fed speak coming up today.
Yeah, a bit of a double whammy, too. I mean, we had the auction coming at 1, the 30-year bond note, which the market did not receive well, and then Jerome Powell coming on later with more hawkish comments about higher for longer and a possible, more interest rate hikes. The market, has not been pricing that in. And if you look at the Fed rate tool, it's not there for this year. So we'll have to wait and see what next week brings and the weeks after that.
Yeah, Frank kind of reiterating that yesterday afternoon, late in the day as well. Frank Caberna from IG over in Chicago, basically mentioning the fact that we've been sitting here watching this Fed funds tool and pointing to the fact that, the market initially wasn't really buying what they were selling, and now we're trying to play that catch-up game. But what if we, get back to a point where, it's almost goes back to the way that it was initially, where the market is once again not really buying what they're selling, and the restrictiveness. I think we're going to hear a lot about that restrictiveness word coming up here in the coming weeks and months. Anyways, more to come on the inflation discussion here. I just want to mention quickly, Netflix just popped up in front of me, breaking downside through that pre-market low. JP Morgan with price target hike on Netflix this morning, 2 days in a row, positive to start, but yesterday it faded off pretty well for Netflix, yeah.
Did you close the door though, Brendo?
On?
I don't know.
Oh. I mean, you teed that up so well. I couldn't. Yeah,
he gets it.
If you, I'm gonna find that GIF you sent me. It was an hour after the fact. Powell comes out dropping F-bombs after that protest comes out. There's already GIFs floating around the internet. Anyways, Sean is off, having a long weekend today. Obi's with us. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. I actually had a dual line, and one of it was gonna be a play on the close the effing door. But obviously I can't use that now, Sharif. So, I've been sitting here thinking about it for the last 15 minutes. Oh, okay. So down the drain goes Plug Power. It was like a dual, it doesn't even matter. But close the effing door on your way out, Plug. Anyways, down 38%. The win streak is over. I can't believe it. Like, I was sitting here. I even told Obi I got a line for the open of the show here. It's going to be great because that's how corny I am. And anyway, so plug is down a ton. If you're looking for earnings names to save us from the pullback that we had yesterday, it's not gonna be anything that reported that's gonna do it, because Plug Power's down 38%, Trade Desk is down a bajillion percent, I don't know, like 30 or something like that. Unity is down 12%, although bouncing a little bit. It's probably something that I'm missing that didn't have a good go of it overnight, and it hasn't really been anything that's gonna save us. However, all of that said, the NASDAQ is actually bouncing off of the lows right now, as is the ES. So we're back to around that 15.3 zone. I am in plug and do some scalping underneath 380. I do like the $4 level better, but we are bouncing on the overall market off of 15.2. I like 15.15 as well for some support. So a lot to go into and a lot to watch that is continuation from yesterday, right? Like, remember how strong NVIDIA was. NVIDIA with a super powerful day. Leading the markets to the upside. Remember that you had essentially, what's a good word for what happened to the EV names yesterday? Because when I look at Plug Power down 38%, I don't know how to describe Rivian down 10% and Tesla down whatever it was. Lucid got destroyed. The EVs were super weak. I think you want to put them in their own bucket. The chips showed some signs of strength before cracking at the end. I still like some Disney strength because that was a good breakout. But wow, that... I really felt as if we had seen some of the worst sell-offs yesterday, but hold my beer, says Plug Power in the trade desk. Wow. So we can strap up. It's going to be a wild one, Obi.
For sure, man. Yeah, it's pretty wild day we had yesterday. Again, with the I guess yields result, we were talking about that earlier as well. Powell comes on. All it does is consolidate for a little bit and then just continues the move. I think the bigger picture is definitely that yield move continuing on into the end of the week and as well as going forward also. So yeah, that's definitely what I'll be looking for today, a little bit of a continuation move. We saw what that 15.4 was doing on the NQ yesterday. 100 points I'm seeing here as we're knocking on the door of 15.3. But yeah, Neil, today is definitely going to be a little interesting. After a heavy sell-off week.
Well, day.
Sorry. What I mean is, like, after a heavy sell-off, after we've had a wild kind of push back up, we haven't had a strong sell, and we got that yesterday. So maybe a little bit of continuation, maybe some reversion, but everything's on the board. Oh, yeah.
I was just asking if the spoofy man is going to make it.
The spoofy man is always on the board. Sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't, but yeah, he's definitely there. You gotta watch out for the spoofy man. That's for sure.
Scary. I don't know. I have absolutely nothing to add to that. I was just looking at crypto here, trying to get back above 200. We did make a new high there initially this morning. This is an intraday. Yeah, this is a 5-minute chart. So this is just in the past little while. We had a nice little move back higher. A few of the crypto stocks have been moving around over the past couple of days as well. I mean, pretty good moves for Mara, Riot. We've heard earnings from them over the past few days as well. So worth keeping that in mind as we head towards the open this morning. There was something else on here I wanted to talk about. I mean, we'll get into some of the earnings that happened both after the close and this morning as well. But casinos might be a thing today, might not. They're kind of weird in that way. Sometimes when they report, it'll give you a trade. Sometimes no one will care. So WYNN, with a decent report out, MGM I saw was moving around as well this morning. There's Blink charging, and you were just going over this one, Plug. Just a disaster. The guy's mentioning that as well. But yeah, going concerns. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that's not a good look, Breno. Let's talk a little bit about this, because they're about $3.8 billion in the hole, and they don't think that they have enough money to fund operations for the next 12 months. Even if they were to sell off all the securities that they've got, it's a real tough. They produced net revenue of $198 million on the quarter, but you know, it's going to be a tough one here. They filed a 10Q with the SEC, and it said essentially, you know, they have negative cash flows and negative losses. So we're going to have to see how this one trades the rest of the day.
Yeah, there is obviously a couple, not directly related, but in that group as well that we can have a look at. Blink charging, actually upside off their report. We'll touch on that coming up. I mean, there's Trade Desk. There's so many this morning. Unity Software as well. with earnings.
And WYNN, you mentioned the casino names. Interesting look for WYNN yesterday because they have a big Macau exposure, and we know how Macau was hurting last year because of the China zero COVID policy. It's really bounced back from there since. So I'd keep my eye on the ones with exposure to Macau.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a theme this morning as far as, I mean, the numbers actually weren't that bad for WYNN, but there's a bit of a theme as far as the earnings go today, and that's everyone pointing to the fourth quarter saying, we don't really know what's going to happen.
And that's sort of the problem. And again, everyone wanted the Macau numbers to be good, and that was the part that was lagging. So WYNN was not for the win. And you know what? I didn't have any time to come up with that one. The problem was my pun was for the close the door, and then I didn't get a chance at it. So I have crappy WYNN ones. And okay, you know what though? This could be a, where is it? Where is it? There we go.
Ooh. Flat bottom break.
Now it's going to be, it's on the precipice, and in some ways it might have already broken down here. If you look at 86 on WYNN, down 5%, which today isn't really that bad if you're an earnings name, down only 5%. But you look at the 85, you break that out, you've already gone underneath support. All you have to do is take out the aftermarket bottom, which again, it's aftermarket, so it's not, I don't know that it's the usual definition of a flat bottom break, because in some ways, as I said, it's already taken it out. But if you clear this 85 at the open, you could really fall into the downside. Because it is already underneath that previous support, I would be more than willing to have it get back into that 86, like this area here, and still be looking for short into that bottom. So just another name which is under some pressure. You don't have to worry about short sell restricted with this for a while. So the fear of a bounce, I always have a stop in, but it's not the same along the lines of, hey, I don't want to be sitting in this trade at the open to the short side because then you could get squoze. I feel like if you just break down in here, get in, get out. If it doesn't break, work that 85 right away. But if it's trending underneath 85, there's only one direction I want to be. Like if you hold the opening range underneath that flat bottom, then I only ever want to be short in a situation like that. The actual break of it, you can get in and out quickly, but once it holds underneath, there's no fighting when it comes to something like a WYNN. You never want to hear going concern with something like a plug. But I just want to keep in mind, I've got the scalp hat on because memory serves, and I've been in this situation before many times where you get a bit of a rollover and a stock is down 20, 30, 40%. All of the worst things you could hear, like going concern or potential bankruptcy, like those types of things get said. And then you get like a relief rally, because if you're short this name, like what better news is there for a short than hearing them say going concern? Now it's not a gigantic short float. I'm just going to quickly pull it up on Trade Ideas here because we want to see it live. Whoops, there we go. Come on, trade. Okay, now my charts don't want to work. Why is it still on Liado? Okay, now all of a sudden, yeah, my Trade Ideas is frozen. I'll have to restart it. But either way, it's not a gigantic, ridiculous short float on it, but it is short covering when you have this type of news. And usually at 9:30, if you've made another leg down all pre-market, you can see both people that had overnight shorts covering. You can see people that have been leaning on it for the last weeks and months covering. You can see people that have taken it in the pre-market covering at 9:30. And if that happens, I want to be out of a trade and looking for a new short position. It's SSR the moment it opens up. So I'm thinking $3, $3.50, and if it breaks $4, that's a breakout, not really an SSR bounce. The other thing to keep in mind, if this stock sees $3, it would be almost down 50% on the session. Well, I had to go to the monthly chart to find two levels, one of which is $4, which is already broken, and the other one's $2.75 on a monthly chart, which if we see that, then I feel like a lot of people have been bamboozled, and the short would have been so good into it. But I would look for bounces at those, $2.75, $3 obvious, maybe a $3.50 for some kind of an SSR bounce. But just be wary of short covering right at 9:30.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely some of these names that have been beat down a lot. Now, I pulled up WYNN right there on the hourly. Something interesting I want to know is, like, since previous earnings, right? We got earnings today. We sold off quite heavily on today's earnings. But take a look at this. Since previous earnings, we've only been kind of selling off there on Wynn Resorts. So we're getting a little bit of this kind of a downtrending channel here. So yeah, definitely room more to kind of pop than to go to the downside if this kind of trend support comes back into play there on Wynn Resorts. But yeah, no, definitely plug power as well. Kind of flushing hard. We've seen how Tesla and some of the other EVs have been acting as of late there. And yeah, very, very strong sell-off. But taking a quick look left on the weekly right there, pre-market levels right here. Take a look right there, $3 and $2.72. Definitely interesting points, because off of these levels, off of these consolidation lows, is where we got this crazy move to the moon on plug power off of these support levels. So those are definitely ones to watch, but definitely got to be wary of the bid, like Neil said, off the open.
All right, let's bring in, there he is, Michael Nass, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to wrap things up for what has been a negative week overall. But we were wondering last we spoke, Mr. Nass, back on Monday, whether that was going to be the case or not heading into a whole bunch of Fed speak. We got Powell a couple of times this week. The market kind of shrugged it off. And I think, as you're going to explain, it was time for some profit taking.
Yeah, and we talked about this a lot on Monday, where we had some overhead resistance coming into a gap. We also had it from an anchored VWAP from all-time highs. Spent most of the week just kind of messing around that area. You can see up here on the chart. This high also represents the anchored VWAP from the all-time highs. I just took it off to clean up the chart. But we're back to this gap, and it's pretty easy to see what happened the last time I was on. We were at this gap. I was worried about these gaps, these kind of voids, I guess, of trading activity sometimes become no man's land for traders, because there's no data to say, hey, what happened the last time we were here? We're still messing around in this area. I think we are going to break through this time, but I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know what kind of pullback's going to come through. Seasonally, it does seem like it's the end of October that we should have been buying. And of course, it turned out that was the case. So I am cautiously kind of wading back in, right? We talked about a couple weeks ago, all of these longs that I took down near that anchored VWAP at the bottom, and how I was pairing those off as we were getting back up into this level, just to raise a little cash and look for the next move. So whether that's going to be the market's chilling out a bit or whether it's pushing higher, I went to my favorite scan, which you can see here, which all of the test drivers and everyone has access to, which is TI strength. So this is a relative strength algorithm that I built myself. It's been back tested for 5 or 6 years. We've been trading it live for 2 or 3 years. So it stood all kinds of bear markets and through 2020 and through 2019, and just shows what the strongest stocks in the market are based off an algorithm that we created. I noticed AFL and AIG in there. So 2 names when it came to insurance. And I'm like, okay, if I'm unsure about what the market's going to do next, but I'm overall bullish, getting into some defensive names like this makes sense to me, because if I'm wrong and the market pulls down, I don't expect insurance names to get, cut in half or hit really hard or anything like that. But if I'm right, I have a little piece to go into the upside. So as always, I went and I took a look at the corresponding index for what I'm looking at. In this case is KIE, which you can see the chart here. And although the market's been kind of pulling back the last few days and had a really harsh day yesterday, I specifically want to focus on yesterday, where J Powell came on, he cursed. I actually have a mug on the way, which I think will be perfect for that little exploit, I guess. But the market sold off, insurance didn't. So relative strength, we always want to go where relative strength is. And KIE held up really well. So I went to some of the names that I found on that relative strength thing, and I'm going to show those to you today. So Aflac, first of all, butting up against new highs. Again, these are great for newer traders. These are great for people who want to buy something and sit for a while. These are not going to be the plug power and all the exciting stuff that you heard this morning. These are boring type names. But pulling back into this $80 that it just acted as support now 2 days in a row. Nice little bull flag in that area after a strong move immediately preceding earnings, up near highs. This is the kind of name I want to look for. AIG is the next chart, same kind of thing. Insurance company broke out to new highs, pulling back to test those that breakout point. Anyone who's followed me for any length of time knows that this is my favorite setup. A pullback to test a breakout area, I think, is a perfect way to go. Next is MetLife. So this one's a little bit weaker than the others, but for people who want to catch bottom, it's still an interesting pattern. If we bounce off this bottom shelf that I drew there, that's a really tight place to play against, and that's around $59, $58 a share. You know, this one I'm very interested if we get any kind of strength today, just because the risk there is so incredibly tight. If we get over that downtrend line, hit new highs, again, not massive moves, but little decent percentage gains for low risk. So last slide. Thank you all for coming to the test drive. The trading challenge is still going on. You can still sign up. And it's been a whole lot of fun, a lot of winners, a lot of losers, a lot of smack talk internally and on Twitter. But we're having an early bird sale. So if you tried Trade Ideas, if you like what you saw, you can do Trader TV 30. You can save 30% off all this weekend. Take advantage of this early bird sale.
Hanging here, Michael Noss, you got to give us the final standings of this competition. Where'd you end up?
I am 11th.
Okay.
Next week everything will be finalized.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's on the top is a YOLOer, so I'm staying honest and true. And what I'm hoping is that these YOLOers kind of blow up and I'll make it. But there's one, Chris Farley, who's been on the show a few times, up like 148% on his account already. It's crazy.
All you got to do is short plug power. That's it. Short plug power, and then come back in a week, and it'll be fine. Great stuff. Yeah, 30%, guys, all weekend as well. So Trader TV 30, make sure you take advantage of that over at Trade Ideas. Thank you, Mr. Noss. Have a great weekend.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael. Although I'm not sure you should ever be able to talk about Aflac and say it without using the voice. I mean, literally never are we going to, well, usually we never talk about that. Oh, come on, man. Who is that? Was that Fabian or was that Sharif? Okay. I see what's up, Fabian. Fine. I see how it is. It's going to be one of those types of days. That's okay. But AFL, there's nothing wrong with boring names, and a trend is a trend. One of the reasons we love having Michael on the show, in all seriousness, is because you get that different perspective. Like, we talk a lot about, day trading and what's the setup for the next hour, the next 5 minutes, the next half a day. But a lot of times when you're looking a little bit bigger than that, you want to have some names that are never going to come on, or not often going to come on the radar of day traders. AFL is going to be one of them. Speaking of plug, I said, I want to be cautious with this one because of that bottom. 15 minutes is going to be no good, just to go over it. Down here, I'd rather be scalping. So I was scalping the high 70s into the low 70s, essentially. And then when it just busted out 80, I got out. I might rinse and repeat that, but as you get into the open, like, the big gap has happened. I thought 4 is the bigger level. It's a little bit far from 4 to want to just sit into it. Like, if you take a 375 short and hold it into 4, like, basically you're expecting that thing is breaking 350 and you're getting a lot of fills underneath 350 for that to be a good trade, right? Like, I don't want to get into it. I'm thinking along the lines of AMC yesterday, where AMC, you waited for it to get to $8, and then it bounced off 8, and then it gave you the good run. So same sort of thing here. So the stair step down is underneath this 380 area. So that's where the scalp trade is. And then once it busts out, scalp inside the range, it busts out, don't average in, just, I'm going to wait to see what happens at 4. Maybe it resolves underneath this 380 again, and I go back to the exact same level. But this is a 100% day trade in any direction that we take this. No swing trades in plug for me. Not going to do it. Oleg, we will get to some others. Like, we're going to get to Unity. That one for sure is on the list. It's already bouncing pretty big, actually.
The swing short on plug power, sorry about that, definitely paying off of this earnings report, right? Where we got a 53% surprise to the downside, and yeah, same thing with the ticker. to the downside for sure. We talked about some of these levels kind of coming in, 270s, $3. But yeah, we talked about the bid potentially coming in as well. If the selling continues off the open, I think you kind of want to see the trend hold, and any break of that trend or going sideways, we want to start getting wary of the bid potentially catching, because we are down a little too hard, too fast in terms of what this ticker normally does, right? A 53%, what is it? So it's about a 40% drawdown off of what yesterday's levels were. So I think expecting a little bit of a bid out the open is not a bad thing to watch out for.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning to kick things off on a Friday. Adira has that over at the screen.
So our first upgrade is from Desjardins with Rogers. We also have Toast. This was a recent earnings move. This one with an upgrade from Robert W. Baird. BJ's with an upgrade from Gordon Haskett. And last but not least, for the upgrades, Jefferies Financial with Vera getting an upgrade there. For downgrades, we have American Airlines with an Exane BNB Paribas downgrade, Wells Fargo downgrading, Hawaiian Electric. This one was a recent earnings play, as was Unity. Macquarie downgrading. This one didn't even give fourth quarter guidance, so understandably, I guess there were some concerns there. Last but not least, we have Plug Power, also an earnings play recently with a JP Morgan Chase downgrade, guys.
Unity. There you go. They reported today. I'm not going to do that every single time. I'll do it the one time, and then that'll be it. And then I'll probably do it in the afternoon, even after I've said that. Look, this is probably the strongest of the destroyed names today in terms of making a bit of a bounce. Now, it's not SSR until, like short sale restricted, until it opens up. Unity, what sucks about this, okay, it doesn't really suck, but this was probably a golden flat bottom break through $24 on the daily. This is what I love. Like once, twice, 3 times, you get a trade off that. Whether it's long or short, it doesn't matter. It would have been a good one. It could get all the way back up, and if it does, back up to this 24 area, it would still be down about 4% or so, maybe even a little bit more than that. And if that were to happen, I'd want to short underneath that flat bottom. Now, that's clearly an unlikely scenario, but we've just jumped $1.50 in the time that from the time that I sat down anyways, if not, just a half an hour ago even. So if it does make a move into 24, that's what I wait for. I feel like the relief rallies happen in this, and I do not want to fight it too much. I also wanted to just quickly mention another downgrade there. There was a strong move in the airlines that got faded, like really strong move that got faded yesterday. And if you look at this pattern, not a chart market technician, but if you ignore that, you have your head and the shoulders forming, and the same range put in 1155, 1160 into the same double top on that 15-minute chart. And on the daily, when you zoom in here, looked like it was breaking out, multiple rejections of 12, right back into the 11.5. If 11.5 goes, that gets nasty. If we bounce to the upside, you short over 12s into the 12 quarters is what the chart's telling me on AAPL. Maybe it's still on a breakout, but it's just put in a pretty defined range. I'd be more fearful that it breaks that bottom based on the pattern because that's what the trend is. But if it happens to go up, then the fills aren't at 12, it's over 12 that it's telling you is where the resistance is. So sometimes you get married to the even dollar. In this case, if you want to short this as it's going up, you want it to break the even dollar and then get filled 15s and 20s. When it comes back down, you're taking profit back through.
Yeah, Unity beat down quite heavily there, Neil. Since some of these highs, I haven't really looked at this chart before this. So right away, what I want to do is take a look left and see what it's done in the past, and take a look at where we're coming from. And we're coming from some pretty extensive highs there, up in the 200s. Now I don't know if this is split adjusted, but the information what I'm trying to extract here is when we did break through all-time lows at this point, take a look at the action that kind of followed through with that, and we're attempting to do that once again as these pre-market levels are testing all-time lows down here at 2130 on Unity. So that 2130, I think, will be definitely an interesting price if we can even get there. But take a look at that. After hours, you already made fresh lows. You broke below that 2130. You got to 2113. and then you popped back in, and now you're holding that level. So if we come back down into these 2130s that are clearly being a little bit defended in the pre-market, I think that you may be able to structure a little bit of a potential trade there. But yeah, beat down very, very heavily. Good EPS, but down on their revenue.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know to kick things off on a Friday. Sharif's going to kick it off with a look at the overall market here.
43.62, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday. We're above that right now. We got up the overnight high, 43.83. We definitely danced again with 4,400 yesterday, acting as a level of resistance. And on the 4-hour, you don't have any candles closing above that 4,400. So I'm going to say the same thing I've been saying all week. If we get to 4,400, watch how we trade. Let's see if we're able to clear it. If we are able to clear 4,300, we'll likely encounter resistance at that quarter area, 44.25. That takes us back to early to mid-October.
All right, if you have not done so, very easy. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can enter your email address just like that, and then you get that every single morning for free right to your inbox. You can also scan that QR code, get you there as well. Top of the list this morning, Meta. Again, another one of those days where it's so much going on. No real rank to this, but rank as far as importance is concerned, but just an interesting look here. Meta coming out announcing that they've reached a deal with Tencent that is going to be able to sell the VR headset over in China. A huge market potentially here for them.
Yeah, and it'll be their first foray into the second biggest economy in the world since about 14 years. 2009 was when they got banned after the protest took place there in some western provinces in China. Let's talk a little bit about the deal. Essentially what they're going to do is going to be a version of the Quest. They're going to use some different materials, some lower cost materials, so expect a lower price point there. Sales are set to start in late 2024. Meta will be getting the majority of the revenue from the actual device sales, and Tencent will be looking at getting the revenue from the actual software that's going to be accompanying it. So interesting look here. Finally, Meta getting its foot back in China.
And maybe jumping the gun here and getting in front of Apple. We haven't seen it, Apple's headset in the wild yet anyways, but Meta, guys, not doing much here, but interesting story.
What is your name? Meta. What is your quest to get to $330 in the next week? And then, of course, what is your favorite color? I'm just going to assume blue. Look, Meta, there's one cautionary thing for Meta here today. So, and it's going to be Trade Desk. So Trade Desk, obviously things weren't good. Spoiler alert, it says TTD earnings, they weren't good. The guy was terrible, and the revenues are a problem. So any ad-related name, I think you're going to be a little bit cautious of today, and so that puts Alphabet and Meta on watch for the other thing, which is going to the downside. Probably more Alphabet because Meta has a positive catalyst. All of that said, 321, previous top, previous double top, and then in the afternoon, when we started falling down after 21 was the high. So if Meta can't breach the 21 level, it's more of a short there. If we do have a nice relief rally day, this is above that level. That's one I'd want to be breaking it out back into the high, but you get a bit of a head and shoulders that forms if it holds that 21. And then I got that Trade Desk in the back of my mind, what that did. So if we do see a big fall, I don't think this is rocket science to like 315. It's all kinds of support the last few days, and if we get down there, I should say this week, it's the week support at 315. If we get down there, that's a level that I would be looking for dip buys. And so as much as I want to be bullish on this news, if you're not clearing 321, it's a bit of trouble. Longs away from it back in, fair enough, but the other thing about that 321 level is you're more or less turning green. You're going red to green with a break of 320.5. So there's a lot going on for that level, and if you're not really breaking it out, then I don't want to be long, like right up in front of it. I'd almost favor trying a quick little cute short underneath that on Meta. And then just because I said it and it's a bit related, I'd almost be thinking Alphabet. Whoops, that's still Meta. I'd almost be thinking Alphabet without the catalyst. Not as much of a bounce. This at 131 sets up almost exactly the same way. You don't really have to worry about the fact that there's obviously positive news here for Meta.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at the chart here, some very distinct levels kind of being defined with that support that Neil just mentioned there. Take a look at this earnings reaction, right? Earnings reaction high, earnings reaction low. Up here in this 315, 316 area. And yes, this double top from yesterday is quite interesting as well, but we're doing a little bit of a sandwich. Overall trend to the upside post earnings, and earnings reaction high is being held out the open on Tuesday as a low on Wednesday, and then yesterday as well when the market sold off quite significantly. Meta still holds that 315, 316 area to the T there, not even bidding below by more than a few pennies there. It's about like what 70 pennies or something below the 316. Yeah, so that level of defense is quite significant in a post earnings uptrend ticker that's holding some of these levels. And yes, these catalysts can definitely add some fuel to the fire here.
All right, Unity up next, and definitely not up at all today. Downside in a big way here. Yeah, Q3 revenue a miss. I mean, the forecast was a miss. I think the daily chart tells the story here. $47 if you just go back to the summer. We're at 22 this morning.
Yeah, and the loss there precipitated was because of guidance or lack thereof, the company refusing to give guidance. Let's talk about how they did. Earnings, profit, it was a $124 million loss. Compare that to last year when they lost about $250 million, so they're narrowing the loss there. Revenue came in at $544 million. That grew about 69% year over year, but it was mostly buoyed by the $2.9 billion acquisition of IronSource, a competitor there. The revenue also in China wasn't as good. Low revenue in China was a factor because the country continues to limit gaming. Changes to the fee structure. This is what everybody was talking about. I was talking to Fabian off camera about this. In September, Unity announced that new fees based on the number of people who install games built by Unity's editor software, prompting an outcry essentially from the gaming industry there. They walked that back on October 9th, and the CEO, John Riccatello, was essentially retired as a result of that. So let's see how they do, but not a good look today.
I was trying to find, yeah, it's 21.22 I see on it. You got to zoom out a lot. But if you go all the way back to November, it looks like that might be the low. 21.20, 21.50 area. I mean, we're right there or close to it anyways. But yeah, zoom out, get some perspective here, guys. This thing was $200 at one point.
Yeah, and it's absolutely wild. But it's not the only name that's done this. So I see the same thing. I pulled up a weekly so we'd be able to find it, and it's 21 and change. I mean, somebody can find the exact number. I don't know that it matters. I see, like, it says 21.22 on the 52-week low, but it is what it is. Now that you're down here, you've already bounced off this level. You know, when I was going through my notes on obviously a little bit earlier in the day, this set up exactly for an SSR bounce at 21. Because you'd be testing after night bottoms, pre-market lows, big level on the weekly, all at that $21 level and down over 10%. Clearly, it's already made that bounce. It's still possible. It could drop into 21 right at 9:30 and do a quick little bounce, and maybe that trade's going to be available. If it is, okay, I probably go for it. If it fails at 21 too heavy, I don't think you want to fight it past like 20.75 usually. That's usually when I'll give it up. But if it gets up to the 24 range, I think that's a bit far. 24 into 25 is where you start thinking about rolling back into the short. So the long for me is usually on an SSR bounce where I have a support level. As strong as this bounce has been, there's nothing for me to work it off of that makes any sense risk to reward at $22.50. So all that aside, I still think there's a chance you could get a dip and rip. I'd be open to it. It's still going to open up SSR unless it's something crazy happens in the next 20 minutes and it breaks out from here, which I suppose is actually possible. But Unity crushed. In perspective, though, it's not really the worst of the bunch on earnings today. Yeah. Not with the other two that are underneath it there.
Yeah, that's for sure. We just talked about this 21.30 and change here. So to kind of add to that point here, kind of sold off quite heavily Neil's definitely right there. Not the most sold off in terms of earning names there, about a 4.6 point sell-off there. So if we are looking for a little bit of a reversion, I'm looking for that to 2.25, right? 50% reversion is usually what I like to look for right there. And we've pretty much done about a 25% reversion as of right now, just in the pre-market off of these significant lows that we're holding as of right now. But going forward into the day, there definitely got to be watching out for that 21. If that 21 breaks, maybe after that reversion into some of these prices, you catch a bid, and then you kind of continue this sentiment to the downside. Again, this name kind of selling off going into earnings as well. Take a look at what happened on Monday at the beginning of this week.
All right, let's go on to Plug Power. We covered it a bit to kick things off this morning, but we'll revisit. And another one of those charts this morning where you got to really zoom out to get some perspective here. Like we're talking March of 2020 levels coming into play this morning. And you never want to see this term or phrase in a earnings report. Plug Power raising going concern issues.
They're both. $0.8 billion in the hole, Brendo. That's the net deficit there. Filing with the 10Q with the SEC that disclosed that. They talked about the fact that they may not be able to operate or have enough cash to operate for the next 12 months, and that's resulted in a whole host of analysts downgrading the stock and reducing the price target. They reported third quarter revenue of $198.71 million with a net loss of 47 cents per share. They're looking at revenue that was supposed to be $228 million, so they missed on that. We'll have to see how they do today, but not a good look.
Just seeing some comments coming through from Bostic now. Just be aware for the overall market. Again, Fed's Bostic speaking here.
Yeah, always, when we have these Fed speakers, we know we have to pay somewhat of attention to it. But I think at the open, you're usually a little bit sort of, not wary is not the right word, but you're on your toes. And if I'm going to trade anything, I'm usually going to have a reasonable stop or good levels to play off of. I've been in and out of Plug Power. Just remember, it's down so far. It's going to be short sell restricted. It's going to have potential short covering. It's a 26% short float. So you do have to respect the fact that sometimes when it's a quarter like this or a bankruptcy announcement or whatever it might be, you can get these little relief rallies because shorts are covering. And the way that it's trading off of this bottom, it's showing you it's just showing you the range, like 380, 385 up here. I was in like 3 times, twice worked, third time just got out. Probably could have jumped right back in it for some scalp trading, but I generally do not want to be getting into position in a bottom consolidation short on a name that's down this far with a short interest. There was one time, and I'm saying this because it was ridiculous, I'm pretty sure it was Robinhood, where it was a very similar setup to this, and a lot of people were in a short that was just printing all pre-market, and then it did a bit of a bottom consolidation. It halted instantly up off of the open. And I'm not saying Plug Power will do that, but that's the reason I don't want to be engaging in a short position at that level, unless I have a ridiculously tight stop like that. But I do want to favor short, at least until it breaks the $4 level. And if it breaks for $4.50 and $5 are levels that I would want to go for, I'm just thinking you can have a bit of a rally off of the open here, and it's something you want to be cautious of. As far as going back and finding levels on the bid, they're so far down that I just go for the even dollar level. If it gets to $3, that's cut in half, and that would be an obvious place for a bounce. $3.50 stands out, sort of for obvious reasons as well. But if there's an early pop, I'll be very cautious in terms of where I want to fade it. I'm not looking to go long this one at the open, though. I'd much rather be doing an SSR bounce in something like Unity than Plug, which could be going bankrupt for all we know.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of veering off topic a little bit away from the stock itself, kind of hydrogen energy is, in my opinion, a little bit questionable. So in terms of sustainability and like just the infrastructure required for that system to really take foot. But yeah, Plug Power, they are saying that unprecedented supply challenges in the hydrogen network. Interesting stuff. But yeah, Neil, definitely maybe heading for that bankruptcy. But looking left at those levels, we talked about kind of this 270, 260 area of consolidation where we popped and caught a very strong bid in 2020 off of. We're reaching some of those same levels there. So yeah, a little bit of a move where you had a strong euphoric rise, and you're coming back right down into those prices where you were consolidating for a very long time for when the price was pretty balanced there. So interesting zone for Plug Power in this area.
That's funny. Yeah, let's talk definitely not Netflix and JP Morgan. We're going to do the trade desk. I mean, it's kind of Netflix related, I guess. If you're hearing the trade desk for the first time, it's an online ad agency, essentially, or digital marketing agency, which is, I mean, earnings not great, which means sales aren't great. The forecast a problem here as well, but it kind of relates to Netflix in the sense that there's an advertising aspect here. Across the board, I mean, advertising downside, according to them.
Yeah, we saw that with some of the bigger players who reported earlier. I had to actually look into this company to see what they did. I was unfamiliar with them. Essentially what they do, their moat is to take advertisers who are advertising on traditional TV networks and shift them over to online. It's a nice moat to have, but you know, you got to make their money. And let's talk about how they did. 33 cents per share versus 29 expected. They beat their net income, increased to 39 million year over year. Nice. Their revenue, 493 million. That's a 25% pop year over year on the quarter. The guidance for December, though, that was a tough one. They reported 580 million for Q4. The street was looking for 610, and as a result, they sold off. The reduction in guidance was largely because of what they call transitory cautiousness from advertisers in certain verticals. They blame the U.S. auto worker strike there for lack of advertising by some car companies, which hurt their sales.
Yeah, and we've heard a similar story across the board from some other businesses in this neck of the woods as well, including Netflix guys. So ugly here. I mean, it's trying to bounce right now, but this is going to be wild today.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a mover. It already is, but you already had lower highs and a trend down on the weekly, so it's pretty much not good. So lower highs, lower lows on the weekly chart, and you go right into where the last big chop zone was, right around this $60 level. So it was just asked in the chat, what are the levels on Plug? Well, the flat bottom breaks. It's not really one, but previous low up into 65. That's a little far away. If it breaks 60. You got a wide gap up to 65 even, so I think 60 is that zone. If it fails there, that's where you can trade off of. If it's breaking out above, I'd be far too wary of a monster gap in the trade desk at that price. 55 would seem like the obvious. Anytime you get a consolidation in the aftermarket and then it ends up being an SSR play the next day, that's the first place I'm going to look. So, 55 would be the obvious first bounce zone. And as said, I'll be a little bit wary of something like an Alphabet today because of this. So I will be looking for. I want to favor shorts, even though we're up 0.5%. Like I want to favor shorts on Alphabet because of this. If this breaks out 60, I think you look for that 65 zone, and then go from there. It's not good at all, but this is also going to be a bit of a bellwether for some other names that rely on advertising.
Yeah, I'm looking at the technicals here on Trade Desk, Neil, and we have broken past quite a wide consolidation that we were doing here above these 70s. So definitely one to be wary on. I definitely agree with that one. A lot of room to go to the downside, as on the way it's just straight chop on the way up. Wide ranges here. So while just looking left, it's tough to really figure out where the real support is, unless you're looking all the way down here into 39. But right now, pre-market, we're trading 59, so maybe the initiation of this kind of this gap off of this earnings, we can go off of some of these other earnings levels already broken past earlier in May, and I guess we can start looking at this earnings reaction as well right here, this gap up that we had in February, and that's around 57.20s as well. So you can see that it kind of comes in, fails to follow through to the downside, supports that level right again at that 57 and continues. So maybe the downside move could experience some trouble down here at that 57, Neil.
All right, now we'll touch on that Netflix aspect. Again, this advertising story might just be in the early days as far as downturn is in this market, but we'll see. Netflix right back to these highs, 440, 450 area. If you zoom out a little bit back to August and September, we were up here. Yeah, JP Morgan with a price target hike this morning, positive anyways on Netflix.
Yeah, Doug Anmuth, the JP Morgan analyst, really liking this one, boosting the price target to 510 from 480, essentially saying the company has the ability to boost margins and by virtue of that, increase cash flow. We'll have to see how they do. We, they are obviously nascent in the industry of advertising, but they talked a lot about their ad-supported tier being really the revenue generator for them. The more you watch, the more they make, essentially. So we'll have to see how they do, but good luck here.
Yeah, back to the upside anyways, so far this morning, guys, for Netflix.
You're right about that. You've already gotten reports from Meta and Google when you're talking about trade desk and affecting them. I'm just thinking when we rolled over yesterday, there's some weakness embedded in all of the NASDAQ stocks to begin with. And then when you get this from trade desk, I think it sort of weakens that overall outlook because any fear that might have happened because of Powell can just be reiterated by the fact that you just saw a bad quarter out of trade desk. So it's not as if I'm expecting bad numbers that have already come from the other names. So you're right about that. Netflix, long consolidation here off. It's not that long, but you kind of see this chart. Like it was on a great stair step up, which is run into a brick wall at $440. So I want to, you want to see something like this resolve into a breakout. I'm a little skeptical on this Friday of breakouts happening. So it's kind of resistance till it's not. But this one looks poised for a break when you look up all the higher time frames in that. You get through the 440. It feels like it can be a good breakout today. Just jumping away from that for a second, for one thing I just put in the chat, you saw what happened to all of the EV names yesterday. Rivian touched 10% down, Tesla with a monster move down about 7% or so, and Lucid, blah, blah, blah. They're all pretty bad. But big level here at the 206. You got the November 1st close. It's essentially the entire gap that got us this double top up at about 225, 226. Is culminated at that 206 level. Probably want to give a level like that to 205. I'm thinking this can be relief rally off of that level, except for the fact it already happened. I mean, it's already gone through there, bounced off of it. If it does come back in, put this back on, to 210.5, 211. That was the afternoon top, ignore the dark pool wicks. If it does not break out here, I'd expect there to be some kind of a pullback at the open. 205, 206 is about the only area that I defend on this thing. We should be looking at Tesla. I mean, all of them as well. I mean, I'll go into Rivian. Looks like we're going to have some time because we are done the rundown. I'll go into Rivian and some of the other EV names, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned Tesla.
Yeah, something interesting on Netflix there, Neil. We kind of talked about some of these streaming names getting affected by the Actors Guild and everything there, and we've been catching a little bit of a potential bid here now. Again, Disney maybe a little bit more affected by that, but Netflix definitely for sure. Yeah, JP Morgan coming in and saying that they're going to do a price increase, and we've only been bidding up for the past few weeks, right, on Netflix. So a little bit of a continuation potential definitely in store. Again, a lot of these earning names, you pop on earnings, you make a support, it's holding 400 very well, and then you do a little bit of a trend. So that earnings hold continuation trade has a stronger potential of continuation with these upgrades, in my opinion. But yeah, that 440 definitely a little bit of an interesting level, kind of a high from yesterday. You can see that consolidation. So continuation obviously would mean that we're going to be getting past this 440 highs. So that's something I'll be watching for.
Rundown, guys, brought to you by Vantage Points, dual patented artificial intelligence. It has revolutionized the way that investors approach their trading decisions for over 30 years. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description to see Vantage Point for yourself. Before you make your next trade, Vantage Points AI analyzes billions of data points in seconds so you can get highly accurate, predictable market conditions for your next trading day. Shout out to Vantage Point.
Thank you very much, Brendan. So we're locked and loaded. We got about 5 minutes. We got time to go over some of the names that might not have hit the radar for earnings or any of that stuff today, but you cannot ignore them. Disney, clear breakout. is what it is, finally getting off the schneid or finally waking up or whatever you want to attribute to it. It double bottomed 80. It broke out that 86 level on the daily here, and then there. So I'm looking for, look, you will always look for a continuation of a trend first. At least, okay, I always look for a continuation of a trend first. 89.5 down in here was your support. It was support early. It was support in the afternoon. As long as you're above that, I'm looking continuation into the long. You need to break out that 91 for the next step up. But if it was 80 to 86 on an 86 break, that same, if you think the same range on the daily that it had before, then 92 would be a reasonable target for any breakouts or any move in here today on a Disney. It is flat on the session, so I want to respect that and wait for it to make a move. I want to be patient. 89.5 is a good zone. It doesn't mean I have to buy it right now at 90.25. The other name, I mentioned Tesla, but the other EV name, which was obviously beaten up, was Rivian. Didn't hold on to this one too long. Kind of went from Rivian into Fisker and traded shorts. It ended up being about the same thing, but you could have just stayed in Rivian the entire time. It didn't matter. You're not going to get a trade like, you're not going to get a 17.35 kind of situation here when it's down that far. If anything, be wary. If it breaks out the bottom end here, 15.60, I could see a real legitimate squeeze up here on something like Rivian right at the open. If you're favoring short, about 16.25 makes some sense. Just go right back into like this previous bottom, right around the 16.25 for any kind of a fade in Rivian. And I feel very similar about, whether it's Lucid or whether it's Tesla or whether it's, as I mentioned, Fisker there. I want to favor the short until proven otherwise. If you're looking for strength, man, I think sometimes it can be in that relief rally. If one of these is going to start going, usually it's like Tesla, and that can be the one here today. But I do like that Disney breakout trade. Even the dip buy, it's just if that holds on to strength, it's been crushed for so long, when it starts to get going is when you want to get involved.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. We talked about Disney a little bit earlier today. I'm a little bit more short bias, I'll be honest. And I think that, sure, it has strong potential for continuation, 100%. We're pushing off of earnings. We might as well, it's very clear that you're getting this wipe up consolidation. So if we break this 91, 100%, I am going to throw that idea out the window. But if we continue to hold below this 91, I definitely will be looking for a potential short there on Disney. Definitely one for the watch list. Again, we talked about kind of how I'm trying to focus a little bit more on day 2 earnings. So Disney is definitely on watch for me today, as well as AMC. AMC reported their earnings yesterday, and we saw how crazy of a quadunk we had off that $10 level. Straight to the downside, right into 8 consolidation in the morning, but we talked about tickers that are sold off quite heavily. Watching out for that bid out the open, and take a look at that nice little consolidation right off the open, on consolidation on the daily with that strong strength out the open there. Can't really get past even just over half of the move, so a 50% reversion right off the open, but a little bit of a consolidation back down to the downside, defining some strong levels for us using that R-vol, right? It's very strong R-vol yesterday, so definitely short-term players are involved, and I want to know what price will do when we get to these levels right here. What I'm looking at is simple, just the high a day and this consolidation low, $8 and 9.36. So price, how it interacts with these two levels here, will be determining how I may approach this trade on the day.
One thing to remember about AMC, of course, it was down 10%, more than 10% yesterday, so it'll be short sell restricted today. If you're looking for a short in that stock, you're going to have to take it as it's going up, or just hope to get on the way down an uptick. It makes it tricky at that 9.35. I do want to be short in that level. Just very quickly, going to throw up the imbalances for you guys. 928 just hit. There's nothing really all that crazy. As you can see, Plug Power is a small sell of 300,000 shares. I mean, for a $4 stock, that's nothing. Ford's there. There's nothing that stands out in terms of early imbalances for the open. That's just fine, but I wanted to point out Apple on some strength. Wow-wah-wee-wah. Yep. Apple breaking out a little bit. Bouncing off of 182. You had yesterday's high where it failed was right at that 184. Maybe this is the one that's going to lead us away. Like I actually had a note saying I liked 182 on Apple, and this is why. If you just look at the week, nice little top, some support underneath at 181.5, then a higher low, that 182 bottom, pre-market, like everything was leaning to that being a good dip buy. Problem is, once it's past 183, that's not really on the front burner, it's more on the back burner. I don't want to be taking a breakout on Friday at the open. It's not generally the way I want to play it. I would rather be going in for a dip, and if I'm not getting 182, then I got to start looking at the 183 level first. So Apple, it's on a tear. I said I would wait till the open for plug. That's probably a mistake. I could have jumped right back in. That is flushing once again. As Adara is on the bell for this Friday, we got Mr. Kenobi in place of Sean, who's at the rink. We got a wild market, lots of earnings in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yes. And yeah, so I actually really like that shot. We should do that more often, to be sure. Apple already making a move at that 184, so it briefly broke that 84 level. I'm looking for it to come back in. I do not want to be jumping in too early. Plug Power is, I mean, that stock is insane. Already at 360. Look at the flush. Bye-bye, Plug. It might just end up being a 350 breakdown, which you can't even get filled. So the first available spike, I'll try something maybe into 375, because you essentially have to let it run you over to get short in the stock for a continuation, because you can't hit the bid. It's like instantly SSR because it's down like a bajillion%. Something else, Meta's at 320, 321's a big level there. Unity is pulling back, but nowhere near that 21 level either. So, you know, Apple, the strength story, Plug doing what Plug does. Trade desk, not really sure because I'm not watching it. Yeah, I wanted to trade 65 into 75, but I do not want to get trapped at the bottom here. So we're in and out again. It's like the 5th time I've traded it. If I'm not going to get that $4 level, I want to be very careful shorting any kind of a bottom break, because that's also a wick bottom. And if you get trapped on a wick bottom, you can get absolutely burned. It was trade desk that I also wanted to get to for you guys very quickly. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
It's gone. So 65 was the other level I was looking at for any kind of a rollover. I think we have a decent chance of seeing it at this point. Trade desk is flying to the moon. So if you took that one off the open, congratulations to you if you had that look.
Yeah, I got a little short here, kind of a bit of a continuation on Disney. Right there into the 90 level here is kind of consolidating, not really going anywhere, but the market taking a little bit of a pullback here. Watching Amazon as well, of course. Going to be a little bit patient for this one, waiting for some of these levels to kind of come in. But that 140, that 139, that 141, all of these levels definitely ones to interact with. But yes, I'm looking at the side of my screen here. Apple raging to the upside. We just broke yesterday's high on Apple right there. Is it going to be a failure to follow through, or are we going to continue right through yesterday's high? Let's see what Apple does. But take a look at Disney there, Neil. 50 pennies in the money instantly off of that 90 break. Here we go, 89 coming in. Oh boy, why do I not have more?
You can never have enough. But I'll tell you this much: there was nothing at 89.5 for support on this stock. So when you look for a dip buy, I have a rule of, there are levels that you want to sit on the bid and there are ones that you don't. So I'm not sitting on the bid of this. I wanted it to hold 89.5. You can see it absolutely flush through. Clearly, it's not going to do the 91 breakout, so we can throw that one out the window. Just not going to happen. But that is a wild rejection. The futures aren't really doing much of anything, but I just saw Rivian make a flush, so I'm going to go back over to this. I thought we were going to get a pop to short on the EV names, and they don't. So they just flush right back into the downside. That's absolutely nasty. We've got to be patient here. I thought we'd get a short to pop situation like we did yesterday. Maybe we start looking at the 15.5 patient. Patience is going to be a virtue for that, because I thought we'd go the other way. Apple, it's still holding 184, but this is the little bit of a dip in there. And there was one thing that I forgot to mention. That was going to be the same range that we've seen time and time again on Intel, finally broken out. That 3780 into 38. It's just consolidation, all kinds of consolidation down here. You broke out yesterday. It's breaking out today. I'd look for some continuation of this move. I feel like maybe this is the day that it follows it through with some kind of gusto. So let's get back into this 38. As long as it holds, I should be going along this pretty much every single day, and then worry about the rest later. So we're looking for a bit of a bounce here in Rivian. Plug is still dancing off of that low. Might have to change approach on Plug and just go small and hold it to 4. is probably the way to go here because it's not really flying to the upside. And if it doesn't immediately show a very strong bounce, then you want to give every chance for it to make that next flush into the downside. So I'll just get in 70s, probably wait to take some at like 80 and 90, and if it breaks 4, it breaks 4.
Yeah, I got got a little. So I covered Disney right there. We popped down to 88.60s. I did not hold that to that level. We kind of talk about earnings reactions and those consolidations, and 88.50 is the earnings reaction high. And I look left right away, right after I cover, and I was like, oh boy, I could have definitely held this for another 40 pennies, 30, 40 pennies at least, to kind of wait for that bid to kind of catch in and take a look at that. Comes right in, 88.60s, rips right back through 89s. We already covered on the way down, right underneath 89. But let's see where we can, if we can potentially come back into this trade. I'm going to be looking for higher lows as well. Sorry, lower highs relative to some of these lows here. But we did get long on the 140 on Amazon, and we are blasting right off right there. Strong trend hold on the NQ there, but a little bit of a disconnect on the ES. I am noticing, so maybe I got to be a little bit nimble here on this long, but the ES dropping quite heavily there. There goes the NQ, but Amazon still trying to catch a bid back to the upside. 140.40s, maybe a little bit of a, okay, that's 33%. I'll take that. Thank you. Come again. I'm going to be waiting for the next trade there, Neil. Things are happening really, really fast, and I think this coffee is hitting me really hard.
Well, the ES is falling much more rapidly. There's no question about that. I want to fade a move in Google, in Alphabet back into this upside. It's not because of the trade desk, but I did say, I gave the reasons why I felt that you could have some pressure on this and maybe even like a meta. You did wick the previous bottom. It just came back into 130. I don't know if we get the 131 trade, but there's that 130 underneath yesterday's close at 130.25. But with that peel back in the future is looking to trade off a lower high. I am back into plug power, just going to try to give it a little bit more room and a different approach. Rivian is popping. Tesla's probably popping as well. We did favor something in the 16 range. Not really sure we're going to get anything close to that. Tesla, that's still a bit of a failed breakout through that 20. See, 2010 half right in here all afternoon, it's got a wick high and just failed that. So I think you can look for a 210 short here. I keep saying 20. Sorry, guys. I mean, you know what I mean. I mean like 210. 210 to 210.50 still looks like a little bit of a short there on Tesla if it gets back up. I do prefer Rivian because it gives you better percentage moves, and I've been trading that one pretty well lately. So I'm going to get this dip. It looks like hopefully we'll get something out here on Alphabet. I still want to be long if I can on Intel above 38, just not looking like it's going to give you that dip trade on Intel. We're going to Brendan. Wow, Intel.
C Limited, guys. Nice start to the day here, 4+% up. I'm not seeing much on this, actually. There is a little tiny short percent on SE, but 4% for this one.
Yeah, Intel, I have to adjust where I think I want this long. That is wild. It's way too far away from 38 to think that we're going to get that kind of a top. Maybe Trade Desk will give us a little something. Yeah, that's starting to pull back in very heavily. Look for a consolidation maybe around that 60 on Trade Desk. So we're in Alphabet. We're in Plug. I almost don't see any way that we're going to get the dip buy we want on Apple. That one is super, super strong. I might take plug out 395 before it gets to 4. I feel like 4 is going to be the most obvious stop ever. Oh, the other thing I wanted to get to was Coinbase. Before we forget, don't forget Coinbase 100. That's pretty much everything. If this market does want to go, Coinbase 100 was a huge missed opportunity. To me, this was the biggest missed opportunity of the week for myself, was not shorting Coinbase at 100. If we get a breakout, I'm going to try part 2 for that name.
Yeah, I'm kind of fighting the short a little bit here. Got stopped out already once, but I do like the idea of this potential short underneath 141. But with the market looking super strong there, yeah, Softy and Apple blast to the upside. And take a look at the NQs, very, very strong bounce there. So yeah, a little bit of a disconnect there, catching a bit of a sell on Amazon. But yeah, a little bit of a disconnect, so I do want to get out, and yeah, I don't want to stay too confused on that one. Okay, so it didn't get me out of everything. Let me just get out of everything. Let me get out of everything. Okay, wow, that was a little unnecessary on that last piece. But okay, yeah, sometimes you don't really put in the order for all of your shares, and you get stuck with some still left over. That's fine. Next trade there, market's super, super strong. Let's take a look at some of these names here, raging to the upside. It's about 9:40. I like to wait for that first 15-minute candle to print. We got about 5 minutes, so let's talk real quick here. I just got to make sure we don't do a little bit of a fugazi underneath this 141, and it just goes without me. So I do have to kind of continue watching this for potential resistance there on 141 on the Amazon. But if the market continues to go up, that idea has got to be thrown out the window. Take a look at Apple here, straight continuation to the upside, extremely strong. I talked about this level right here, yesterday's high, 184. If we are going to continue, we have to break distinctly through this high. So you could have been looking for that failure to follow through, but take a look at this. We talked about that 181.50. Look at that defense over the past couple of days. Bit of a continuation on a Friday. Some continuation from last week as well, right? Strong bids kind of coming in. Yesterday was quite a strong sell, but didn't really break anything significant on Apple off of that selling, right? We still held previous days levels, Monday's prices, these consolidations from Tuesday as well, held stair-stepping up to the upside, so potential continuation. But if we do break back below this 184, oh boy, and will I be excited for the short. Still watching that Disney, still teetering around 89, not really doing too much around 89, so it's a good thing that we got out in and around this area for now. Let it breathe, let it kind of consolidate, let others pay for information, and we will get back to it when, if and when it gives us another opportunity to interact with. But yeah, that's what Apple is doing. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft, because not only is Apple going for the moon, Neil,
chips.
So is Softy. Straight up chips are blasting to the upside right there. So AMD and Intel are my next thoughts after Softy here. But yeah, yesterday's high on Softy, we saw how crazy of a sell-off we had off of an attempt at that 365, kind of a failure to follow through of previous days' highs as well. And we're screaming to the upside, kind of knocking on the door of weekly highs, right? We printed week highs yesterday, so maybe potential for the week to close on a strong green. Let's take a quick look at the weekly candle here, and so we can take a quick assessment. Yes, Neil, take a look at that strong weekly bull bars into all-time highs there on Softy. What are all-time highs? 366.75 on the daily. I think the price is maybe a little bit different if you take a look at the after hours and pre-market kind of consolidate or action there. So let's take a quick look here. Highs 366.77. So no, they were printed in the open market on Softy. So yeah, we're also kind of supported all way down here on the 326. Kind of a swing idea there. 326 defends for multiple weeks. I think that's a good place to potentially structure along for the swing, and then yeah, you get once you get that earnings reaction and still hold that 326, there's your confirmation, and we're getting not only a few days but a couple of weeks of strength into all-time highs on Softy. Very, very exciting stuff for that end.
Quick update here, guys.
Amazon,
the market absolutely flying. I said I would get out at 390 because I felt like 4 was an inevitability on plug power. That just essentially just saves 10 cents. When you see that kind of strength, it did stall out at 402. So this is trying to roll over a little bit here. The last thing that we're still in, oddly enough, is the market's gone another 30 handles to the upside. Alphabet is holding 130. The thing is, that clearly does mean there's some relative weakness in it because it's struggling to break out. All that said, there's no chance we get to 1% and this doesn't break out the 130 level. There's no point. I like the short in this name, and it is relatively weak, but if the market keeps going and this breaks out, I'm not holding it all the way into the pre-market high. Let me find another short in a relative weak name. I'd rather just get out of it and find a way back in. Should have just, sometimes if you just punch in wherever it happens to be in something you like long instead of waiting for a level, it works out. It would have worked out in Intel. It's just gone now. There's not much you can do about it. Tesla is absolutely flying. You see this, it's up about 1%, but what is not going, shout out to a few in the chat that have said this, NEO is getting smoked. So the market's going up and NEO continues to go down. I'm just gonna get my bid in now because I've said this for a few weeks. I'm going to be long NEO in front of $7. It's 52-week bottom. So there goes Alphabet. I think we had the right one for relative weakness, but the market is not relatively weak. So I'm not going to hang on to or try to pile in to the shorts. We gave it a bit of a local stop. I thought we had the right one. It resisted most of the move to the upside, but like most things, eventually it's going to go up in a situation like that. To go back over to Apple, I'm looking for 184. I said I liked 82, I liked 83, but you get neither of those available at the open. You had to be punched long pretty much on a breakout at the open to get any of those, and I'm not completely convinced of Plug Power. Usually a stock like that is going way faster when it's catching a bit of a bid. So it's still a little bit muted to the upside for a name which is talking about going concern and all that nonsense. Yes, I see a firm. I see a lot of people shouting about a firm for relative weakness, and I've noted it. But when this happens on a firm, I never want to short the bottom when the market's making a high. Right? Like I'd like to short a pot. Let it join the strength and then give me an entry point. I'm willing to be patient. I'm willing to miss the trade to make the trade, and I see a 24 on a firm, which makes a heck of a lot more sense to allow the strength to happen and then get into this short. And thank goodness we got out of Google because it's right at that pre-market high as well. What a strong move in this market. I kind of thought we'd have a little bit of a short day, but we'll allow the market to guide us here. But there's kernels of weakness if you still believe that way.
Yeah, so a little bit of a fight on the short there, Neil, as the market kind of pushes into certain resistances on some names there. So I did get short a little bit on the Amazon on the initial try, get stopped out, and yeah, so we got it again. Now it seems like we are getting a little bit of a pullback there. NQ and the ES printing a potential red bar. We're kind of coming right back in to some of these pre-market prices here on Amazon Softy as well, kind of pushing off of that 364 area. Apple kind of printing or starting to print a little bit of a red on the 15, but the 15 has just started printing, so we could still very well be a little too early to this trade. But Disney, oh boy, is it coming straight down. That 89 consolidation is testing those lows there. This 88 to 88.50 potential place of interest. As I said before, that earnings reaction kind of high in that area there. And yeah, let me actually show you guys there, because the test was actually quite beautiful in my opinion there, that initial test. Take a look at that, kind of right on top of this earnings reaction consolidation right here. You come right into these areas right here. Not perfect, but right there you kind of hold right above it and hover, and then the rip, you get that right back into that 89. But now we might actually come down here and test these 88 halves. But before that, I'm going to send it over to Brenda.
One that fell apart, if you remember, going back to the end of the summer. HE, Hawaiian Electric, unfortunately involved in those terrible fires over in Hawaii on the power side of things. But they reported after the bell yesterday, downside after the bell, and then even more so this morning. But trying to bounce here for Hawaiian Electric, now down just 8.5%. There was also Wells Fargo with a downgrade on HE today.
Yuck, and that's an unfortunate situation all around, but good to see that it's bouncing, I suppose. So that last little move, I thought I'd be patient and let the market show its strength to get into a name which is at least presenting itself as weak. I want to find those kernels of strength and weakness, dip by anything that I think is a strong name and shows continuation, and then be selling things that are affirming that they are weak. Okay, that pun sucks. But Affirm, the first pop was into 2360 here, so you don't really get VWAP. The first pop you get is in 2360. I'm short in the 55. Want to play this to the low of the day. I still believe Intel off of 38, but I don't want to chase this move. The problem with Intel above 38.5 is that 39 is resistance. You can see it on the daily chart. That's exactly where it stalled out a couple of days ago. So it's a hard chase, but it can still be dip bought if it's at 38.50. Like, that gives you something to work off of to join this party. Whether it's Intel or whether it's AMD, it's about the same thing, because the 115, 116, you go to the daily on AMD, you start getting into some resistance levels when you get back into these teens on AMD. A little more clear, smooth sailing for them than Intel, but I don't want to necessarily be chasing that move. So, as is my style, I want to make sure that I'm getting out of the things that really don't look like they're working and then find that if I like weakness, then I'm going to find something which is trading weak, and then engage in that first opportunity, which ended up being Affirm. So shout out in the chat, everyone that reminded me that I like trading that stock. I see there is an up halt on my halt indicator, and it's INVO. So just to quickly give this one to you, looks like a dollar breakout in the pre-market with a 149 halt with a 150 theoretical auction price. So it's going to open up at 150 is what's being indicated. If you pop this up, this is a second bounce on a reverse split name. So I usually think, okay, one bounce, two bounces, second bounce, more shallow than the first. I'd think resistance at the $2 level. I'm generally always thinking the second time one of these things bounces, it's not going to be as good as the first time. So I'd be very careful chasing that. As a matter of fact, I think I want to pay for locates on INVO based on that theory.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of fighting a little bit of the short here, just into previous days consolidations there on Amazon. Watching Softy as well, Softy and Apple kind of slowing down off of that momentum they were experiencing out the open there. So maybe now next thing I'll be looking for is if that sentiment is kind of reflected in the futures as well. SPY pushing right back into yesterday's kind of midday consolidation low there at the 436 right there, and on that pop we get stopped out once again on the Amazon short. We are wrong. That's okay. Let's go to the next trade there. I am getting a little too aggressive with some of these shorts here, so I will kind of piece off just a tiny bit and just be patient, right? We don't have to get involved right at the highs, but yeah, before I continue that thought, we're going to pass it over to Brendo.
Just reading about SoundHound, some AI action for you today. Back to the upside right now. It was negative out of the gate, though. SoundHound actually, it was the forecast, a little better than expected. As far as the revenue range, it would appear anyways for SoundHound, but some AI positivity here.
Underlay, AI.
AI.
I know, it's not EI, it's AI, but Sharif knows the lyric. So we'll go, whoops, I'm on the wrong page. Not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, but probably should have, and not been covering. I'm gonna hold on to Affirm. This looks very weak. I gotta think about where can I get back into it. The market's at highs, this wants to break lows. I should be a little bit more aggressive here. You're getting a secondary curl on Alphabet, so this is giving me an opportunity to short it at a better entry off of a better level into this market strength. So again, I'd rather take paper cuts on this. It's still relatively weak in my books, so I'm just jumping back into that and throwing my stop to make sure that I have cover in case we keep going. But it was Palantir I wanted to get to. I don't know where Sean's hat is, but just imagine that I'm putting on Sean's Palantir hat, or at least putting it in front of you, because I'm not going to put his hat on, because Palantir is flying. I just want to remind everybody, we got to. The hat is here. Might as well use it. $19, big resistance on Palantir, so it's already made this move. If you were long off of that support, congratulations to you. More power to you. But every time this makes a dollar move, I'm always thinking reverse whatever the next even dollar is. And it's a clean move at 18. 19 is clear resistance. I don't believe in making things overly complicated when it comes to something like that. If we are going to get a little bit of a dip, then I still think Apple is the way to go, and then the chips. Maybe it's 84, but once this, look, I need to see it dip first. Like early on, I want that rubber band action, like dip, rip, and just get in right away, and it works in the money. But when you're on this end of a curl, you need to see it bounce somewhere and then try to engage. So I'll be a little bit more patient with that. And it's the same thing trying to get into like an Intel long. I want this to get down into that 38.50 and show me a bit of a bid down there. That can be a strong one. As far as Rivian goes, Gabrielle, still got the eyeballs on it. It didn't really set up the way that I was looking for, which was a pop at the open on the EVs to short it. It just shorted right away. So now you're going counter trend if you try to short this. It's not the way that we got it yesterday, which was a pop and fade trade. It's completely opposite and actually catching a bit. So it's got to come back into some resistance before I'm taking any kind of shot at this. I'm going to go 0 for 2 on Alphabet. I don't know what's so funny, Sharif.
He's asking for it again.
What do you ask? What is going on over there? Okay, I don't even. Okay, first of all, I'll tell you right now, I'm being very nice, not saying anything about what you're doing right now. Okay?
I like that.
Just know that I could have said something and I said absolutely nothing, and I want that put in credit for me. But I'll slap the fail on Google. It's relatively weak, but it keeps on taking out the top. I'm just getting an order out. I gotta manage a firm here because I do think if it just bounced off 23, I think 22 to 23 is like a secondary target zone. So I might want to be bidding in front of 23 and then looking for another re-entry higher on a firm. So yeah, like I'm going to get a bid off that low, look for a little bit of a curl here and see if we can't get back into it. Now I can go back over to Alphabet. So we shorted it twice. It's now showing all kinds of strength. I wanted to short off 130. I wanted to short at that pre-market high, and then it took out the local top. I got in when it failed here, in here, and then tight to the top, and then stop out through the high of the day. Now it's too much of a stair step for me to want to fight it. I only want to short things that are pretty weak at this moment. That does mean a firm, and it means you got to look for Apple. Back to some other. So I do not mean to be ignoring Unity and Trade Desk. But the chance for an SSR bounce for me on Unity was gonzo the second it was so far away from 21. And 25 is a price that I'm not paying for Unity today. No chance. I actually think it's a short up here. I just didn't think we'd be here at 954. And then if you go over to the trade desk, the difference between these two should be relatively obvious. You're screaming to the upside on Unity. You've double topped on the trade desk. So TTW, great relief rally so far, but note the double top at 64, 65. Actually, never mind. 64.75 was the previous low. So I think it's likely a short into that, previous support turning into resistance on the trade desk. If I'm going to be long, it's not going to be one of these things at the top. I'd rather be dip buying an Apple or an Intel or an AMD.
Ooh, woosah. I gotta take a deep breath there, Neil, because I am maybe a little getting a little bit of a FOMO. Yes, exactly.
Bad Boys 2.
Yes, sir. That 90 break, we talked about that 89, and we are straight testing that 88 right now on Disney. So a nice little retracement of that previous kind of move there on earnings. That's what we were talking about. So let me just kind of pull that up right here. And yeah, so Disney, we talked about that right here. So it's coming into this consolidation. Day one earnings pre-market consolidation is testing, knocking on the door. 88s right here. This is the next price I'm watching.
Oh my God.
87.60s. Like I'm still waiting for this to give me an opportunity to get more short. Yes, it did give me opportunities here underneath VWAP where 89 was churning, and we got out into the flush. But yes, I could have definitely stayed involved in this trade when VWAP continues to stay heavy, especially after all day yesterday. The VWAP defense was quite significant right off the open and didn't really give it up right into the end of the day there. A little bit of a violation through in the power hour right there, 2:30 onwards on Disney going through VWAP, but VWAP being used a little bit more as like a core for consolidation there. But take a look at that straight back in to those first earnings reaction kind of consolidation levels here on Disney. Yeah, I gotta take a deep breath and wait for this ticker to kind of give me better opportunities. If the short is done, the short is done. I think that if this kind of capitulates all the way down, or not really capitulates, but like continues to sell off enough for the day here into some of these day one lows, we might be a little late to the party there to kind of force the short. We had a great price in the morning. We took the short for about a point, but move is giving us multiples right now as it kind of pulls back off of these earnings price action there. Also, Apple here, kind of, we talked about it not really getting through that 184, 185 area, and that 184 kind of yesterday's high. We're knocking on the door. So is this a resistance turn support now at that 184? That's the question I am asking as of right now. But a little bit of weakness there, both on the ES and the NQ. The ES a little bit more pulling back. Got about 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. So take a look at this. A little bit of a red 15 on the Apple there. If we hold a base and kind of continue, I'll definitely be watching that 184 for a little bit of over/under. Softy as well, kind of taking a little bit of a pullback. Something else I do want to
buckle up
is Google. Yes, sir. Take a look at that, Neil. Consolidation, opening consolidation is testing the lows there on the NQ. This is just a 3-minute chart, but maybe some signs of some initial weakness. SPY is also kind of pulling back off of that 436. I like that.
Yeah, time to buckle up. So Palantir 19. Okay, it's not at 19, but it's pretty much there. 1893 it just tagged. Is a couple of ways. Like a lot of times Palantir is going to have a level at 19 even, and if it breaks, I think the second trade would easily be off like 1915. I think you take 2 shots at that instead of hold like a 10, like 91, 92, or 95, all the way through to like 15. That's just not the way I would play it. Shout out to everyone mentioning Instacart. Okay, so yes, I like Instacart at 20, that 23.5 into 24 zone for the dip buy on the daily. But let's be real, it wasn't a good quarter. I also like this short until it's back. It's about 26.75 in here, which was that range. The previous range it got broken down. So as the market is starting to roll back over, I'm looking for a roll here in a few individual names, Palantir, Instacart. Obviously, I want to add to a firm because I like that one to the short side. But Apple here, right back, it looks like almost into 184. So we're trying to be patient with a dip here in Apple and Intel. But let's go to the desk. We got it happening now and some economic data.
Yeah, we're going to get Michigan consumer sentiment coming out here for November at 10 o'clock. We'll pay most and close attention to these numbers. 3% expected on the 5-year inflation print, 4.2% expected on the 1-year inflation print. There it is, 60.4, so downside versus 63.7 consensus there. So again, Michigan consumer sentiment for November, downside 60.4 versus 63.7 expected there. Basically in line to slightly higher depending on where you look this morning. I saw a few other options, but 3.2%, 4.4%. So both of those, again, the inflation expectation higher than expected on that number. If you're with us early on this morning, we touched on a whole bunch of things. Meta, Unity, Plug, all among those. Yeah, Plug raising going concern worries in their earnings report. Here's one that's a bit of a bright spot so far today. Blink charging up 30% on a better than expected report, looking good. ARM downside, remember they reported going back to Thursday after the close. It was a bit of a choppy session yesterday. There was a note from Goldman Sachs saying it was positive essentially across the board. They raised their price target, but back downside here with the overall market, guys, for ARM. Once again, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limit. SurgeTrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
boy, that move. Sorry, that move definitely stopped. I got into the short, knew the economic numbers coming out, had my stop in, took me out of the short, clipped me, and then comes right back in. I'm like, oh boy, we got to get back in. Not the best prices on the way down, but that is a little bit of a market catalyst-driven move. We were getting short into it. That's fine. Kind of based off of price action or whatever it is, a little bit of some of the other names kind of showing some weakness as well. But the number comes out and we catch a strong sell-off. You break that consolidation. I want to get short right back away. Sure, I can settle for a little bit of worse prices there. But again, going towards what Neil again has said to me recently, and I've been really kind of trying to implement that into my trading. You have to miss the trade in order to make the trade, right, Neil?
Well, be willing to miss
the trade. And I'm more than willing to miss this trade. I'm stopping out multiple times, waiting for that moment. And sure, stopping out multiple times is obviously not ideal, but over time, I want to learn, okay, well, I've been stopped out in this kind of action over and over again. Maybe I want to wait for this distinct kind of move to come in order to kind of or push my bias or whatever it is, test the thesis that I have on the move there. So quite a strong pullback right there. 141.50s was the price. I really like that price, but we settled for 26s. That's fine. And it seems like we're coming right back in. So 15.3 is in question. We talked about how 15.4 was very interesting earlier this week, and we can't even come in to test that price there. So the question becomes, if we're going to continue back to the upside, I'm expecting this to catch a little bit here. We saw how that pre-market trend on both the futures was quite strong. So if this bid is real, let's see where this bid catches on the way down. If not, then I think we have some ranges here to deal with back to the downside as well.
If this bid is going to be real, then it's going to need to be spectacular.
Oh boy.
No?
Is
No?
that?
Okay, no, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. It's just It's a Seinfeld reference.
Okay. I've been on my to-watch list.
Yeah, I forgot. Obi hasn't seen Seinfeld. Sean would be like all over that one, and some of you guys would be as well. So Palantir, very quickly, we did get that short off the 19 high or the 1895 high, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It just bounced off 80, so we get one leg out there as it starts to head to the downside. I worked in the card at 26, and Affirm. Here it comes. It keeps bouncing off this 23. So let's go. I was just actually at 23 and it didn't get there. So I should be bidding somewhere a little bit closer to the 10s and look to short the pop. I still believe that's going to be a good short there. And Unity has finally shown a high. So remember 25? Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade, which I'm not always willing to do. But it tags 25, first consolidation. This is where I look for that short trade, confirmed also by the futures as well. So, Unity, depending on the time frame you look at, oh, that was fast. Well, all right, well, a lot of times if you put a bid in when it's bouncing off of a level, when it's up here, I'm like, I'm about to reload Affirm. I'm going to put a bid down here and get filled up here. And then you're instantly filled. The stock's probably weak. So I got to find a way back into Affirm. Oh, that's wild. Like, it was just like 15 cents higher, and I'm thinking it's going to go another 10, 15, and I'll get more of the short. Instead, we take profit, but that's fine. We can try working back into that one. Had to find this one for relative weakness. When the market was going up, it was going down. First available bounce, play it back into VWAP, find the trade. You've got to be willing to admit, hey, the couple of things I like didn't set up. Google that I liked for weakness started breaking out. Get the heck out of Dodge and find a better trade. And Affirm was a better trade. There's no question about it. Like, I don't have to be married to some idea that I thought was going to be there. If it's not, you can always find something else. One that we did like was looking for the failure on Unity, which we did just grab in the 50s. I'm only adding if I can get it tighter to 80. Like, I'd like to have a price approximately 75 and be risking 30 to 40 cents, especially when you see VWAP down here at 23.75. That makes the risk to reward better. So I'm not going to add down here. I'd need to be adding here to get my price at about 70s for the risk to reward to work for me. That's just my style. Anyone can sort of trade their own book, but we waited for it to get to the right level. And David Fabian, my look for Disney was I wanted continuation, and there wasn't any. Continuation could have been a 91 break. Continuation could have been a consolidation off of any of the levels from yesterday, which clearly did not happen. The only other levels out there on the daily, as you just said, at 86. So that's $86. It has to come basically all the way back in and bounce off $86 for me to find something I like on Disney to the long side.
It's not too far away from there.
It's at $88. I mean, it's possible.
It's 87.60s right now. Or
Yeah.
it just bounced off of 87.60s.
Could happen.
About a point and a half away.
I feel that's more like a 10:30 or lunchtime
Yeah,
trade.
definitely a little bit later.
There's a 50-50 chance you're going to see that on Lunch Money. Shout out to Dan McIsaac. Appreciate you. Palantir 19 puts from 21 to 29 for a quick couple of hundos. Thanks for the heads up seconds before the 10 a.m. number. Thank you to the chat for yelling about Palantir when it was at 1850. Right? So you only notice the 19 short because everyone's yelling about this thing when it's halfway there. And so I thank everybody in the chat for reminding us that 19 was a thing on Palantir. We just pull up the chart and look at it. That's what the chart said. So hopefully we get some more continuation on that name. As the market could catch a bid. Like, let's not forget, you've got some strong things out here. Yep. Apple doing some battle with 184. Sorry, I had to zoom back in because I was just showing you a different time from there. You go. Bounces off the breakout level. Okay, show me a higher low, and we go into long on Apple. I like Disney. It has to set up really well for me to take that long. It's now broken down. I just got to be patient with it. You got stronger names out there. Like Apple's pretty strong. Tesla.
Softy.
Okay, maybe Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's doing the same thing as Apple. Right back into the breakout price. This is a bit of a tricky zone here. Tight stops if you buy dips at a level like this, because if it fails this, like yikes, is all I gotta say.
Yeah. So we're still holding on to this short there, but yeah, strong names on the market. Softy definitely one of them for sure. Here, take a look on Microsoft, kind of pushing right there. It's still well within its the high of its price action that we've done so far. Still, like I said, yesterday's high is quite significant. We're only a few points off of all-time highs there on Softy, so we may be looking for those prices coming into today or even next week, or we just make a lower high relative to those levels and just come right back in. But this okay, we kind of broke. We're churning around that 141, 141.08 is VWAP there on the Amazon, and I was looking to kind of potentially add more into this trade here, but as it kind of comes right back in, we're already 30 pennies away from that VWAP. I don't necessarily want to get involved down here for a breakdown, but yes, the probability of it kind of pushing lower has just increased off of that VWAP fail. But let's see if we kind of reclaim and come right back in. Take a look at the market as well. Super weak. We attempted to catch a bid there. I was watching it. We kind of push back up off of this 15,330-ish area, come back right into 15,360, and then come right back into the bottom of the range. So along with that, I do like that. Softy pulling back as well into VWAP. We just talked about how it's teetering around this high end of the range. Take a look at VWAP right there at 363, and a little bit of a bounce, some trouble happening there on Softy with VWAP and high a day. Take a look at the ES as well. Wow, ES coming right back in, doing about a 50% retracement of this move that we've had, 43.70 roughly, looking like that area of a 50% retracement on the ES as well. Is the NQ going to follow in suit? I have no idea, but that 15.3 is starting to look more and more juicy here, Neil. And yeah, that SPY 436, oh boy, is that coming into play?
I mean, ideally it does when you're sitting in the short. That's kind of what we want. We want some confluence.
Confluence.
Okay, fine. I think we did confirm that that is the correct way to say it in French.
Okay.
Well, I think somebody looked it up and was like, confluence is.
Pretty sure, yeah, I think I heard it.
It actually is.
From somebody who was speaking French, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's.
I believe you, because I'm a bad Canadian. Like my French is terrible, as I've noted many times on the show. I can read a little bit, but I don't really speak it, and I can't understand it when people talk it to me. So I was that embarrassing guy in Paris. CART can't seem to break 25.70. So VWAP matters more the later you get in the day, but I will have a bid just around VWAP. If we get back up here and fail a top, maybe I try to reload it, but I don't love this entry here. That was a very impatient on the way back down through 26. So I end up getting a 90 fill when I should be taking everything at 26 or above. So be very patient if this one gets back into the upside. Palantir catching a bit of a base as well. I had a 70. This is not, it just really, like, it's not filling 75 clearly. So I will creatively bid 76. If it's not filling the 75, I'll bid 76. So Instacart, one profit take. It's Unity that is getting back into the upside. So we add once here at 75. I'm like, okay, I want my price to be 75 if it breaks the top. So I'm going to be very, very patient. I'm getting it kind of on some strength here. I might not be able to get all in if it just runs that high of the day. This is a pretty strong move by them. And remember, this is short sell restricted. I know it's down 1% now, but it was down over 10% at the open. So it definitely can squeeze. You got to be able to respect that. So I'm not going to add unless it fails this top. Apple, it's doing the stair step. So there's the hold of the pre-market top. Next stair step could be a breakout over 184, in which case I like a 184 long. I want it to show me the level and then just go long off of that instead of try to force the action. So if it breaks out that local high, I'm long to here, which is like 183, call it 85.
Yeah, so I did cover a small piece of the Amazon there. Market kind of popping right back up. I do want to stay a little protected against that there. But if this level kind of comes back in, we just talked about that VWAP staying a little bit heavy there to the downside, and we did get a little bit of that continuation. 140.80 consolidation for about a few minutes there. Also that reaction low to that market event right there. This candle bringing it in, and that level kind of defends on the slow momentum. And we're testing in and around that level, so I do want to piece off just a little bit here, but I am looking to kind of add back in. But as I say that, Softy is super strong to the upside, Neil. Oh boy, yeah, that VWAP bounce is coming in. So take a look at this. Next, previous day's high, this week high at,
Oh, that's way better.
364.80-ish. Let's see what specifically the price is right there. 364.79 is the price of yesterday's high and also the week high. Just a few, just a little bit off of, I was going to say a few points, but I don't even think it's a few points right there. 366.77, right? So just a couple of points away from all-time highs there on Softy, and we're raging to the upside. That's very, very interesting there. The only name really that is pushing like this, maybe Google. Google's a little bit in sync with that kind of price action as well. Google kind of strong to the upside, holding this base here. Quite interesting. Google was quite strong there, Neil, off of that strong quadrunk that we had a few weeks ago right here. If this chart will work with me here. Yeah, let's take a look at this right there. Off the earnings, that straight sell-off holds the 122, and then you kind of start to slowly grind back up into this 133 previous key area here. But yes, strong action, kind of doing a bit of a 50% reversion of yesterday's sell-off right here. I'm curious to know where that point exactly is. So we'll measure the high into these lows. This closing low right here. It's about 3 points. So I'm looking for about 1.5 points, and we are literally knocking on the door of that 50% retracement of yesterday's sell-off on Google. And yeah, let's see if there's going to be a continuation of that selling coming in. Softy still chopping around some of these levels here, kind of indecisive, and the market wicking down as well. So it seems like Amazon may be headed towards this day low here at that 140. If that's the case, I do not want to let go of these shorts at all. But if we kind of come back in, that's more than fine. I think we were talking about this a little bit last week, and I'm trying to implement this into my trading as well. Strong opinions weekly held. I don't know if you've...
Strong opinions weekly held.
Strong opinions weekly held, yes. What are your thoughts on that, Neil?
You know what? To be honest with you, like I could go for like a quick answer. I got to think about that. Like my first gut reaction is I can see what the logic is of that. But I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Strong opinions weekly held.
Yeah. Like you want to be aggressive with your trade idea if and when it's working, but as soon as it doesn't work, you want to be nimble
when you explain
effective enough.
When you explain it that way, that makes a little more sense.
So it's like I have a strong opinion, but like I understand when I'm wrong, and I'm going to weekly if there's reasons that show up that clearly indicate that the idea and the bias is wrong.
Okay,
opinion,
now
I got to throw it out.
Now I understand that one. And you know what? I'll give you an example of it right here because Unity just roared through 25, so I got stopped out. However, what I generally believe, when I really like a level like a 25, when this happens and an IM liquidity grabbed and it just broke a top like that, I'm right back in because I really believe in that level. But the second it breaks out, I'm out. But if you show me a wick top, I'm jumping right back in the trade and I'm giving it to that high again. And I'm usually willing to take 3 swings. Maybe it's a baseball thing why people always say, I have a 3-strike rule on my trades and I'll take 3 swings. Everybody does that. Like imagine that a bunch of people have trading rules based on the fact that there's a random game that decided 3 strikes and you're out. And that we legitimately base actual decisions off of just that.
I do that.
No, but I do it too, and that's actually nonsensical. You should have a far better, what you should do is you should have some actual strategy that says, okay, well, when I see the same level work, I should not go to the 4th time or the 5th time, but this should be based on some kind of data. But anyways, it is what it is. I'm back into Unity on that wick high. Give it to the top. Now I needed to get down underneath this 24.70 level before I can take any profit. One more thing to go over. We did get Apple on that dip. So actually, you know what? Yeah, the way you framed it at first, I just kind of needed to hear you clarify that. That makes total sense to me. So Apple, it did kind of break this consolidation. I want the stair step up, but I wanted to break VWAP and then I take some out. I'm looking for accumulation at VWAP here. Palantir coming back to the top, and I have to decide whether I want to reload it. Right, so I didn't get the 75 fill. Would have liked to have taken more out there. I guess I reload only if it shows me weakness. I need to see it fail a top again at $19, and then we'd go for that kind of a trade. So I'm not married to the notion that I have to be back into this again. If there is something that I do know I want to reload, it's a firm. I think a firm gets to SSR today the way that it's trading. I think it gets 10% down. until proven otherwise. The only fail on this stock was not still being in the short. I'm generally speaking trying to join the stair step down when it finds a support level. In this particular case, you could have just held it all the way through, but I'm going to be shorting pops until proven otherwise on a firm. That is an incredibly weak name. Did Apple just bust VWAP? Yeah, a little bit. Just got above VWAP. I'm usually looking for the VWAP push to give me something out, and the reason for that, why I want to take something out here, is when you big move up, but if you end up with lower highs, if it fails VWAP and turns into a short, that's sometimes a liquidity grab above VWAP. So I want to take something out there because it's a decision-making point. And then if it comes back down, do we have the same support? If answer yes, reload. And then you kind of do the same thing and rinse and repeat. So just walking you through the thought process on Apple here. Tesla all the way back down to 209.
Daryl Finch saying, I'm still short Amazon, looking so good, 141.65. Wow, what a price, man. Solid prices. I kind of was interacting in this area. I did want to get that short. Great prices, man, and it's working out quite nicely there as we're consolidating in and around underneath VWAP. But I did cover a little bit more. I know I just said that I want to hold this short for a test of this 140 again, but with the fact that Apple is holding on its VWAP right there, quite a strong hold there. Wick bottom on the 15-minute using VWAP there to kind of consolidate. So I do want a piece off of that, but before that, we'll pass it off to Brendo.
So we have a lot of earnings moves in small cap today, including Blink Charging. This one was mentioned earlier. They had a really great Q3 total revenue beat and also raised their revenue target for 2023 higher than expected. So there, as you can see here, very strong on the day for BLNK. We also have Intelligent Biosolutions, INBS, the ticker for this one. This is an interesting one. They actually reported a pretty significant Q1 miss, on Wednesday after market close. Now they're rebounding a little bit, up about 30% right now after falling down yesterday. Last but not least, we have Aurora Cannabis, ACB. This one is up after a Q2 sales beat and with record strong EBITDA. So keep an eye on those names, guys.
A little bit of a test to the immune system.
We're just, so a bit of a discussion, because obviously when Sean's away, like I have an earpiece to know when we're supposed to throw to the desk. So I was actually trying to give a hand signal to Obi to what we were throwing to so that he would know. And he's like, oh, I could just use someone else's earpiece, to which I simply replied, you probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying.
fair enough.
I don't think it is what it is. Like, we don't mind. Like, I can make the throws. It's not a big deal. I just kind of like point over there towards Brendan's general direction, and then you know what's up. I wouldn't use somebody else's earpiece. And whether you want to build immunity or not, there are better ways to build your immune system than that. Oh, apparently we have extra rubber thingies, according to Ramin.
Okay.
Whatever they're called, we'll get you a rubber thingy, and then you can have an earpiece too.
Right.
So back into the trading here. As the NASDAQ, I did get the Apple fill. I'll go there in a second. I want to put the thing of concern before the thing that's winning. So NASDAQ with that pullback, I don't think you have an obvious level, but things, clearly we accelerated through like 15,330 at the open, and that's exactly where we bounced. If we take that back down and get here into this consolidation, I'd be looking for, like continuation shorts in through that range. But given that we're bouncing, I still want to give some credence to the bounce plays, and I don't think you're home free on anything to the short side. Even if they started working, that's what I mean about unity. Like, I'm thinking usually if it wicks the top again, I should be adding. If it wicks for 25 and doesn't break this high, I should be adding here because I like it even better. It's what's going on in the future as it gives me pause. And the same thing with Palantir. We're able to get our profit. It just wicked 19. This is a bit different. No. Palantir's different. I should be adding on that wick every single time. It's a tight stop into the 19 anyway, so we'll go with that. I was able to get my fill on Apple. We talked about that plan already, so whatever it is, don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. It's still looking strong, so thinking places to add on Apple to the long side. I know what I like long. It's going to be Apple. Intel off of VWAP, not really holding out to VWAP. It's a similar pattern, Apple holding VWAP, Intel not holding VWAP. So I want it to be a chip name for the long, and that sort of brings me over to AMD. Right, like, okay, fine, I liked Intel at the beginning off 38, but which one looks stronger to you? Like, this one looks stronger to me. I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist bouncing off VWAP versus struggling to get above VWAP. So I think you want to look dip buy off VWAP on AMD there. And it's just about making sure that regardless of what you see in the market, you're listening to it. And it's telling me that if I want a chip name to the long side to be buying dips off of, sure, Intel might not be bad, but there's no question that AMD is going to be better. And I don't mind being in the better name.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you on that. Listening to the ticker, listening to the tape, listening to the chart as well. I'm trying to implement that more into my trading as well. Again, finding myself making the wrong decisions and really kind of chopping up on the day whenever I'm disrespecting that, right? Like I'm not really respecting it, but yeah, definitely something to watch out for. Brendo.
Nice move for TSM today when we touched on briefly in the pre-market there, but back above 95 and holding nicely. Nice structural breakout anyways on the daily chart. They reported a 34.8% top line growth number month over month in October, so good look for them. All the news on the show brought to you as always by our friends over at Benzinga Pro. Use the link in the description for Benzinga's Black Friday deal, the greatest deal of the year, including 75% off Benzinga Pro monthly subscriptions now as low, get ready, $49.25. The everything terminal for retail traders. Check out pro.benzinga.com. Use the coupon code TTVNOV. TTVNOV. Again, you get 75, guys, 75% off.
Yeah, thank you.
That's not bad. I'm not going to lie. You're halfway to 75% off if you plug power, but you're not there just yet. But I will tell you this. Once again, running out of steam and falling like an absolute rock are the EV names. So it wasn't exactly how we wanted it to go at the open, but I still favor short on these. I'll get to Tesla in a second. It's falling like an absolute rock. You're not flat bottom break. You're breaking down at the opening range bottom for Rivian 15.25. So either we get short, it just bounced at 25 here, either it breaks this low at 20 and I just punch the bottom, or I look for any retracement into VWAP to rejoin this. And the reason I like it is, I like Rivian anyways. You've now stair-stepped it down on Tesla. Tesla, if it had gotten to 215, but you can move into these names pretty much at will when the market's already weak. So if we break 15.20, I enter into Rivian. If we pop, I short it into VWAP. Apple might be doomed at this particular moment. Well, not doomed, but it might be falling to the downside once again. This market's starting to pull back in. I never got that Palantir fill. Yeah, I didn't get that. It got to 95. I came back in at 93 on the way down. So it looks like it ran through me, but I got the order in on the other direction, unfortunately for myself. Still in Palantir, but I did want to add to that short the more the market rolls over here to said downside.
Yeah, the shorts are definitely coming in with a little bit of a lag here on some of these constituents as the market kind of comes back in. But I'm reading this super chat here by Kyle. A little inappropriate, but still funny. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but thank you for the super chat, Kyle.
What? Huh? Wow! Oh wow!
Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yes. So Amazon coming right back in. 140.50s testing now. We broke through that consolidation, and yeah, that 140 test is looking real nice here as it comes right back in. We don't have a lot of shareage left, unfortunately, but again, putting in the reps for the times when it does set up real clean, and you can just slam into it as risk with the right risk allocation.
Yes.
What am I trying to say here? With the kind of risk that you should be taking relative to what the move is giving you, right? If you can find a balance in that, then definitely you can push the shareage into that. I forget.
No, you're saying shareage.
Who is it? No, I think I've definitely heard it before.
That's Sharif's thing.
Yeah, I think Sharif kind of coined that term there. But yeah, that 141.60s short price. Oh boy, was that the level? And Softy, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and the SPY, and Nvidia, and pretty much everybody you can think of in the large cap tech sector is catching a little bit of a pullback here for sure. But the thing is, Softy very, very strong relatively to the rest of the names as it holds above VWAP as well. Still waiting for this kind of Disney to consolidate and pan out there. I am looking at this at Amazon here, about a 20-30% retracement of ATR off of these highs there, coming right back in. But like we said on the NQ, if this slow, grindy bid from the pre-market session all the way from 15.2 into 15.3, and that acceleration off that 15.320, if any of that bid is real, let's see where it can potentially catch today. But it does seem like we are pulling quite heavily back to the downside here. I have another super chat here, 10 euros from Tom. All my TradingView brokers are 100 point less. For example, when you guys reference 15.430, mine are 15.330. Price is key, and I want to be in sync with you guys. Maybe you're looking at a different contract. You got to make sure you're on the most updated one. But yeah, no, I don't have. So even if I pull up the NQ on my TradingView, it's about the same as this one. So let me just pull it up.
We're looking at NQ and ESZ23, like those are the minis.
So
right, so like
put in,
that'll be the difference. That's the thing. It's going to be the E-minis.
So right here, yeah. Okay, so he's talking about the E-minis or the NQs. Okay, so yeah, right. Sorry,
there's still the E-minis.
Right.
Our charts are the E-minis for the future, so that's the distinction that you want to make sure that you get for the prices.
Yes. So that's the specific one, and as you can see here, 15.360, 15.360, kind of similar prices. A bit of a delay there on the TradingView as well, but yeah, no, that's the kind of futures you want to be looking at here. With reference to Tom Naylor. Thank you for the super chat there. I think there's one more here. Liverpool, thank you as well for the super chat. ACB, first profitable quarter, also a $4 price target given. Oh boy, okay, all right. Let's take a look at ACB here on the day. I did talk about CGC a couple. Was it CGC? I think so. Yeah, CGC kind of holding in a very peculiar way, a little bit of a build-up for a potential swing there, as it has been beat down quite heavily. And similar story here with the ACB, $4 price target. That may be a little bit stretching it. As we still have a long ways to go. It's only trading in the 40 penny range right there, and about a 400 times bid would be required to get to $4. But sure, you can hold and hope for that kind of move there, but that may take longer than expected. But before that, we're going to pass it off to the desk with Adara.
Of course.
Pretty big news in the world of crypto ETFs. We did have BlackRock yesterday filing for an Ethereum spot ETF in Delaware, and then also NASDAQ has basically filed to list and trade this potential ETF. So very big news. Bitcoin is up a little bit right now on the day, just trading above that 37,000. It has dipped back a little bit from where we were earlier, but definitely of note, we have to talk about Ethereum, of course, off of this news, trading up almost 4%. Bitcoin down about 0.86% right now, again, just above that 37,000. The rest of the crypto space is pretty mixed, but Solana still really strong, up almost 10% right now, guys.
Yes, sir. And we haven't even gotten to Coinbase, so like, I feel bad about that. But you got to trade. You got to trade your own book, and you got to trade the ideas that you like. And if we got to that 100, it would have been nice. So Apple, I wanted to confirm that it was going to make a higher low. So we had the long, we took some profit, local stop out, just making sure, stay up on the stock. If it stair steps down, we're not going to get trapped in it. Allow it to make a bottom and show that it's still showing some signs of strength. So you get that higher low in, which makes me reaffirm liking this. This time, if we get into VWAP, I want to take some profit because it's forming a little bit of a wedge. Palantir, I was able to get a reload. So, I kind of just left the offer at 93. We didn't get filled the first time through. I just didn't cancel it when it was over here. So we're able to get the reload on Palantir. Eventually, and if you're already, the good thing about being on the bid is if you're already on the bid, your preference stays the same. So most people cancel their orders. When it gets up there, you're going to be the front of the line. So got that fill right back into 1880. We like that one. We'll power it up for PLTR. Shout out to the viewers. That was all about you. And I don't know if they flashed the camera, but if you like the show, like the show. However, I just want to tell you the level of dedication that this team has to bringing you a quality product on air. There's so much dedication that just to make sure that there's a beautiful smile on the midday desk, Sharif was literally brushing his teeth just to make sure that you guys got to see the pearly whites. And for that, everyone here should be willing to. If you're enjoying this video, please take a second. Hell no. No.
When you post the order, but the bid gets pulled from right under you.
Don't even.
The market every day.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. You always have to applaud a good front run there, Neil.
Well, the problem is it's not like we're gonna duke it out or anything. I'm not a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like a smart person doesn't get into fights they can't win. So we'll do our battle here, like with the keys and the quips and all that good stuff. Shout out to Sharif. Which was, look, I'm not making it up. He was making sure the pearly whites were looking good for you guys. I don't know if that got caught on camera.
Unreal, man.
I didn't say anything while it was happening live because I thought I was being the nicer guy.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
You don't want him to like laugh or like choke on the toothbrush or anything, right? Like midway. That could be a little bit of trouble.
Don't I though? Don't I?
All right. So a little bit of a continuation to the downside there potentially. We are kind of I did cover everything there on the Amazon, but then we kind of come right back in. So I do take a cheeky little chase to the downside. Yeah, gonna be a little bit or a lot a bit more nimble on this one for underneath that 141. Again, that VWAP staying quite heavy there on the Amazon, and we are pushing back towards some of these day lows. Now again, strong opinions weekly held. If this kind of rips right back up into the upside, I do want to piece off of it and look for the next trade. And yeah, maybe right back at VWAP. But the market looking quite heavy there.
Yes.
I'm looking for that 15.3 push to come in. And as I say that, Apple is pushing kind of into that low that we made off of VWAP right there. So let me just pull that up for you guys. And wow, as I say that, I should probably be managing this this position here on the Amazon as we are ripping right back up into the 50s and 40s. Yes, so take a look at this Apple right here. Let me just speak on this a little bit here. Oh, wow, yeah. Definitely reason for buying pressure came in earlier this week for sure with what you guys just saw there on the chart. But yeah, take a look at this. Let me throw VWAP back on here I think it's a 5-minute right there. Okay, well, yeah, you know what? It already broke below VWAP there. I think I'm a little confused here because that bounce, sorry.
Yeah, Apple's under VWAP.
I thought that bounce was off of VWAP.
No.
I apologize, that was not correct.
It could be my fault because I entered along after that bounce and was referencing VWAP a lot for where I was going to take profit. So that's probably what confuses it. I was saying look for the break of VWAP to take profit, but the bounce was off the opening break.
Yes.
So the open breakout was where Apple bounced. It's trying to make a higher low. I'm back in it off of that higher low, but I don't want to give it too much room. There's a decent part of me that still likes. I came in liking the short. Obviously, I guess that's obviously reflected by the position board. So I don't really need to get into it. So if we do bounce from here, I know I like some Apple. You probably want to be looking at Microsoft as well. Instacart broke VWAP, so let's go. This one is. Oh, I hit the wrong key. I didn't want to hit a football key because anybody that watched last night is probably. Thankfully, I didn't watch Thursday Night Football, but that's got to be the worst product they could put out there. Two teams. The worst part about the game last night is the Bears won versus the Carolina Panthers. They're two of the worst teams in the NFL. The Bears have the Panthers pick, and Panthers have one win. So essentially, by winning, the Bears made their pick worse, which is the pick that they own. So they increased their chances of getting the top pick in next year's draft, which they're going to sorely need. So shout out to everyone that's a Bears fan. There's something to be taken from that ugly game that'll work out for you. So that took some profit there. Palantir, PLTR, it's still just sort of hanging out. Whoa, okay, we got a bid here. Do not need a bid there. Obviously, let's get in front of VWAP at 70s. Get a 72 bid in for the next leg to the downside. So Apple, unfortunately, is a short start to work. Apple with a tight stop comes out. If it's going to bounce somewhere, I want to see a little bit more strength in that. Like I get in immediately a couple of red candles in a row and showing some signs of weakness. Dan McIsaac, did you see the meme with Dumb and Dumber with the suits? The colors were perfect for that game. I actually did not see that meme, if you can, maybe just send it to me or tweet it at me or do whatever it is that you do, because I always enjoy a good laugh. But the market looks like we could be resolving to the downside. But there's a mini bounce happening in Tesla. And when I see that, it just makes me want to, like, I'm in Rivian, kind of trying to short into this move up because I still believe in the short in these names. Just remember where Tesla bounced, though. Not nowhere. Tesla with the bounce off of 206.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yesterday.
So this is, just to go back, if you weren't watching the morning show, this is 206. That is November 1st close price. We gapped up and then made that high. So 206 is a very significant bounce zone on Tesla. Gives me a little bit of pause for working too hard into the short on Rivian, because Tesla's making the right bounce zone. Let's go over to the screen for Sector Watch with Adara.
Actually, a lot of strength across the market right now, especially in these technology-related sectors. We do have an electronic tech, lots of continued chip strength. This whole week, there was the China International Import Expo. So a lot of these chip companies, AMD, Broadcom, all presenting there, all very strong. We also had news that NVIDIA is going to try to send 3 chips to China for next week. So definitely watch this sector and watch the chip names. We also have strength in technology services as well, with Meta and the news that it's going to be potentially working with Tencent on a VR headset in China. Netflix got an upgrade, a price target upgrade from JP Morgan. Lots of stuff to watch here. In terms of weakness or more mixed sectors, we do have finance, which is a little bit mixed right now. Also kind of mixed in consumer services, mostly led by Disney, to the downside after earnings yesterday. Also worth noting the health technology area. We did have a lot of weakness in this sector yesterday. It looks like it's going to be continuing to be weak today, guys.
It's the wrong stock.
A lot of weakness across the board right now. Again, we talked about Disney kind of coming in. Disney's still testing some of those levels there. Market kind of coming right back in there. Softy, we were talking about that right before we moved over to the screen. Softy pushed for new highs, and we're kind of lick grabbing those highs right there. Now the new high is 364.73. You can't even get past that high. You come right back in. So maybe a little bit of continuation there, just grabbing some liquidity for the real move back down potentially here. But again, that's just limited information that's been printed on the chart right now. We could be making speculations for all we know. But what I'm trying to do the best I can is try to assess those changing probabilities as we kind of do that funky price action where, you know, you make a high, you kind of push. All these other names, Google is pushing to the downside while Softy is pushing to the upside. Apple is just kind of teetering in where it's at. But kind of bigger picture, I think we are kind of pulling down. Take a look at this trend happening on the NQs. We've made consecutively lower lows. We've made consecutively lower highs as well. There goes the ES back down to the downside. Yep. And if Microsoft just fails to follow through high a day, and if anybody is punching long, trying to play the breakout, chasing that move, again, what is it, at 1040, I think that, yeah, you're definitely a little bit underwater there. And if that rejection on Softy comes in real hot, these shorts will definitely come into play here. Let's take a quick look at what I'm talking about here. Take a look at that. A little bit of a buildup, but a bit of a failure to follow through as of right now. We could very well kind of continue. Both directions, I think, are valid. VWAP has been held quite strongly, and we are a couple points away from that VWAP right down here at that 363.30-ish area here. So maybe that initial push, but again, I'm just trying to stay on my feet as this price action comes in here, Neil.
Yeah, and the one thing that I'm going right back over to is going to be Plug. It didn't get to, I'll get to AMD in a second, but Plug broke that for, should have been in this consolidation at 390, but once you confirm this kind of weakness, remember I said 275 was the big level on the weekly chart. Sorry, it was a monthly chart I had to go to. That's wild. I'm shorting it off the 370 level. So it's SSR, which means it's going to be short sell restricted. And you can't hit the bid, so you need to get picked up on the offer, which is going to make it very tricky to get into position. I'm just throwing out midpoints to try and get anything on the offer of this name. So we're still favoring the short trade. I did a cheeky dip buy, not an Apple, in AMD, and it should have been Apple. Because I actually accidentally punched in Apple instead of AMD, and then just got out of it. One would have worked, but it doesn't matter. That's not the one I was looking for. It was the cheeky dip buy in AMD off the 117. So that comes into VWAP. It's been holding out pretty well. We jump into this name. Again, just a relatively strong name, although I have to do this for myself. I'm slapping a fail because I looked over. I saw somebody mention NVDA, which is NVIDIA, and then I looked over and was like, oh yeah, I had a note about NVIDIA in 480, and it was the first thing I looked at, and the first thing I said in my note this morning was NVIDIA 480, look for failures there. NVIDIA goes right to 479.39 and starts pulling back. Why do we like 480? Just look at yesterday's rollover at the top. Accelerated at the end of the day, right about 130. That was the last time you had any green candles, was right at 480. So I don't think we're going to get that again on NVIDIA. So that was a bit of a missed opportunity for that name. I'll stop to fail on myself for it because it's one thing to like a level. I haven't even traded NVIDIA all week, and like the one day that I kind of had something I wanted to dig into, and we don't take the trade. So I'm a little bit frustrated with myself over that. But it happens, right, where you call out a level or you say something you want to do and you get distracted by a million other things. So plug, I did get filled on the offer there. I got a partial fill on the midpoint, 60 half. But not a full fill. I don't want to chase this too far, but I'm just going to keep putting midpoint orders and keep trying to get picked up on the way down here. I think this could absolutely flush for the rest of the day, down into 3. And there was a question like, where is the unity position? It stopped out. It took out that high. There's a limit to how much you want to go against the grain. Like, I like the 25 level. If I had shorted it on the way up here, that probably would have worked, but I didn't. I waited for a pullback and then a consolidation. That didn't work. A wick high entry point, I'll usually take that and give it to the previous high. That didn't work. I don't have to fight it. If it fails 25 again and shows me some more weakness, maybe I can go into that trade if it sets up a third time. But I'm not going to sit there and just say, yeah, I want this trade to work. I'm just going to keep doing it until it blows me out.
Yeah.
And if you keep throwing enough shares at it, eventually it's going to work. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think I find myself kind of struggling with that at times, kind of pushing bias or like really getting aggressive when I really shouldn't be, when I really don't need to, right? I think that can be definitely improved on my end when it comes to my trading. But take a look at this this chart here, Neil. Google pushing very, very strongly to the downside, kind of holding on this onto this level as of right now. 129.70s testing as I'm speaking, kind of low of day right there. 129.40s as well. Very, very strong move to the downside here on Google. Softy did break through those highs, like we said. We were watching for that high to kind of come in. We failed to follow through. You pick up, you can't even break that candle low, and then you're pushing towards new highs. So very, very strong on the Softy, and Apple as well, starting to catch a little bit of a curl there, Neil, and right back in towards this VWAP. But something I do want to keep in mind is that the NQ and Apple have been making lower highs with a very weak Google and Amazon at the same time. So the only one really that is distinctly relatively strong today is Softy. Now I know I usually leave some of these names out, but NVIDIA as well, kind of chopping and churning well within its opening range right there on NVIDIA. So that's not really doing too much. And we can take a quick look at Meta and Tesla as well. Meta pretty strong there, but again, we were contesting yesterday's highs, pulling right back into VWAP and kind of holding VWAP as of right now there. A little bit of a pullback happening on Softy right now. I'm watching as well.
Palantir,
Tesla,
man.
right? Tesla right here, 214, coming kind of a resistance from yesterday. That consolidation step down that Tesla has been having off of that crazy move that we did have yesterday. Strong sellers off VWAP and acceleration to the downside here, but it seems like we've started to go a little sideways on top of this 205 there, Neil.
Yeah, I feel like too many longs that are off of the actual move down without any kind of sign of confirmation. But I have to get the Palantir here because, you know, how many times is it going to get to 19 without breaking? The answer appears to be however many this is. So I just got a reload as you were talking and don't want to go all in because that's still higher lows. I got a bid. I'm going to bid 90s. This could break. It's been a good short, like you get the 90s to the mid 90s, and it's pulling back in consistently to 1880. But at some point, it takes out the top, and the answer to that could be like right now. So there it goes. There's Palantir on the break. Not going to fight it. You get a couple of chances to take that short off 19, and now you're just going to break out the top. So pretty strong move there on Palantir. You got to be able to get out when that happens. I got to go over to Instacart too as well, because as the market comes back up, Instacart back above VWAP. Don't just want to be sitting there on the offer, but I still like the short at 26. I just don't want to be sitting there on the offer to possibly get taken out. Like, that would be a little bit nasty. Yeah, now you're showing some signs of strength. If I'm going to take longs on 117 on AMD, take it on the way back up and on the way down, which is what I did. And I was filled on plug power. I was able to get that short in that consolidation. I was sitting on the midpoints. It eventually was able to give me the fill. I got 60 half and 59 halves. I was filled on the bid down in here, starting to get out. And then it started bouncing to the upside with the rest of the market. And got to watch out for Rivian here as well. Rivian getting into VWAP. So VWAP break on Rivian, and I got to get out of that trade. What worked so well yesterday, and obviously if you were short any of the EV names, it should have been your best trade. Not sure it'll be today, because they've got a strong bounce in the markets here, led by, I mean, Microsoft's probably the biggest name. But let's go over to the desk for Adara.
Another green day so far for the USD. We did have Michigan consumer sentiment earlier today, and also more hawkish Fed speak from Powell yesterday. In terms of the consumer sentiment, it did fall to 6-month lows, came in at 60.4 versus the expected 63.7, sorry, and also it was about 5% down from the October number. This is a bit of a significant drop. According to the director of surveys, basically there were just a lot of issues with consumers being concerned about the overall economic outlook, although actually stockholders are apparently pretty optimistic right now with the recent strength in equities. Also worth noting, Fed's Bostic spoke this morning saying that there needs to be more time to ease the inflation, and that Feds are in the position where they could, quote, let things happen. So just something to keep an eye on, Fed speak, and then also, of course, this Michigan consumer number really influencing the USD today, guys.
You know, the way Palantir just exploded through 19, sometimes it's like you could just, if you instantly reverse that trade, I don't usually like doing it into overhead resistance, so punching a breakout high into overhead resistance is one of my least favorite things to do, because obviously there's overhead resistance. But if you got ones or twos, you still get a very quick 10-cent scalp in there, which is, I think, how you got to play it if you're taking that fill. So clearly it's going to work. I just am a little bit wary of it being an automatic, and sorry, I should have zoomed it out all the way. It's not just one time that this thing failed at 19.15. It's failed at like 3 times above 19 even, and I just generally do not like that for an entry into a trade. Plug is starting to roll back over. There you go. The scaling on every plug chart is going to look stupid, so 10 cents is never going to look like any kind of a move on this stock. But you know, earlier on, it was a nice tight scalp trade. Then we got in a couple of losers. Now I'm short off the bottom, looking for it to fall apart. But I am bidding 350 here. I'm short 60. I had 55s. I got 50s. I'll have 45s. I'll have 40s, and pretty much, you guys know what I'm getting at. Pretty much every single every 5 or 10 cents, all the way down, we want to be trading it. You know what's interesting? Sam Jack, you literally read my mind. We just had another spike up in the futures. So the market just made a nice dip buy, bounce, couldn't quite get to the top. But throughout that entire move, you're getting more consolidation on Unity with the same high. And every single time it tries to break, you're getting a little bit of a wick. So I want to be patient with it, but this is the level I wanted to short pretty much the entire time on a rollover on Unity. I am willing to take multiple cracks at this, acknowledging when it's wrong, but it's setting up back again. And just because I've lost on it doesn't mean I'm going to shy away from that trade. It could break out the high, fail at 26, and I would still like that entry for short. I do not want any part of a long at this level on Unity. I'd rather play off this whole red to green area. So it looks like a decent setup. It just put that wick in, which had me thinking probably the same thing as you there. And yes, I do realize NVIDIA is heading back into that 480 level. I never like it as much the second time as I do the first, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't trade it. It's like Coinbase at 100. Sure, I'd take a Coinbase short at 100. There's just no chance I would like it as much as I would have liked it if I got it yesterday, because that's when not everybody in the world wanted the same trade.
Yeah, so watching the NQs here, we did kind of push back up towards these previous this consolidation from earlier, getting a little bit sideways here, but still kind of relatively lower lows based off of what we've made in the morning there. But that 15,320 kind of a wiki bottoms as well. So I am watching kind of a lot of these other names as well. Again, with respect to large caps. Softy still holding very close and near its highs as well. Disney, oh boy, are still continuing to the downside. Sure, it gave us a couple chances here in this on this test, 88 halves, to get to potentially get more in.
Get that
Didn't really take it, but I think that exactly. I think Neil is also waiting for that 86 to potentially come in. I think that is a valid place, the next kind of bus stop for price action there to really have a large consolidation potentially there. So yeah, that 86 coming in as well. I'm watching some of these large volume leaders on the day as well. AMD looking very, very strong, along with a lot of these chip names here. We see that we are holding above that VWAP quite well there. Again, stepping up off of yesterday's consolidation up here at that 360, 115.60-ish area here on AMD. So we are a little bit short here on the Amazon. Not the best prices, of course. Fighting a little bit of the market move, but I'm going to stay a little convicted on some of this price action. A little bit of an overall picture here kind of happening, and yeah, that's what I'll continue to watch. We talked about Trade Desk earlier this morning, and take a look at Trade Desk. Very, very nice action. Strong bid out the open, Neil. We talked about this. Kind of a name that's been beaten down quite heavily. You got to be very wary of a bid catching out the open, and take a look at that very, very clean and nice hold of that VWAP happening as of right now in the morning session. You can see that Unity and PLTR, some of these other names that we've already covered in the morning, are also kind of volume leaders there for good reason, right? They have catalysts, they have earnings, they have a lot of interest, and it is a Friday going into off of a consecutive strong weeks in the market as well, right? So a lot of good names, a lot of good opportunities. So let us know in the chat what names you guys are trading today. We would love to take a look at them and potentially bounce off ideas, potential trade ideas off of those tickers. So yeah, let us know in the chat.
You know what one of the best trades you can make is, and actually, I was about to say plug, but I know Sharif is going to talk about this, so it's not to steal his thunder. But sometimes the best trade you make is getting out of a trade.
Yes.
Anyone that watches this show knows that, when plug power was going up on the daily, and it was making, look at the strong bounce it made off like $7. It holds a 50 period, then it does this consolidation for a break, all that good stuff. And I want to say it was like 11 somewhere on that move up that Sharif got in, and when it took out this 50 period and supported 10, he just got out. On a swing trade, that's a standard, get you risk at 10% or whatever it might be. But look at this thing. If you don't get out, look what happens to you. Sometimes just acknowledging where you need to be out of a trade and where it's wrong, and you predetermine that before you get in. Do never enter a trade unless you know what it means to be wrong or where it means to be wrong. It can be a price and a stop, but it can also be these conditions, this in a quarter, the futures hit this level, this economic indicator happens, the ETF for that space does what, it doesn't even matter, just as long as you know what wrong means in a trade, and then get the heck out of Dodge when it does happen. So, that's probably one of the best things you can do in trading, and the best lesson to learn. Plug is continuing to stair-step down since it made that consolidation break at the bottom. Now, the reason why I was shorting into it is because if it breaks the low, you can't hit the bid because it's down over 10%. So as it gets to the bottom, I'm looking for it to bounce off the low, then enter the short so that when it breaks, I'm already in it. Because you can't get in aggressively when it does take out that low of the day. As you mentioned there, AMD a bit tricky, but now above VWAP. See, I looked to go long before it bounced VWAP, which is stupid. Instead of long into the dip and then you get stopped out, okay, what reclaims VWAP, go long when it reclaims VWAP. When it shows you the strength, then get into the long position. take some profit, and then try to get back in on the bid. Okay, fine. Magic Johnson. Well, we'll put the Magic Johnson number. You know what number Magic Johnson is, and you know what I just offered. I want the bid back into VWAP now, but allow it to reclaim VWAP and then get in. And you can worry about the dip buys and it holding. It's a strong name, but how you enter a trade can matter as well. So that's AMD. I just still favor like an AMD for some signs of strength. And it is what it is. Like obviously, here. And obviously NVIDIA, sorry about that wick, guys. NVIDIA is going to be stronger. But AMD was the one I happen to like. I just like where we're at on the daily chart for AMD a lot. And that 480 is probably clouding my judgment with NVIDIA, whatever it might be. It's just maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. But you know, it's working to the upside. You don't have to be in the best name. I actually really liked Intel for the long today, too. And it's very slowly climbing above VWAP. I might go for the dip buy on this name as well. Maybe it's slow, but it's generally speaking pretty steady. So respect to that one. Unity is the one I got to get to now because as the market comes back up, I want to like Plug Power. I don't think cares what happens to the market for that short. Rivian, I'm basing off Tesla's at VWAP. Rivian just rejected VWAP, so that looks okay to me. Instacart, not really giving me too much trouble. We've already got down to most of that one, but Unity's still in that pocket where if it takes out the high, you know, it could go squeezing on you still. So I'm looking to add above 25. Any VWAP flush is like $1 on Unity at this point. So the risk to reward is fantastic on it, and it's the key level that we wanted to trade. One more that I wanted to get to. I mean, I think we alluded to this in the crypto segment. Coinbase and 100. Any notions of the 100 short are pretty much out the window now, obviously, on Coinbase. So as it bounces with the market, note that it is obviously relatively weak. I pull up my 15-minute chart. And I could wait till lunch. It's 11 o'clock. We're going to go to the midday. And I could wait till lunch money to come up with this, but that's an hour away. And I look at the pre-market low here at 94, and that's where I'd look for a rollover on a stair step down. Previous support into resistance. It's likely to get there in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so there's no point waiting an hour to talk about a trade. I think it might be there and upcoming, so I'm just going to throw to it right now. So it's been a fun morning. It's 11 o'clock already. Oh, my goodness. You know where you're going. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, but for now, let's send it right on over to the midday. We've got the professor himself with Adara.
Here.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl, Adara. I am Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. And that thing didn't pop up today, that apparently that competition that they have. Maybe it's done. I don't know. But yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
How are you?
I can't complain. Everything's good. It's Friday, so I'm very happy about that.
Of course. Exciting times.
I am also involved in I know you haven't had an opportunity to trade because you were doing your thing up at the big desk, but I am involved in the same trade that Neil was involved in, this Unity short. I like 25. There's a bit of a consolidation. I don't know. You know, let's call it a consolidation sideways movement here on Unity. Look, I got short 25.10 initially, and then I got another add at 30. My out is a new high a day. It breaks above that 45. That's it. We're going to give up 45 pennies on this move, and then we'll start the day off with an L. Sucks to be me. But I like this kind of top that it's forming. Now, you know, you saw the report. It was, you know, it was mixed. Let's call it mixed. They missed technically, but there was some interesting stuff. They refused to give a guide, this, that, and the other. Let's see how it is. The market obviously liked what they saw, maybe thinking that this bad boy was a little discounted here because you just need only look at the previous price action. Let me load that up here, 15. There you go. There you go. I mean, literally, we're almost coming back into that area where we huadunked at 4 o'clock yesterday. So we gapped up initially on that algo spike into about 25.80 and change. And then there you go. The move followed, went down the entire time. Now we filled the entire gap, essentially. So let's see if this is as good as we can do on the day. If it is, fantastic. We'll take advantage of that. And we're looking to print on it. But let's see, for what I really want is a decided break of 25 south. And then maybe we'll bamboozle our way into VWAP around 24.20-ish, give or take. Let's see how this one goes. I've got more to talk about. But before I do, your girl Adaira's got some stuff to tell you.
I do. The first thing is to be really sad about getting in the Tesla long. Absolutely, probably not at the right time. We were going up. I waited patiently for my fill. I got my fill, and then Tesla decided it wanted to cry. And I cried with it, and now we're out. RIP those shares and RIP Tesla right now. Trying not to waste too much time being sad about getting in a trade. I just wanted to get out. That's what we did here. I was waiting when we were kind of briefly climbing back up around that 208, 60, 70 arena. And then I realized that was not occurring. And I was like, you know what, I just have to get out. And, you know, I can regret this later. I can deal with it later. But, you know, the movement was strong to the upside. There were reasons for getting in. I stand by that there were reasons for getting in. Happy I got out when I did, though, once I noticed that continuous fail of that 208, 60, 70. I'm seeing John Reinhardt in the chat. TTD, please. Well, thank you for asking politely. And also, TTD was on my radar anyway, because this was an earnings play. Oh, okay. I'm actually really enjoying this one, I have to say. We do have these, it's still down on the day, mind you, but higher high, higher high, higher high, bounce off VWAP, bounce off VWAP, swooping to the upside. We're slightly higher than the last high that we had here. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Thank you, John Reinhardt, for bringing up this very intriguing chart here. Other stuff on my radar. This one, probably not a huge surprise, but also I have my reasons for looking at this one today. Netflix. So Netflix is of interest because we actually got a price upgrade from JP Morgan this morning because of hopes for their, I guess, revenue in 2024 based on all of the stuff they've done with ad tiers and price increases. And I mean, this is a nice looking chart, I have to say. Higher high, lower high, or higher low, sorry. Dancing around VWAP here. We just had a really nice spike to the upside. I'm gonna wait for a dip play in this because I think my biggest issues with trading stuff like Tesla is getting in a little bit too early and not being able to take full advantage of the movement to the upside. But a movement to the upside there certainly is, so I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Also, another one with a really good catalyst in this tech sphere is Meta with the 10-cent catalyst, basically that there's a preliminary agreement to work on a cheaper headset basically for China with 10 cents. But yeah, so this one honestly looks a lot like the, not Tesla, it just looks nothing like Tesla. It looks a lot like the Netflix chart in which we do have these slightly higher highs, bouncing off VWAP, again, looking for a dip play here. These are the main stocks I'm looking at right now. Probably a couple more earnings plays later, but these are the ones I have on my radar.
The market is absolutely pumping to the high side. We just blew through 15.4. We're moving aggressively, guys. 15.415. What a bounce off VWAP on the NQ. This is a looker, if I could ever say so. Let's have a look here. Let's bring in the big tech, or like we call them the Mag 7 chart here, plus the NQ, because we need the NQ with these bad boys. Nice move up on the NQ, and all the Mag 7, save and except for Tesla, are obliging the move up. Even the Amazonian, I looked at the Amazonian a second ago, I'm like 15.4, 15.4, and he nodded his head, you know, just he gave me a nod. That's as good as I could get from him. All right, but nice move up here on the NQ. Look, we hold VWAP, we hold that 15.325 area. You get wicks right into there. All the wicks are bought up aggressively. You make a new high, you break above the IB high at 15.389. Look at us pumping to the high side. Here we go, baby. This is what I want to see. I was really disappointed yesterday with the auction and with Papa. You know, and then he had to drop a couple of expletives here and there.
Still so funny.
Yeah, look, I'm not political. I am political, but we don't get political on the show. But these protesters need to understand that he has no hand. He only has the power that Congress gives him, okay? They've given him two pieces of power. Increase money supply and control interest rates. He has nothing to do with anything else. So clearly they were there for exposure. But anyway, I digress. Let's go back into this here. We have yesterday's high is that essential 15.450 area, okay? We wicked above it technically on the day. We got into 15, 453, and then, you know, that was as good as we could do. We trended all the way back down right into that. We closed out around 15,257. So we are kind of an inside day at the moment because we really didn't break. Well, I shouldn't say that. We're not an inside day because technically we made newer lows. We made a 15,207 and a quarter low. We haven't broken through the high. Now, if we do break through the high, this will be an engulfing bullish candle on the daily. And here's what I mean by that. Let's go to the daily so I can explain this a little bit. Oh, goodness. I can't show you this one because it's all marked up. Let me bring in another one. Hold up a sec here. Here we go. NQ. We want to go the daily. And no, that's the index. That's not the one. NQ, Future, December contract, and daily. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So this candle right here, it engulfs, meaning that its lower part and upper part consume the previous day's candle. That only happens if we break above the high from yesterday, which I talked to you already about. If we do that, it'll be a bullish engulfing candle in an uptrend. So this is really good for continuation on the strength that we've been having on the overall market lately. Now, you can talk about breadth. We don't have to talk about that. The point is the market is moving up, and we'll see what happens. I like where we're going so far, but we have to close up at these highs. So we'll have to wait and see what the end of the day brings. But we are pumping to the high side. We are at day's highs right now. I'm very pleased. Let's have a look at Apple because Apple's the position that I care about. We're almost knocking on the door of 185 here on Apple. 184.87. We're up 1.44%. Apple has been very strong lately after showing some weakness. Now look at this. Apple has been pumping to the high side since October 26th. Sure, it had that big boy move down on earnings on November 2nd, but look at that, bought up immediately. And we're even above the algo spike that we had there into that 181.90-ish area before it sold off. So I'm pleased as punch, as Adara would like to say, or typically says, with Apple's price action lately. Other stuff that's moving, Softy. Is this all-time highs here for Softy? Are we at all-time highs? Yes, we are at all-time highs. Okay, so resistance level coming in here for Softy. This day, July 18th, was the best day Softy's ever had. 366.78. Guys, we made a 366.84 high today. Microsoft just printed an all-time high on the day. So there you go. When I talk about market strength, it's not in isolation. It's being buoyed by something. And Microsoft is one of the elements that's buoying it. Let's see, though, if we close above that level. You guys know how I feel about closing prints versus intraday wicks. Quickly, let's go back to Unity here. Let's see if I'm getting smoked on the position. Not quite yet. Still within that consolidative range between 25 and a third and 25. Let's see how this one goes. Adair.
Yeah, honestly, I'm finding with all of this strength, I'm trying to enter the market, but I don't want to enter too high. That's kind of my thing right now, trying to find an appropriate dip buy. Also, I have to acknowledge my massive mistake on Tesla. Got out apparently way too early. I would have been like, at this point, I think just touching $1 in the money had I stayed in. But say la vie, I had my reasons for leaving. We did have that giant swoop to the downside, kind of out of nowhere, and I felt like I'd probably entered a little bit too late anyway. But I'm keeping an eye on all of these beautiful looking mega cap stocks, including though, and this one is actually, I would argue probably the one mega cap you could maybe short right now in addition to Stresla is NVIDIA. Cannot break 480. I was watching this. We touched 480. We flirted with 480. We brushed just above 480, and then we flew to the downside. So I'm keeping an eye on this one because we're seeing. I feel like I might range scalp this as a short. Nothing super long, but if we continue kind of this failure of 480, I think it's a pretty consistent pattern here. You can kind of short this for a little bit, kind of short this movement through VWAP towards VWAP to the downside, kind of get out. That's a little bit what I'm looking for right now. Just because I feel like this failure of 480 today has been pretty consistent. But yeah, I also was looking at Google, and by the time I noticed something was happening, I kind of too late to get in. But Google, higher highs, really interesting one to look at. This swoop above VWAP was just beautiful. If there's a dip, I will be looking to dip my toe into Google. Another one I'm looking at, this is AMC, one of yesterday's earnings plays. Was a pretty good short for me yesterday, and it looks like it could be a short again today because, I mean, where is the bottom? I am not sure. AMC, everyone's leaving the theater today at AMC. Lots of weakness here. Also, we had earnings yesterday, and then we also, or I guess after market close on Wednesday, but the market reacted yesterday. And then we also had that $350 million offer of stock, so that is of note as well. Disney, another earnings one in the kind of film adjacent sphere. Yeah, weakness, down about 3%. This could be another potential short, keeping an eye on both AMC and Disney. And the charts look kind of similar too, although AMC is weaker by more than double of the percentage. But yeah, keeping an eye on these names. And the more NVIDIA breaks down, the more tempted I am to do a short there.
Cool. All right, let's bring in the other side chart here with respect to the daily movers that I have on watch. INVO, obviously, I don't need to tell anybody about this. Very strong. It's a dollar stock. Let's talk a little bit about the deets of the stock. 2.4 million share float, $3.91 million market cap. Very small, guys, and very volatile and manipulatable. Is that a word?
Manipulable, I think.
Is it? Okay, good. All right, multiple halter. Let's go to the 1 minute so we can see the halts a little bit better. We definitely started moving here in the pre at around 817. It started pumping to the high side. We had a period of consolidation around that $1.33. Then the market opened, and huadunk, we went to that $1.20. We popped down lower. We opened lower into that $1.12. Then we actually gapped back up, and we halt at a $1.50 or a $1.49, give or take. We gap up again. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 halts. Okay. The last one to the downside. In case you guys are wondering, I typically do chart, if I'm going to trade these small cap gappers that are halting, I do chart the halt levels. Sometimes, I would say more often than not, they do act as areas of support and resistance. That's not a hard and fast rule, but they are areas that you need to chart and that you need to be cognizant and aware of, okay? So, why the hell is there no VWAP on this dang thing here? Uno momento. I have to fix this because I don't even have a VWAP here. EMA and VWAP. Thank you very much. There we go. Now I got my VWAP, and I am pleased here very much. Okay, very good, very good. Now we're bouncing off that $1.50, which also happens to be VWAP. INVO, keeping this one on watch. Let's talk about some others. Unity looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out on that, but we'll get back to that in a second. IBRX. This one has been, it's a multi-day runner. It didn't have such a good day yesterday, but if we go and look at the half-an-hour chart, for example, we'll see that this one really started running the end of the month. Look at that monster gap up from October 23rd. This one was halted for 7 days. Is this for real?
7 days?
Neil, was IBRX halted for 7 days? Because on my chart, I have the 23rd, and then it jumps to the 7th. Do you have the same thing? Yeah, Neil's checking, but while he does, look at that monster gap up from that $1.40, $1.50 area, and then when it reopened on the 30th, it gapped up into $2.40, and it's been running ever since. $4 area was the best as it could do, retraced back into that October 23rd, it halted, and then it reopened October 30th. Do you have any data between the 23rd and 30th? You do. You do? Okay. Well, I don't have it here for some reason. That's quite annoying, but whatever. Let's just talk about the levels while this chart is losing its mind. In any event, we're dancing with that $3 area at the moment. 312 is the high, the best we could do on the day. I would say keep your eye out for that 340 level. That's the top of yesterday's range before we move back down sub 3. So IBRX, another one that I have on watch here, multi-day runner. MOTS kind of sold off, was strong in the pre, but it's giving up the ghost now. Taiwan Semiconductor, very strong on the day. It's up over 5.5%. Taiwan Semi. Now, there's a story behind this. China's biggest microchip maker. It goes by the name of SMIC. And it has a name here, SMIC. The name is Semiconductor, what? No, not SMCI. I'm not talking about SMCI. I'm talking about SMIC, which is China's biggest microprocessing, it's a foundry. It makes other people's designs. It reported very bad earnings. It was down a big in Hong Kong overnight, about 6.5%. So I'm going to suggest to you that Taiwan Semi is running up because of SMIC's demise or whatever, the problems that they're having. So Taiwan Semi, 5.5% of the good, and we're awfully close to that $100 area. We're near 97, obviously, but finding a bit of a headwind right now near that $97 area. Let's do a little bit of charting here and see where the local high on this bad boy is. Okay, we're going to have to definitely zoom back. Ram, come to the chart if you're able to, please. Here we go. Last time we were up here was August. Okay, so last time we were up here, we crested out at 97.5 on TSM. So if we break 97, look for resistance levels at that 97.5 on TSM. And then last but not least, we have Blink. Blink Charging, very interesting name. You know, obviously they've had their issues lately because of the expansion of Tesla supercharging stations. This is essentially, you know, they're charging company. They make charging stations. They reported earnings. They did well. And here's the look. This is what I'm talking about. Blink Charging gains after raising revenue forecast. They rose about, the revenue is about 128 million. Oh no, their guide, what? Raising 2023 revenue 128 to 123 after the bell. All right, anyway, they beat on earnings and they're running up big today, about 28.5%. Found resistance at that 340 area. We've broken down though below VWAP, so I don't know if I'm really bullish on this name anymore. We'll have to look for some support levels, maybe around that 293. We'll get something in and around there. But Blink Charging is the other one that I'm looking at it here.
Yeah, so I am currently in Eli Lilly. I got in because I was noticing, well, we had like a pretty big move down yesterday for Eli Lilly. Off of basically, well, there's a lot of strength on Wednesday, so I think some of it was recovering from coming back down from that. But also, there was actually basically news from, I guess, United Health related pharmaceutical company basically saying that insulin is now going to be a little bit less expensive out of pocket. So all of these kind of health related names took a big hit yesterday, including Eli Lilly. I liked this, you know, kind of stutter step to the upside that I was seeing, which is why I got in where I did on the dip. We have dipped a little bit lower, but we're not below. We haven't made newer lows, so I'm still in. I did get kind of worried we might be having a bit of a retracement, but I'm going to stay in this for now because we're still within my comfort zone, which, as I said, is like if we break kind of lower here, if we decisively break below 590-ish, I would have to make my exunt. For now, I'm happy. I'm pleased as punch, if you will. We're going to see what happens here. Also, thank you so much to Hayes Records for the super chat, 199 super chat. Scalped Amazon, 141. Calls November 17th, expired 175 to 230. Congratulations to you. And there's also a little gorilla emoji as well, because I like reading out the emojis too, because they're there, so why not? Let's look at Amazon. Speaking of, ooh, hello. I have not looked at Amazon earlier today, and I really should have. We had sort of a double bottom-ish, like slightly higher low, and then, oh my gosh, if you caught Amazon and they swooped to the upside, congratulations to you, because this is beautiful. Congratulations, Hayes Records. That's awesome. Great scalp there. Yeah, market has been literally wild right now. Also, I'm still watching Tesla have this little tiny stutter step to the upside. I'm not getting involved right now because, you know, I obviously got out too early in the first place, and I don't want to get back in just, you know, as like, oh, I'm kicking myself for getting out. I have to get back in. You know what I mean? I want to get back in if I see a proper point of entry. Right now, I'm just kind of waiting. I don't want to get swept up and then get in too high like I kind of did in this first example. And then also, so NVIDIA, I was in a really brief short. I got out basically right away. I think, honestly, this might have been like a 0-cent trade just because I was noticing we were kind of waffling around. I got in at 479. We were waffling around 479 a little bit longer than I would have liked us to, so I made my exit. Another one I'm looking at, too, still looking at Netflix. I have both the book, the tape for Netflix, and the chart itself up here because I'm waiting for a point of entry. We did have the JP Morgan price upgrade from 480 to 510, so actually pretty significant. Kind of looks like we might have a dip here. I think I might dip my toe in the water here as this Eli Lilly trade is still heating up here. I'm just going to pull that one up one more time. We are, I feel like, you know, we're about like $1 lower than what I entered. So for a trade like Eli Lilly, that's actually not, you know, a massive decrease. Like I said, I'm done if we break about $1 lower, so below that 590. So just keeping an eye on this, but I am very much interested in Netflix, and it is getting close to my comfort zone for a point of entry there. Yeah.
All right, cool. What's going on here? Yeah, I was looking at the economic calendar to figure out what we need to concern ourselves with. We obviously got Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index that came in below expectations, which is fine because, you know, there's this theory in, you know, in the financial markets that when the fear index is at its highest or people are most bearish, that's when the right time to start buying is. Whether you subscribe to that theory or not, it's good to be cognizant of. Anyway, 1 o'clock, we get the U.S. Baker Hughes oil rig count for all those guys who are interested in trading CVX, Oxy, XOM, Devon, MPC, all the big oil names. 1 o'clock, important here. 2 bulls out of 3 from the investing.com. You also get the U.S. Baker Hughes total rig count. That also gets 2 bulls out of 3. And then for people like myself who are involved in nat gas, we do get some nat gas data. The CFTC nat gas speculative net positions at 3:30. That will be on the closing show, so make sure to check that one out. Nothing really here that is of any more importance, I would say. There's also the CFTC S&P 500 speculative net positions, nothing that I really understand, to be quite honest with you. That comes in at 3:30 as well. No more Fed speakers, no auctions today. We already had Fed Logan speak at 7:30 and Bostic speak at 9 o'clock. And like I mentioned, the the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. So that's already done for the day. Don't really expect too much on a Friday, quite frankly. Somebody in the chat was letting me know that we got to yesterday's high on the NQ. So here it is. Let's have a look. Let's zoom out. And yeah, just a smidge below. So we made a 15,447 high. Technically, yesterday's high, even though it was a quick wick, is a 15,453 3/4. So we're right about there. I expect resistance in the general vicinity of that 50-point area. If we get above it, that'll be uber bullish. We'll see what we get from there. But I was expecting, I gotta tell you the truth, not like I'm trying to toot my own horn here, but like yesterday's sell-off, and Papa didn't say anything new. He reiterated the same stuff he's been saying, which is higher for longer, I'll raise if I have to, yada, yada, yada. Nothing the market hasn't heard. So even though we had a reactionary sell-off, I did expect today to be a nice day, and hopefully we stay up and we continue to print. But NVIDIA right now, I've got it up on my screen, and it is rejecting that 480 area. We were talking about 480 yesterday, and I'm going to look at my side chart here. We did break about 480. Recall, we got into that 482.5 area, but I always expect the $10 area to be areas of support and resistance. Right now, 480 acting like very, very nice resistance area. Remember, I talk about this a lot, whether it's on the equities or on the futures. When you come into a critical level that you've identified as a critical level, and you see this kind of pattern where you have wicks above, wicks above, wicks above, and then you get closing print south, that's usually a nice indicator, whether it's to the long side or the short side, that level is going to either bounce off that level or reject off that level. And it did it there for about a $2 winner. We've traded NVIDIA well the last couple of days. I'm going to keep my eye on this name and see if we can extract any more money off it. Let's see what people are tagging here in the chat. Craig, thank you very much, my friend, for that $5 Canadian super chat, baby. I do appreciate you, but there was no attached message.
Yeah, I was confused about that as well. Yeah.
Sometimes they forget, right? Or sometimes they don't care, they don't want to. If you have anything that you want to ask Craig, please tag me in the chat so that it shows that red rectangle and I do see it and I'm able to respond to it. Reliable Rudy, very nice comment, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. PDB, we can hear you sipping. Look, man, I would not sip my coffee with a straw if I didn't have this plastic in my mouth over here with these Invisalign. I have to, otherwise they get stained and then I look weird. CDP, Adair LePage, why is Microsoft pumping high today? Times high predictions was for a red Friday.
Okay.
You want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll look at Microsoft. I know we had news on Meta, and also Microsoft's been like kind of strong throughout the week. I'm trying to find. Okay. I don't know if this is it, but at 8 this morning, GPT Builder is now live for all ChatGPT Plus subscribers. You know what? I actually think that could be what's moving us today, because that is pretty significant. And I mean, earlier, I think a lot of the move with Microsoft was ChatGPT related this week, because ChatGPT, which is, of course, like Microsoft has invested in this, it's they had their first Developers Day, their Dev Day. So that could be what is potentially giving us this Microsoft move throughout the week. Yeah, really, really gorgeous here. Honestly, still looks, I would say, pretty bullish to me. If I see a nice opportunity for a dip buy, I will probably dip my toe in there. But my thing is, I feel like I don't want to get in when it's too high. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it looks like I'm confused either if we're going to retrace here or we're going to continue higher. So I'm going to leave and let it be. Also, another move that I thought was going to be continuing higher and actually seemed a little bit more, for lack of a better term, retracey than I wanted it to be was Eli Lilly. So I got in because, you know, we were seeing, I got in a dip. I liked where I got in, and then we couldn't really recover from the point at which I got in. I got out about 60, 70 cents lower than which I entered. So not a winning trade, but I would decided I'd rather cut my losses just because looking back, you know, looks a little bit retracey here, especially since once I entered, we did dip a little bit lower. Also, though, I am in another trade that I'm happy with so far. I do like my point of entry here. I've been talking about this one all day and kind of since I began trading this one, Netflix. So Netflix, I think pretty solid point of entry. Lower high, higher low and lower highs.
I always do that too.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The point, it's going higher is the point I'm trying to say, because I'm struggling here.
I hear you.
But yeah, if I would like to get part of my shares out, probably 50 cents in. Still trying to plan my point of exits, but my whole thing lately has been trying to plan my strategy once I get in the trades a little bit better. So for this one, I think if I can get half out, about I got in at 442.40. So if I can get half out at like that 442.90, I'll be happy. Don't know if we'll get quite that high, but you know, the higher highs are making me a pretty optimistic. I'm trying to, the trend is my friend. The trend of Netflix does seem to be going higher. We do have the JPM price upgrade catalyst. So I would say all signs point to up for our friend Netflix, including the literal chart.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And that was an interesting note today by JPM.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was a nice one. I talked a little bit about it on the big desk. We'll get to it in a quick sec here. You saw the Neil, I believe, today in Affirm. Affirm had a hell of a day yesterday. It was up high teen percentage, I think low 20% at its high. It's giving up a little bit of that right now, though. Coming back now, 7.25% to the downside. Just tried to take VWAP, and now it's rejecting VWAP again. Yeah, I was thinking maybe a possible double bottom here at that 22.5 area, but I think this one is probably a bit more short. This is what I'm talking about here in terms of the spike up. Look at that big boy move up off that 24.5. Got to, I believe, 27 and change, high teens there at its best, but it's been selling off ever since. So we had a nice little trade on it yesterday at that 24.5, rode it through almost into 26, and then stopped out for the remaining balance on the way back down. But yeah, this is moving in exactly the opposite way of Upstart. Upstart was a complete wash from the beginning. Affirm had to bounce back up. Now it's giving up some of the profits. I don't have a trade yet. To be quite honest with you, I'm out of my what's it called? Let me just load it. Unity trade. Where is it, Unity? How come it changed to NVIDIA? Over there we go. Yeah, I got out of this Unity trade. You know, sucks to be me. It continued to run. I thought maybe 25 was an area. We give up some. We had some decent sized shares here, so this is a non-negligible L. I have to be careful here. And we're running here on Unity. We're up 3. Are you seeing Unity? It's 3.42% after
What?
being down like, I don't know how umpteen percent this was down, but Unity is getting bought up now. And the Chilean Nightmare is probably not happy about this because, you know, he has his reservations about Unity and how they've been pricing and, you know, trying to gouge the customer. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, they changed their fee structure so that they could make more money off people using their software to make games. There was a huge backlash amongst the community. They backtracked on that price change. The CEO ended up resigning as a result of that, but they did lose some of their users. And there's apparently a free version or like a similar one to Unity that people are using and that you get great results out of. Fabian, what's that one called again? What's it called? Unreal? Oh, it's called Unreal. Interesting. Huh. Unreal Engine, similar to Unity, and apparently it's free. So, yeah, there's some competition for them there. Yeah, anyway, I got stopped out of this one and taken an L. I don't have a good trade on at the moment. I see this SGD. Neil, are you able to trade SGD? Because I'm not able to trade SGD. He's just going to check. Give me a second here. Yeah, SGD.NQ. Safe and green development. It's pumping. It's about 98% high here. G. Sam, Good, David. Yeah, it's not coming up. Here it is, though, on my platform. It's pumping up. It's pumping up big here. The volume, not great on it. It's a $1 stock, having done about 1 million shares of volume. But here we go. This one could end up squeezing. Let me put in the ticker so people can follow along. SGD. Can't trade this bad boy, but here it is. And it's tanking back down now about 75%. 1.3 million share float, very small, especially for a sub $1 name at the moment. I was looking for this one to hold above $1, but it looks like it's gonna break down here, and it might be halting. It looks like maybe at this 88 penny area. We'll have to wait and see. No, not halting yet. What does this company do? Safe and Green Development Corporation is a real estate development company. The company focuses on the development of sites using purpose-built, prefabricated modules built from both wood and steel. What's the short float? Let's see if Trade Ideas got it here. SGD. No short float coming here from Trade Ideas, which is fine. I'll keep my eye on this one. It's doing a bit of a dance here south of $1, but it just popped up later in the day at around 11:20 or so. So we'll see how this one does. Adara.
Yeah, I just got into this meta long because at one point we were seeing, you know, some green here and some support, and now I look like a skosh of a questionable decision-making trader because now we're kind of heading down a little bit here. But we were holding up at 326 when I got in, I swear. Now we're taking a bit of a dip to the downside. As long as we don't decisively break to 326, I'm going to hold in here. Because, I mean, Meta, we did have a strong catalyst. We're up almost 2% on the day. It seems like, you know, pretty solid decision on like a technical level, and then also just with a catalyst, on a catalyst basis as well. So I'm going to stay in this one. I'm also still in Netflix. But I'm starting to kind of question this as well because we did have this one. I still like the concept of entry was a good idea. I'm wondering if I gotten too high though, because we were seeing a bit of a dip at one point here, and then we actually kind of held up just at this 442.30 area pretty solidly, as you can see. And then the whole market kind of had a bit of a flush. So we also had a bit of a flush here. But as long as I don't see another lower low here, I'm going to hang in just for a moment. That being said, it looks like we could break below this 441.50 at any moment, and then I might kind of get a little bit uninterested here. Another one, too, that I want to talk about, a very brief, teeny tiny baby long that I got in and then immediately exited in NVIDIA. We had NVIDIA basically got a little bit nervous here just because we were kind of, we had a little bit of support at 478. I got in, we lost whatever support we had, I got out immediately. Let me look at the side here. Yeah, I think, honestly, I think this was like a $0 trade. I don't think I'm just looking back here. Yeah, I think I got out, and at the point I got out, got a little nervous and exited. But yeah, NVIDIA looks like it could be a short for now. I'm going to wait and see what we do at VWAP to reassess what I'd like to do here. But for now, Netflix is kind of making another lower low, so I think I'm going to have to leave that one.
Yeah, Klopp saying 1.3 million SGD float. Yep, that's what I said. We just couldn't find the short float on it. All right, future time. We're moving back off. We're rejecting that general area of yesterday's high, that 15,450, and we're coming back into that whole that 100-point area at 15,400. We're not there yet. We're still in the teens. I'm going to be looking for support at 15.4. Not just because it's the whole the 100-point level, but we did have this crest here at 15,390. 10 points, give or take, you know, there. It's the general area of support and resistance. I have a sneaking suspicion that we likely hold, and we don't have to hold it strictly, but we hold the general area of 15.4, and we continue to run. Let's see if we get that. I'm long biased today, full disclosure, so I'll be looking for something off that area if we make it down. Now, I may take it on the futures. I may take it on a Mag 7 name. It really depends. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm looking at NVIDIA, and NVIDIA looks real good here at 477 because that's where VWAP is. And NVIDIA just if it holds here, it puts in a higher low, right? Look at this trough here at 474.5. Here we go. Just as quickly as I said 477, as quickly as 478 and change came in, it's like you can't even pause to give yourself an opportunity to think here. You got to just be punching in. Goodness gracious. Yeah, but good bounce here on NVDA. And good bounce on the future as well. So let's see how we do. I'm also long bias. I don't blame you, my friend. I mean, 10 days in a row, nothing to sneeze at. You take one day off yesterday because Papa decided to spit expletives on the mic, and you take one day off, and then you continue to run the next day. Hunter Elliott, what's on the left side of your charts? Is that a DOM box? Which charts are you talking about? My black charts or my white charts? Let me know, because I've got the white charts on now, and then I have my own platform on the side here. So let me know. Let me know what you mean. Tag me again, Hunter, and I'll answer the best I can. Let's see here. The level 2 is what you're talking about? I'm assuming this is what he's talking about over here. This is level 2, Hunter. Black. Okay. So what's on the left side of my charts on the black? There's nothing on the left side, brother. It's empty. There's nothing over here. It's on the right side. The price on the right side, obviously, and then there's really nothing on the left. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Hunter. All right. Let's look at some other stuff here. Yeah, NVIDIA holding nicely. Maybe it's just time to punch in and shut up. Yeah, maybe I'm talking too much here, Dara. I'm not taking enough trades, but quite frankly, I don't have anything set up yet, so I don't want to jump in quickly. Sorry, far left on the white charts. Okay, so this is not a chart, Hunter. This is level 2, and so quickly, just before I get into this, Monday, I've talked about this all week. Monday is a new format for the midday show, okay? The format for the midday show will be as follows. It will become a how to trade, a teaching style show. We're going to cover some market movers, but we're always going to have a lesson planned, and we're going to cover the lesson from 11 to 2. We're not going to be doing it the entire time. There's going to be some stuff that, where we'll have to digress and talk about market situations, but we will be covering every single element of trading incrementally, obviously, over the next however long we do this. Next week's topic, it's going to be risk.
I think it's risk, yeah. Yeah, working on that.
The managing of risk. That starts on Monday, and we'll be covering that topic the entire week with obviously different topic or components of that covered every day. Yep. So the reason I'm talking about that is because I'm going to explain what level 2 is, and that's part of the general theme, right? All right, level 2, my friend, is essentially every single visible order on the market at every single price. Okay, you can control how much you see here. Ram, come to the chart. So over here, for example, what you see is on the left side, this is the gateway. The gateway is like a street. There's so many ways for me to get home. I can take multiple streets, right? think of that as a gateway. It's the way to execute your order. There's all these different gateways that you can go through to send your order, whether you're buying or selling. So that's what MPID over here stands for. Then you have the actual price. And you'll see that the price is listed from highest to lowest, okay? And that keeps moving. And it moves based on the current market price. And what it's showing you is the size, right? How much size there is at each and every. This is probably not a good one to do. This is probably a little bit better on the future. You can see here at 15,436, there's 12 contracts sitting there on the bid, meaning that somebody out there somewhere has an order for 12 contracts sitting on the exchange, on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and that's what CME stands for, sitting there waiting to be filled. And the reason you want to be able to see that is you want to see the market depth. You want to see how deep. You want to see deep into the market to see what people are what people have out there for orders for buying and selling. And the reason that's important is because, you know, if there is a huge resistance level above you, you need to be cognizant of that. So if there's a huge seller, like say 10 points above where we are right now, that may block you from being able to move up. So you need to be cognizant of that. In exactly the inverse fashion, if there's a huge buyer below you, you look at that buyer as protection. He's going to backstop you. So if the order comes down, you know that there is a good chance that that buyer will keep the price above that particular level because it's so huge, right? So that's a really big oversimplification, but it should give you insight into how to use this. And that's why we use that kind of tool, because we want to be able to see the market depth. Right next to that, Bramer, I'm coming to the chart, is the time in sales. Is the time in sales. And this is every single order coming through. The size of the order, the price, the exchange, and the exact time it was executed. And this is very important too, and you can color code it so that every single type of order will show up as a color. And on mine, red means someone's selling at the bid. Blue means someone's selling below the bid. Yellow is in between. Green is someone is buying at the ask. Orange is somebody buying above the ask. And that why I do it that way is because when I see a lot of orange coming in, I know that there's a lot of market enthusiasm to the long side. When I see a lot of blue coming in, I know there's a lot of weakness in the market because people are so you know, they want to get out so bad that they're selling below the bid, or they want to get in so bad that they're buying above the ask. And so being able to see that color-coded helps you see it quickly, and you don't actually have to see the price. Hope that helps. Long spiel. Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah. So speaking of long, sorry for the puns. No, I'm not. We're in a meta long right now. Well, I got out. I was in a meta long. I'm trying to get back in. I'm trying to scalp in and out of this here. But yeah, I got out the first. So I got in at 326.10. So we got almost $1 the first half of our shares, over $1 in the second half of the shares. I got out early because I was noticing a bit of resistance at that 327, which is where I got out the first half of my shares. We dropped below 327. I decided I'm going to get out at 327.20. Now, because we're still strong, I'm kind of considering a point of reentry, potentially to kind of, look at that. We did get filled. So exciting times. I think now I'm going to get out at 328 because that was initially where I was planning on getting out the bulk of my shares before I saw that resistance at 327. So let's set our out for 328. And I'll explain too why I say 328. The reason I say 328 is because that's kind of as high as we go here. So let's say we run into a double top situation or a ceiling here. We don't go any higher. At least that way I'm getting as much as I can out of this trade, right? That's why I'm doing this. Now I'm kind of worried because I got in a little bit higher here for this scalp that we are retracing a little bit. So I might have to change my point of exit. But that's my rationale for re-entering this as a scalp kind of situation and why I would get out at 328. Also very happy I got out of Netflix when I did, because it's not like we've had this crazy drop to the downside, to be clear. We're just kind of doing a whole lot of nothing. These wicks down that we're kind of not really seeing go much lower than that make me think we could go back to the upside, but I'm going to kind of wait and see. I don't want to be too hasty in my decision making here. Also, Tesla testing 211 here. Let's see if it passes the Tesla. Yeah, no, we're kind of dipping back low here. We'll see. I mean, kind of dancing around, just had this wick above 211. Let's see what happens. Generally, other than this big movement down here at open, we're seeing, these slightly higher highs, slightly higher lows. This bounce at VWAP was really gorgeous. I clearly got out of my long way too early.
Yeah, I was about to tell you, Tesla looks good right now.
It looks really good. I think I might enter around 211. I kind of want to wait and see how Meta resolves itself, and then I may enter Tesla at 211 because this is looking strong, and we know I like trading Tesla.
Tesla today?
Let's see if it's Besla, because right now it's not too much of a Mesla, and I don't think we're too stressla. So we'll have to wait and see here.
I like it. I like it. I'm pleased. I'm pleased with what we're doing right now. We bounced off that general 15.4 area, and I think now maybe, especially if we make a new high above 15.448, the longs will be in. So I'm thinking about bamboozling my way into an NVIDIA trade here. I'm going to start small on this name. It's Friday. We've had a good week. We don't want to act stupid and give up the whole week, but we're gonna figure out a way to get trading here. Daniel Adams, trade desk shorts are printing. Let's pull up TTD. It's right here. Look. Yeah, I mean, it's down big. Jeez Louise, trade desk. My God, TTD. Let me just put that in the side over here so I can see what's up. 18.33%. My goodness. Now, it had a little bit of a bounce up off that 58.5. A bit of, what do they call that? Relief buying. But yeah, you're right. Look. Daniel, I'm going to have to agree with you if I get a newer low here. If we break below that 62.33, I think, then this bounce here will have been, just, what do they call it, dead cat bounce.
Yeah.
I know that's not really a term that I don't like using. There's got to be a better term for that.
Yeah, it took me a while to kind of understand that one, I have to say, just because it's unique, but it's kind of so random, you know what I mean?
Right. Reliable saying blink cleared 3 1/4. All right, sounds good. Vin, is the positions banner wrong? No, it's not. I'm not in a position. I don't know if Adara is in a position. I'm trying to work my way in.
I am in a position that is kind of, we're putting the Met and Meta. I know I said that earlier with Mattel, but right now, I mean, Meta, to be fair, still really high on the day, but I got in and now it's kind of moving down, which is counter to pretty much all of the other NQ names, which is making me nervous. Also still waiting for my entry on Tesla. I set a point of entrance at 211, what was it? We were at 211, 210.90 was where I wanted to enter. It looks like we're not going to get it, so I'm going to cancel that in case we fly to the downside, and then I get stuck in that position here because I have done that before. Meta, I still like the idea of. I just don't like that we're seeing this movement down. If we see a lower low, and by that I mean if this wick here goes below 326.50, I'd probably have to make my exit. We're about 30 to 40 pennies out of the money right now. But generally, Meta's still so strong on the day that I would like to remain in the position. For now, we did have that catalyst. We do have that strength. I'm just getting a little bit worried about a retracement here. But we had a really nice position in Meta earlier, and I still do believe in the strength of this name. We're going to wait and see here. But if I do see that break below 326.50, goodbye. Au revoir. I am out. Yeah. So I maybe we'll try re-entering Tesla if I have another opportunity, but I just don't want to do that right now. But yeah, Meta kind of fading off here while the rest of the mega cap is pretty positive is making me a bit nervous, I have to say. We're going to wait and see. Yeah.
All right, Kyle asking a really good question here. Kyle says, Sharif, we seem to be up against major resistance on the NQ. What gives you the conviction to get long at this level? The daily chart gives me no interest in entering along in the NQ before 15.550. Kyle, I could not agree more. I need to see a decided break, a good break above 15.5, not a quick wick and then a closing print south of 50. Yeah, a 15.450, not 550, Kyle, because to be honest with you, yesterday's high is 15.450, right? So if we get above that high, we stay above that high, I like the long, and then we'll obviously have to contend with 15.5, but every 50-point level, that's quite a bit of movement here on the NQ. Look, I was just about to punch along on the NQ, but I held myself here because I still haven't seen what I needed to see. I want a decided break above 15.450 and a stay above there. We got all the right elements. We got higher highs, we got higher lows, but we have yesterday's level, the high of yesterday's level with which to contend. Everything is setting up the right way. Now it just actually has to materialize. It hasn't materialized yet. So I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna wait because I like what I see. I got to tell you, even that dip. Look at that dip back into 15,433. Got bought up immediately, and you just made a break above this crest over here. But the ultimate crest is this consolidation area that we have to close above. We didn't even touch 15,450. We're in the high 40s. So I got to tell you, I like the long setup. It's 1 1/4. You're going with the trend. You're not going against the trend. So it's not a counter trend trade, which is not my style at all. I like what I see here so far on the NQ. It just has to go up and stay above that level, and then we're gonna get involved. But so far, hands off still. The ES also at critical levels as well. It's south of 4,400. But it's coming into that high of day 43.93. We're about 3 points off it right now, but you know, I kind of don't care about the ES at the moment. My main focus is the Mag 7 and the NQ, and Tesla just made a new high above 211. It's knocking on the door 212. Google's at day's high. Meta's very strong. Apple's a little consolidative, not surprised at that $5 level, that 185, 184.94, but it's putting in good prints. It's above VWAP. It's near highs. Everything is setting up the right way.
So it's not the dead one?
No,
Okay.
not. Oh,
Good to know.
Apple, it's 1 1/3. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But I got to tell you, I'm not looking short today. It's just maybe we reject off here. But to me, everything is setting up for a nice long position. But yeah, I'll have to wait until I see what I like. So
Yeah.
that's my little.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm tempted to agree with you on not going short here. I don't think the long is wrong today. Meta, we're steadily staying above 327. I said if we break below 326.50, I'm out. We have not, so I am still in. I'm getting a little bit nervous about our ability to break above around where I entered, which was, for a point of reference here, where did I enter here? 327.35. So we're about 10-ish, 15-ish cents away from that, give or take. And then we just had kind of movement to the downside. Meta's scaring me a little bit. I think I might try to make my exit soon, but it's nothing super dire because we're still in my comfort zone for being in this trade. Also looking just kind of beautiful here is NVIDIA from that 378, making me wish I stayed in, 478. NVIDIA at 378 would be a whole other story. NVIDIA, really nice here. I got in that long at 478 and then immediately kind of got out, but it's looking really, really beautiful here. We're at about 478.50. I might actually get in here because I think NVIDIA, if you take it to at least, like, we know it can get to 479. The issue is it breaking above 479, right? So if I, honestly think maybe if I get in here, as long as we kind of stay above this point, we have some strength here. I think I will be getting into NVIDIA. At this, I set my point of entry at 478.40, give myself a little bit of a buffer zone here, not getting too high. Right now, we're kind of trading in that range of 478.45, 478.50, and then I would take it to probably about $1 in the money, so that 479.50, because I do not trust NVIDIA once it starts to get to 478, at least today. We've shown a bit of resistance at this level, so that is me explaining kind of what's happening here. There we go. Tesla also still, now Tesla's getting close to 212, almost 212 for Tesla. I tried to get in this, as I was mentioning, I'm kind of just below the, what was it? It was just below 211, completely did not get filled. Now it looks like we actually could be having a dip here, might be another opportunity for a dip buy or perhaps a range scalp short type situation. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Corleone in the chat, be careful. NVIDIA scalp only, 479 was tough. I mean, I scalp pretty much regardless, so I will definitely keep that in mind. I appreciate that note, though. Thank you very much. Now that I actually just got into NVIDIA, I am going to set my point of exit for NVIDIA, which I think we're probably going to try for 479. There we go. Yeah, very, very strange market here. We'll have like a quick wick to the downside, and then we'll recover pretty quickly. But what is making me kind of nervous here is Meta. Now we're slightly below 327, pretty much doing some barcoding action here. I might get out just above 327, which we wouldn't be too far out from my point of entry. I'm not going to lose a ton of sleep over this trade. Let's try, let's try to get out 20 cents below my point of entry. That's what we're going to do here. NVIDIA is still chopping around my point of entry, so I'm happy there. And we're out of Meta. What else? Also, okay. Eli Lilly, I was in this one earlier, and then I got out because we looked at the time to me to be kind of doing these higher lows, lower, you know, like kind of a stutter step to the upside. I liked where I got in with that in mind, but then obviously we proved to be a little bit more retracey than I thought. But now I'm seeing a bit of a bottom at 588-ish. Volume, decent, just over 1 mil. I think for a short-term trade, I could be very much interested, but I'd like to see us kind of hold this 588 a bit better. I'm going to wait for another 5-minute candle before I make my point of entry. NVIDIA scaring me basically around where I entered, so we'll see what happens there. Yeah, pretty interesting market, certainly doing things. Also, I have just Dad Trader. What do you think of PLTR short? Thank you for bringing it up. Let me take a look. I don't look at PLTR that much. Okay, PLTR is very up on the day, but I had to get up in my seat there. I got really excited. You know what, Dad Trader? I do like the idea of a PLTR short because we're seeing some retracement here. You know what? I think I might dip my toe into this because the market generally looks long. This name is still really strong, but we are fading off here. I'm trying to follow trends. The trend to me suggests retracement. I don't know what word I said there. It suggests retracement. I think I'm going to dip my toe into this short. Thank you very much, Dad Trader.
All right, we just broke above 14. Come on, get it together, Sharif. 15,450. We got a 1 1/4 print, which is an obvious resistance level. So I'm going to dip my toe in here. We're going to go small, and I'm going to be looking possibly to add on some dips. We'll have a look here. We're extended. That's the thing. So let me have a look at some other charts over here. We have Google. You know, a lot of people would say, Sharif, short around here. It's a clear resistance level. Maybe we break it through, you know, the later part of the day. I'm going to silence those voices. we went long here, so we're going to see how this one goes. We're out of the money, obviously, at the moment. Didn't expect to be in the money right away. The trade is wrong if we break south of here. So this is my opinion. You break south and you make a newer low below 15,412, you're wrong on the trade, and then you'll have to wait for a new setup at around 15,4. Bless you.
Bless you.
At 15,4 or 15,390, because that was the resistance level in the morning, the IB high, right? So let's see how we do on here. But you know, I'm long bias, and we're definitely testing yesterday's levels on the NQ. This is yesterday's level. I talked about this already. 15,453 3/4. We just got a 15,451 1/4, and we've been knocking on the door of that 15,450 for quite a while now, going back to essentially the top of the show. We're almost time for lunch money in about a minute. Neil's already at the big desk, and yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna hold this. Let's see how we do. Everything is trending higher. Tesla is absolutely pumping to the high side here now. It's about 1%. It's run, what is that, $7 off the bottom there. It's got a 213.68 high that we still haven't broken through, but it's looking real good now. It's reclaimed VWAP. It's made a newer high off that big V-shaped retracement. So Tesla looking real good, and I think the overall market's looking real good too. Hopefully this long on the NQ can print, but we're doing that dance with no pants at the 50-point level. Let's see how we do. Ryan says, I'm still short a firm. Shout out to you, Ryan. I didn't see that coming. I gotta tell you the truth. I did not see that coming. I thought we would run on a firm, especially after the day we had yesterday. I figured, you know, bigger money would start positioning into this name. I was wrong. A firm doing its thing to the downside. ES short below 43.8975. Stop at 43.92 says Calvin Francis. That's an awfully tight stop. But yeah, the ES, I guess, is not as volatile as the NQ, at least on today. So maybe that works out for you. Shout out to you on that one. I hope you print. Troy Baker. Can't really see the message because there we go. Not for nothing, but I'm long with you. All right, Troy, let's go. Let's lose money together, baby. Kyle Burdett, I guess after wearing that yellow shirt, I made you think you are the sun and the market revolves around you. Come on, bro. Come on. You know that ain't true. But here we go. On the NQ, we're pumping to the high side, baby, and we're going to wet our beak here through the break of 15,460. The market's going. Neil's ready at the big desk for lunch money. We're sending it over.
Welcome to Lunch Money. I was so excited for that break of the high watching Sharif that I totally forgot I was about to come on. I was sitting there like, he's like, throwing an eel for Lunch Money. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in front of a camera, we gotta go. Great move in the market today, obviously busting through the tops. So you're gonna have some ideas that are gonna end up being long trades. I think that's pretty obvious. The win streak did get broken, but there's a lot to look for today. Maybe a start of a new win streak. Are we through the woods yet? We're about to find out this afternoon. Got to find some ideas of names that possibly in both directions, because there's weakness in the market as well that you can always find. So some strength and weakness, big levels. Got to show patience when you're at a key level. Sometimes you can start breaking out and there's no follow through. So I want to start things off with, I'm not going to call it the strongest name, but one of the strongest names out there. It's going to be NVIDIA, up 2%. The chips are strong. You know the story. If you were watching the morning show, there was one shot at that 40. This is the big bounce on NVIDIA speaks for itself, whatever the pattern you want to call it. Multiple dips off 400, all of which seem to manage to resolve themselves by getting to or breaking 470. In this case, we broke it. We're taking out, well, we got to 480 here. Haven't really cleared that level with any gusto. There was a move past that in yesterday's trade. Today, if you remember in the morning, to my chagrin, I'd said, hey, you know, we like a 480 short. And there it is. Multiple times you're going to get off that 480 short. I'm going to have missed out on that one. And we got to move on to the next. I'm a little disappointed by missing out on that trade. I have been favoring long into the upside on these chips, and I think that could have got the better of me. Most of my shorts were in those squeeze names and plug, but I had thought that, I'm in AMD. I'm actually in Intel long right now. So I had liked the chips to the long side. You get the stair step up, and I think when this is going, you want to respect it. The only thing that gives you some concern is that you're not pressing this high when the market wants to take out the high. And that can be a little bit problematic because it shows a little bit of a kernel of weakness. So that sets up for the 480 to still be a short. Now, how that would set up is you get a breakout following a move to the upside that runs into the 480 level. The market extends past this current huge level on the Qs, which is a level on the daily chart as well. I mean, the weekly chart's also a big level. Extends past that as you're getting to that 480 on that NVIDIA. Then we get a failure back down in the futures, where the futures start showing some signs of weakness. And if you're able to catch that simultaneously with NVIDIA, then I still like the short the third time. Generally speaking, I don't want to go against the grain the third time through, but it's still there. I'd be remiss not to mention that it's been a very good short level, and it's probably worth at least one more shot. I wish I could tell you that I had done it the first few times, but I didn't. And it sucks. A lot of times you have a good idea and you don't really follow through with it. It's going to happen on the show. Plenty of times, because you're looking at a lot of names in the mornings. Now, I am in AMD. Obviously, as I mentioned, a bit of a difference here at the highs. Right? Like AMD stair stepping up actually at the high of the day. So that's why I'm favoring this one to the long side. It's just a little bit stronger when I look at the price action. So it's a very clean stair step. You get a double bottom, somewhat of a hold at that previous breakout level because you had this hump here down into 117.5. So you got a 117.5 dip buy zone. If we go sideways off the highs in the future, then I think you play off this with 117.50. Take that to the long, scalp some out, try to hold for a bigger move. And why do you want a bigger move on AMD? Well, all roads lead to 120. I mean, the daily chart's telling you all roads lead to 120. Since we broke the channel down, you've had a slight consolidation which breaks out today. The next level up, it's maybe more 119.5, but it's the same thing. So I think you've got at least another $1, maybe another $1.50 for AMD if the market's going to continue. So I do prefer this one to the long side over NVIDIA. Although when I usually prefer the other chips over NVIDIA, NVIDIA decides to prove otherwise by like $10 or so. But this is what the setup is telling me. I am an Intel, no need to go over that one. I think that's kind of overdoing it. I think the other two names are probably more interesting to most of you. If there's going to be a chip name to the short side that I'd be interested in, everyone remembers ARM that reported rejecting. It did bounce off 50, but showing signs of weakness after we finally get the first report on ARM. Being an IPO, it's not as if you have a lot of levels to work off of. I don't think I need to tell anybody what's different about this chart than the other names in the space. So yesterday we'd mentioned 52.50 was the resistance level. You can pull up a 15-minute. I know it bounced right off here. I'm not just saying that because it looks cool and sounds cool. Just pull up a 15-minute or watch yesterday's show, and you know that this has been a resistance. And as the market's making highs and the other chip names are making highs, you're simply putting in lower highs. If the market fails this top, you short arm off this current level. That's pretty simple. It's relatively weak. You'd rather be short relatively weak names if you can do so. Otherwise, if you got a short tops, make sure it's a very, very big level where you have a lot of confidence going against the grain. Always have an out. I think you can, I find a lot of times you can get away with area outs and all that other kind of good stuff when you're going with the trend. When you're going against the trend, I typically prefer a hard stop where I don't have to worry about fighting it or just, I'd rather have some ugly hard stop where my stop gets run if I'm going against the grain than just sitting there having it go against me and then eventually having to punch out. Because what ends up, in that particular case, you end up with your max position for the worst loss if you just hold past or average through. So I don't like that idea whatsoever, but I do know ARM is relatively weak. And one of the things that I like doing during lunch money is make sure you're looking at relative strength and weakness when you're setting things up for the afternoon. You have all morning's worth of data to be able to tell you what is relatively strong and relatively weak. So you don't want to be married to your ideas when you sat down. They don't matter anymore. What the market's telling you is what matters, and that's what we're talking about here. So another one to get to is going to be Coinbase. There is your stair step down. If you're in the trend lines, then you could probably draw one here on the 3-minute chart. It is very steep. One thing about steep trend lines is when they break, they can be explosive, and coin has a short float. So keep that in mind when you figure out that, you know, I'm obviously like a short until it gets back into 90. It's a breakout on the daily chart with support theoretically here at 89.90 and then local support down here at about 91. So I think there are some bounce zones when you look at how bullish this chart is, but that is a monster rejection of the 100 level that we all saw yesterday. So in that short time frame and relative to the overall market, it sets up a short at least until it gets to that 91 level, and if that breaks, until it gets to about 89.5, somewhere in that range as well. Just keep in mind, like I said, if it breaks a trend like this, it is very steep to the upside oftentimes. So as long as it rounds back into a potential flat bottom, I think you would look for the stair step in coin. It's got plenty of room to the downside. I want to have some ideas to the short side if we do not continue this move up. Remember how quickly we reversed in the afternoon. Have yourself some ideas in the other way. I mean, you look at big cap tech, which is where I want to go to next, and you look at something like an Apple. There's plenty of places to be aggressive to the long side, right? I don't think there's as difficult to find. This chart looks just like AMD. I don't think you'll see too much different. It's almost a triple top at 185 on Apple. You've got a clear support level deep at 183.5, but then you have right in here 184.5. Every 50 cents, every even dollar. Shouldn't be this obvious, but sometimes it is. You're going to have that stair step play to the upside. It's basically the same setup as AMD, rinse and repeat. You're going to find a lot of these out there. So that's why I wanted to have a couple of short ideas, ARM and Coinbase, to counteract what you're going to be able to find almost easily. Just pick a name. Whoops, why did that go to Macy's? Yuck, Macy's. Ugh. Hit enter too fast there. I went to go to Microsoft and yikes, Macy's isn't having a good day apparently. There you go. I haven't looked at that chart in a while, but I accidentally hit enter when I typed in M, and Macy's sucks. So Microsoft, if you're looking for something that looked just a little bit different from the rest, look no further than Microsoft. And you know, I actually don't know the answer to this question. So Microsoft breaking the highs, right, the 52-week highs. But there was an interesting question that got posed, is like at what price, and it's going to be a moving target, does Microsoft pass Apple in terms of market cap? It was much more interesting the one afternoon where we had Microsoft going up and Apple going down. Now they're both going up, so it'll be difficult for Microsoft to catch it. But it's within, I want to say it's within 5 or 6% at this current moment. And when I look at the trajectory of the two stocks, I do think there's a possibility that that could happen. And I don't wonder if it won't act a little bit like what the $3 trillion mark for market cap acted for Apple, where you get to that 3 trillion mark and it just ends up resistance. I wonder if there's some psychological thing. I've never really thought about this or seen it before, but it was a good point that got made by one of our viewers. When I see them get to the same market cap, in the back of my head, I'm not going to be wondering about an Apple bounce and a Microsoft pullback in that particular moment. I'm not saying you got to put a trade on, but I'm at least going to put some kind of like mental paper trade or something for a notion like that. All that aside, absolute rocket ship. Trap people thinking you're going to have a curl on Microsoft yesterday at the highs and then blow everybody's faces off today. It's not really a technical setup. That's just kind of what it looks like on the daily chart, so we'll go with that. Since this got through 365, it is the one, right? Like Neo's not the one because they haven't had a good Matrix movie since like the second one probably. So the one today is Microsoft. Well, I'm just saying, I actually haven't seen the fourth one, so I don't really know. You guys tell me, like, should I watch the fourth Matrix movie or is it going to be a waste of my time? So everyone's saying no. I just heard Adara yell no. I just heard Fabian say no. I'll probably watch it anyways. But that point stands. The first one was great. The second one was good. The third one was not so great. I'm going to assume the fourth sucked. It's not John Wick, where all of them are pretty solid. So Microsoft is the one today. I think this is, if you got to pick one that you like for the dip buys, you are clearing out 52-week highs after everybody was skittish about the market turning around yesterday. Think about that from a momentum standpoint. You've got the fact that they're actually making money off of AI. They're not some fake, it's not fake, but they're not really part of a squeeze. I understand the valuation, all that, but play the momentum until it's gone. You got 66 in here, you got 67. I think you get a little bit aggressive looking for the 67 and, looking for the previous high as a long into 67 and just buy the dip until you get to 370. You're talking psychological levels up here. It's never easy to buy high and sell higher. Let's be honest about it. It's like mentally, it's a very difficult thing to get past, right? Like there's a reason that traders always look for dip buys, and you want to have a good price and you want to feel like you got a good value or whatever it happens to be. And that means I know that 365, when you look back at this, is the most obvious thing in the world. I know that looking at where you had the previous 52-week high is the most obvious thing in the world. But it's not ridiculous to think this is going to 370, and there's a lot of ways that it can go to 370 that don't have to get back into 365 or 366.5 or some price that you really like. So allow this to form the levels for you. It's a super strong name. I think you just want to go with the grain. If there was a big resistance level, maybe I'd talk about shorting it, but I'm just not going to. So I don't have the, should we slap the fail for me? You guys don't have the fail? Somebody slap the fail? Okay, there we go. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, I don't have the fail on this thing. Oh, it is. It wasn't here before. It is now. I can do it myself. It wasn't here before. Now it's actually there. So they changed the stream deck at this desk, and I could have done it myself. So Disney obviously did not hang on to the move. It didn't break out 91, which I would have taken. The good thing is it didn't break out 91 because I was 100% going to punch long if it broke out 91 today. It didn't show any kind of support at yesterday's previous levels, kind of in the middle of thin air. Like I looked at 89.5. When it did make no curl there, I did not trade it. If anything, it rejected underneath, so it formed you a consolidation under my support level, which should have meant the short, didn't do it, was trading plug. But it's close enough to 86 that I got to include it in lunch money. Now, the thing about these breakouts on a daily, especially after earnings, this was true of Square, this was true of Starbucks. When you make this big move in a gap, yes, it's healthy to pull it back in, but just remember when you have a multi-pronged resistance level that gets broken, it's still bullish until it breaks that level. So it can easily get all the way back into $86, be breaking a major resistance zone and chop since September, and just bounce off it and continue the upside. So you got to be patient with this. It's at 87. The market's screaming to the upside and showing a lot of strength. Is it likely that we're going to get to 86? Maybe not. But you got to put it in the back pocket. Like in terms of buying things on weakness, it's not always the best idea. However, when you get to really big technical levels, as I said, that's the place where you generally want to join. Was Disney strong at any point when it got to $80 previously? No, but it kept bouncing off there anyways. So now that it's got 86 in the rearview mirror, I look for that previous resistance to turn into support. Maybe this is something we look at next week, but better to say it today, and then at least it's on the mind for next week, and I don't forget about this when it comes back, maybe on Monday or Tuesday. We don't have to get to that number, but if we get there, I do want to trade it. Speaking of trading it, I did not trade the trade desk today. So, look, what's interesting about this is I did trade Unity. I did trade Plug. Plug good, Unity bad. Obviously, I mean, anyone that's watching the morning show knows that I really, really like the 25 level for shorts on Unity. I waited till it got there and lost 3 times, which is usually what's going to end up happening. And I think the problem with that trade was short float, monster recovery, and very crowded. As in, I think everybody wanted the short at 25. And generally speaking, if it's way too obvious, it's not that you can't trade it, but you have to change your approach around a level like that if it's a very, very crowded trade. Now, you either have to be very particular about your price, you have to wait until people get run over and stopped out. As a matter of fact, let me just go from trade desk to go over this because I think it's kind of important because a lot of times you want to learn from your losses, and let's do that in real time. So the first thing that went wrong about Unity is I missed the initial 25 short, which goes right in, breaks 25 by a matter of pennies, pulls back, and essentially gives you about a 70-cent win on 5 cents worth of risk. So you're probably capturing, so if it goes 70 cents, like this is the move 70 cents, and it's about 5 to 10 cents worth of risk. That's not really 5 or 6 to 1 because you'll be out on the way down. It's really more like 3 to 1. It gives you a 3 to 1 trade if you're piecing out the entire way through. That's a fantastic retracement trade, essentially what I'm always looking for. But I don't get that move because I wasn't fast enough. I end up shorting it the second time through and losing. And that's the problem. If it's a crowded level and a crowded trade, the second time through, you can't really take it on the way back up. The only way you should enter is on this fail of the top. So you've entered, if you miss this, instead of entering here and losing and being 0 for 1, you enter after it makes that wick here. You still lose, but instead of being 0 for 2, you're now 0 for 1 in the trade. And after that loses, you just have to sit it out until when it does all this accumulation where everyone still likes it at 25, all that accumulation, you know what? It needs to blow people out that last time because it's looked good, kind of good, still okay, and then consolidating at 25. Anybody's still in it that just is like, I'm giving it a wide stop because it can fall to 22, they've not covered that trade at all. Like the whale trader that's short at the 25 level, the non-paper hands, the person with the balls of steel, whatever you want to call it, they're still in that trade, and it's not falling till they're gone. That's usually what that means. And this is the kind of move that gets them out, where it's stair-step, they didn't take their profit here, they added, and this blows them out. Now, if this move up flushes back into 25, gives a nice little hump, then you get a consolidation down, you're like, jam, let's go. That didn't happen. And the third entry was during the consolidation, where everyone big is probably loading into it that hasn't given it up, but it should have been after they were stopped out. So anyways, that's Unity. I know I just rambled a bit there, but let's be real. It worked the first time and I didn't have it. And then I traded it 3 more times, the last of which was not patient, and it didn't really observe what the other side of the trade was going to be and who else would be trading that level. So those are mistakes that you don't want to make, and you've been trading way too long to not remember that when I'm doing it, but it is what it is. Trade desk, same thing, but would have worked spectacularly is all I can say for the trade desk. It gets into the pop zone. I know there were multiple people in the chat yelling at me that the trade desk was working while I was trading Unity instead, but you pick the one that you pick and you think is going to be good. You know, and you pick between 2 of them. I would never have, in a situation like this, 3 quadunk earnings names that I'm all trying to short that have a short float at the same time. I was in Plug, and I was trading Unity. There's almost no chance I'm also going to be short trade desk in the same moment. So it is what it is, and it ends up being wrong in my place. But it's worked absolutely perfectly, but you can see what's happening now on the trade desk. Huge short opportunity at 64 the first time. Great short opportunity the second time. Mediocre short opportunity the third time, and still going higher and higher. This one is just, it's begging to break out, right? If we continue this move, if this kind of day turns into instead of consolidating at lunch, we just continue to grind higher, well then the trade desk is ready to blow people out because it's in another accumulation phase on what has been an easy short all day long at the same level. That's the kind of breakout that even if it doesn't work, you're not going to be mad at yourself for taking it because it could easily squeeze a couple of dollars and the first dollar could happen in a matter of seconds. That's the kind of thing that you can be involved in. And if you still like to short at that level, remember everything that I just said about Unity. If you still like to short off 64 on trade desk, the only way I want it is after it breaks out and traps everybody long. Because there's some people that get into that long trade and won't scalp out of it. And when they panic out, if it's a failed break, that's a fantastic short entry. So that's the only way I would short that at this level. I think that's come and gone here for the trade desk. I'm going to give you one last trade, and it's already been a winner if you've been in it. Win. Come on. Thank you very much. I'm full of really, really bad jokes and bad puns today. Sharif, man, I'm telling you. So here's the thing. Sharif, like, he's a really nice guy. He's charming. He's funny, all that good stuff. But he's a line stepper. He's a habitual line stepper. Habitually. And he knows, look, man, he knows that I can't really do much about it over here. So he's going to stop the fail. It wasn't Fabian and Ramin. That was 100% Sharif. Okay, fine. But that wasn't even that bad of a pun. And truth be told, WYNN was a fantastic winning trade for anybody that bought the dip on the stock. So let's go back to the nuts and bolts of it. God damn, you really got me there, Sharif. Yeah, he's kind of winning the battle today. So WYNN, flat bottom break today on earnings. It was at 85. I guess if you took that, that was a winning trade for you. I didn't think it was an obvious long until it got to 80 on the daily here. So I can't say that I would have been in the dip buy, because I would hunt for that 80 level. It got to 81. But once it made this stair step to the upside, look at it just rip faces off at every place you think you want to go short. Initial curl, good. Second time, okay, that's pretty good. Uh-oh, higher low, breakout, you're stopped. Pre-market bottom, short that, breakout, you're stopped. Accumulation, oh, that short's going to be good. Dip and rip, you're gone. And now it's running right back in. So after flushing at the open, you're going right back into some resistance from the overnight. If it clears, this is like this level back here is 87. You got $1.50 to get to it. I think that's your last concern for WYNN would be that 87 level. I like those recoveries where you do a ridiculous amount of volume underneath a resistance level. So you do it down here at 83. 85 is the big flat bottom break level. You do another accumulation under that and another dip and then run those stops at 85. And now you hold 85 as support. So it's all liquidity grabs and traps under 85 and deep under 85. If it holds on to that, it's only one place to go. So all this has to do is hold 85, and I'm thinking, why wouldn't it get to 87 today? So there's one for you. I will definitely give the win to Sharif. So far today, he's got me pretty good. But you know what? The day is young. The week isn't over, and we have a whole afternoon starting right now with the end of lunch money and back to Sharif and Adara. I was going to insult you, but I'm the bigger man.
Adara, what did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Okay, I don't know. Face palm? No.
Slap.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Another
Yeah, I literally was just thinking this, yeah.
All right, guys, we are brought to you by Benzinga. Use the link in the description for Benzinga's Black Friday deal, the greatest deal of the year, including 75% off Benzinga Pro, monthly now as low as $49.25. The Everything Terminal for retail traders. Visit pro.benzinga.com and use the coupon code TTVNOV for November to save 75% off now. New subscribers only, and conditions definitely do apply. And look what I saw in here, Ram, come back to the chart. President Biden to meet President Xi on Wednesday. This is big news, guys. This is real big news because there's been a lot of tension lately. It's a trap. Over here, U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping are scheduled to meet Wednesday in the San Francisco Bay Area following a period of spiraling tensions between the two superpowers over technology, U.S. support for Taiwan, and worsening global geopolitical tensions. This is a very important meeting, not just for microchips and Chinese ADRs, but for the overall market in general. So many American companies have exposure to China. It's their second, third, fourth biggest market. Make sure you are with us on Wednesday when these two behemoths meet It's going to be a big one, guys. All right, let's get quickly here to the future. Printing on this future long, baby. We wet our beak there at 85s, and that's 1 point off high a day. 15,485 was my last out. I have one out remaining on this move, and I'm going to wait for a 15.5 touch. All right, comes in, great. If it doesn't, well, then I suck. I'm going to let it come down into 14. Sorry, geez, come on, get it together. 15,450, right where I got in. I got in a couple of points below that at 48. I'm going to let it come back into there. If it comes into my entry, I'm going to exit, and I'm going to look at getting back in some way, somehow. I am long biased today. I told you guys that at the top of the show. We got 4 outs. We're looking for the 5th and final one on this bad boy. And something tells me that the resistance level we're encountering right now on the future may or may not have something to do with, Daryl, with this 185 Apple HOD that we've got right now. Exactly 184.99 on Apple. Look, it's a flat top break. We've talked about this before. Higher high, sorry, higher low, higher low, higher low. All the while keeping that 185 put. So if this breaks, look for a flat top break, and it could squeeze. Typically what happens is it accumulates, and then you have like a 20, 30 cent break. It comes back down into 185, maybe even breaks it, and then usually starts trending back up. We'll wait and see what ends up happening, but a great day for Apple, 1.5 points to the good, and it is at day's highs right now. The same can be said for Google, the same can be said for NVIDIA, Amazon even, 1 1/3. Meta made a 328 highs, a little bit off the highs now, but it's not too far off the highs for a $300 name. So good look today for the Mag 7. Even Tesla, I mean, 1% up on the day. How's it looking over there, Dare?
Yeah, it's looking, the view is decidedly mixed here. The NVIDIA short, I liked it because we could not break 480, what am I doing? 480. So I got in probably a little bit lower. We were initially, when I got in, I liked this because we did break below 478. Or we not below 478, but we broke below 479, sorry. And then now, since then, we've been showing a bit of recovery. I'm trying to get out of this one right now. So we're going to wait. You know, I might just have to punch out right here now because I don't want to lose any more on this. We're like, what, 25 cents out? I just don't want to be here anymore. And I'm getting a little bit stressed. We also, and I can always, you know, get back in and short it again if we fail 480 again, which I suspect we may. The other short, though, I have that I really like is
It's the chat.
is Netflix. So I waited. I watched and waited here. I was like, I waited till we got to highs, and then I was like looking for some pullback. I was looking for a lower low on the 5-minute candle, and I saw one, and I got in. And right now, we are inching lower. I know I sound like, you know, like a conspiracy theorist here, but legitimately, I enjoy the movement on this. Obviously, I think the general trend on Netflix is to the upside. This is very much a range play, but we're noticing these consistent dips to the downside. I want to take advantage. I want to get what I can here. And then we're probably going to switch it up once it becomes a long opportunity, which I suspect it will, probably at a slightly lower high. I'm planning on getting out half my shares at this 443, so we would be 80 cents in the money. The rest, I suspect, probably 442.50 around that area, because I'm trying to be realistic here. But I very meticulously planned Netflix short, and we got out of NVIDIA, 25 cents out, unfortunately. Not as good as it could be. I still stand by where I entered, but I should have been a lot scalpier with this one than I truly was. Stayed in a little bit too long and overstayed. My welcome, but I will not let the same happen on Netflix because I do have faith in this short. There we go. All
right. Keeping my eye here on the future. And we look, even though we made a 15,486 top, this is a very consolidative area. Look how long we've been trending sideways, you know, give or take 10 points, essentially. We're at 76, 75 right now, coming back a little bit in. I got to tell you, you know, I don't know why we would just stop at 486. I kind of felt maybe, you know, we would get a bigger push into that 100-point level at 15,500. Let's see if it materializes. We're involved in the trade now. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to keep my eye on it in case it comes down back into my area. We're going to watch how it trades. Maybe I'll add in the area if I see an extra bullish, a bullish sign around there, like, you know, a quick wick south of 450, and then a quick buy back up. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're gonna participate, not anticipate. But we're gonna try to, you know, have ideas for different possible contingencies here. All right, let's talk about some of the other names that we mentioned today. Look at Unity. I lost money on this one earlier. I'm not really too proud of that. We got in short at this 25 area, lost about a buck. No, not a buck, about 50 cents. Not even. What did I give it? I'll check in a second. And then it popped up into about 26, north of a quarter, about 26 and a third. And then look at that rejection, a quick $1 move down back into 25 and a quarter. Finding a little bit of support right now, though, coming back above that $25 area. This was a resistance area, clearly. So if it was a resistance area, when you come back to it, does it now act as a level of support? I don't know if I want to use these hard and fast rules with a name that's down bigly on the day. Bigly. Taking one out of Trump's book there. But yeah, up 1% right now. It was down a lot more earlier. You guys saw where it was. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye on Unity, but definitely one to watch. Trade Desk as well. After the shellacking that it got, coming all the way down to 53 bucks. Now, $10 higher than the low, guys. I mean, this was the overnight low around 5 o'clock. We broke 53 bucks. We got into 57 and a quarter, and it's been stair-stepping its way since then, whether it was at 8 p.m. yesterday when the market shut down or at 4 a.m. when the market opened. It has been making higher highs and higher lows. It's coming into that 200 period here on the 5-minute chart, and it's actually finding a lot of resistance. Weirdly enough, look how many times it's touched the 200 period on the 5-minute chart only to reject off it. Sure, it wicks above it, but look where the closing prints are. They're all south of that 200. You had the initial one on the IB high, it rejects. You had another attempt here just 10 minutes before 10, it rejects. And then you had a long period of consolidation from around 10:55 till about 11:25, all of which rejected off the 200 period. It dipped down a little bit into that 62 area around VWAP, and now it's right back at the 200 period at 63.40. Do we finally get a closing print above this 200 period? And by the way, the blue line over here, that's a 200 period on my chart. Maybe I can make this a little bit thicker. Change thickness. Yes, there we go. Let's go with 4. Ooh, look at that. There we go. Now we can see that. Change thickness. Let's go to 4. Yeah, there we go. Now people can see that way better. Oh, I think I'm pleased as punch right now. Let's change that VWAP as well. Oh, I'm going to change this for all of my indicators. This is very good. For the TV one, it's good. I mean, for at home, I don't need them to be that thick.
Nice.
Yeah. It's not too bad at all. You guys can see them real well now. In any event, Trade Desk having trouble at the 200 period. If it gets above and closes above that 200 period and starts printing higher, maybe we'll take this one long. But, you know, it's been short all day. Have to see. Taiwan semi-dang conductor is absolutely pumping to the high side again, up over 5 2/3%. It touched 97, came back into 96 and a quarter, but it couldn't be held down for long. Here we go again on Taiwan semi, running up, and so is AMD though. I looked at Adara while Lunch Money was on. I'm like, Adara, AMD is up 4.8%, and it's 4.84%. AMD is absolutely printing to the high side. What a great day. What a great day on the future. And that is the end of my futures trade as we blow through 15.5. What a move up. Unbelievable. I'm very pleased today because my personal account is absolutely headed to the high side here with Apple decidedly breaking through 185. Go, Apple, go. 185 and 1/5. It's up 1 2/3%. Very good day today there.
Congratulations on that futures trade. That is beautiful. Unfortunately, the NQ did hurt my Netflix short. Trying to get out of that as we speak. And I started to get nervous when I saw a little bit of a bottom forming here at this 443, 50, 60-ish area. And I was like trying to plan my exit. We flew up way too quickly. Could not breathe. Did not know what was going on there. So Part of me wants to wait for a pullback. The other part is like, we keep going higher. I need to get out while I can, especially with this NQ strength. So let's make our exit now. Not loving what is occurring here, making me pretty nervous here, because I do think we could continue to get stronger here on the NASDAQ, and obviously Netflix is my short is feeling the brunt of that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Also though, we had Nvidia, sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to take over for a sec just because Adara needs to have her mic fixed, and we'll talk, and she'll be right back in a smidge, as she likes to say. But yeah, now I'm disappointed in myself for having gotten out of this futures trade, because it's now 10 points higher than where I get a 1 3/4% Ram, come to the chart. On the NQ, it is continuing to run. Now we actually have to look at where we're going to find areas of resistance, because we're running big. I'm pleased as punch. Let's go over here. Let's go to the hourly and figure out, okay, so the hourly ain't going to cut it. We're going to have to go even farther than that. Let's go to the 4 hour on this bad boy. All right, now we're talking here. Okay, so where do we find resistance, Adara? Where do we find, okay, here we go. We got this level back from August 23rd. That we have to keep our eye on, and that is the 15. Okay, so it's 15.6. I mean, like, I could have told you that. That would have possible resistance at the 100-point level, but that's where it crested out back on. Is this over a couple of days or just one day? It's one day. August 23rd, 15.608 was the high of day, and we definitely found resistance around there. We could absolutely squeeze. There's really no other definable level to me on this chart between where we are right now and 15.6. So I'm going to have to go ahead and say, you're probably going, if you're going to make your way up to 15.6, you're going to have resistance around there between where we are now and 15.6. Definitely, maybe you find it at the 50-point level. Maybe you find it at some random area, like we were consolidating at 15.480. Why? What the hell is 480, right? And that's just the way it works. So good move up here on the future. No real resistance level for me, at least on the 4 hour chart on the NQ until that 15.6 area. But Apple is absolutely pumping. 185.27. It is that high of day. Apple has been going a while now. And I'm assuming this might have something to do with Xi and Biden meeting on Wednesday, because we know that China is Apple's second largest market. And there's been a lot of turbulence between them and the Chinese government, with the Chinese government banning Chinese employees and some other expanding that ban from bringing in iPhones to work or using their iPhones for any sort of work. Then we saw the Chinese government shake down Foxconn a little bit with respect to taxes and land usage. So there's been this, back and forth tug of war between the Chinese and the Americans, especially with the American embargo on GPUs. The Chinese responded. So I think the market may be interpreting this meeting bullishly, and I would have to agree. And Apple, Nvidia probably stand to gain from that. 185 and a third now, high a day on Apple, almost 1 3/4 to the high side. Pump it.
Yeah, I have to leave the Netflix short. I wish I had left earlier. I just wasn't able to get my fill because my out, I guess, because the way Netflix moves is crazy. I just basically punched out, got out where I could. Not super happy with how this went. It's one of those situations, much like with the earlier Netflix trade, where I had the right idea. So in this case, I think the right idea earlier was to go long. Definitely, we're still long. The pattern is still long on Netflix, but I just entered too early and then got out, freaked out and got out. Same with this. I think earlier we were a Netflix short. Clearly, we weren't anymore. And I should have gotten out earlier when I first saw this bottom forming. We just had that swoop up in the NQ way faster than I thought we would. But yeah, so I mean, could potentially, I'm still keeping an eye on this. Maybe, we have another opportunity for a dip buy. I don't want to act too quickly though, because I was not prepared for that beautiful move to the upside for the NQ. I mean, it was beautiful if you weren't in a short. But yeah, also Nvidia breaking above 481. We had that 480 break, then we had that 481 break, steadily moving above 481. If there's a dip opportunity here, I might take it because we do have strength at 481. One actually, other than Tesla still kind of having a bit of a battle with 213. Meta and 328 is really interesting because this one, the range here has been pretty consistent. We cannot break 328. We keep trying at 328. NVIDIA had a steady break of its earlier resistance level, which was that 480, but Meta and that 328 are not besties. So I'm considering kind of getting in a very quick scalp short here because we are consistently seeing failure, and the more we see failure, the more tempted by this short I am. I'm also interested in doing some range stuff with Eli Lilly here. I was in this really briefly, happy I got out where I didn't lose too much, but I'm noticing, we're seeing like these slightly higher highs, slightly higher lows. We failed 595. I might do a really quick range short from here. Just still trying to weigh out my options here and decide what to do because this name moves really quickly. I enjoy, or like once it gets going, it moves pretty quickly. I enjoy trading names like this. And we are still recovering from a lot of strength. We had a lot of strength on Wednesday, then we had a huge pullback yesterday. Definitely want to trade, been super active lately. I have my eyes out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reading through the chat, guys, and I'm always surprised by the amount of people who are just dying to trade counter market. I never understand it. Just go with the trend, guys. Don't think that you're so precise in your ability to time the market that you're going to be able to know where it's going to turn around. I don't know. I don't agree with it. And do as you like. It's your money, obviously. But all right. Anyway, CAUD. CAUD up 52 2/3%. It's done about 500,000 shares of volume. The average is about 600,000. It's halted to the upside now at 345. Let me tell you what the tap is on this CAUD. The tap is 345, so it's not moving up any higher than where it was. Okay, here we go. It's open. It opens lower. It holds. No, it didn't hold 3. Dipped a little bit below. So let's see how this one does. It's picking up in volume. It's done about almost 50,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's not really enough for me to get interested here. I'm not seeing actually a catalyst on this name. So if anybody knows what's going on with this CAUD collective audience, please let me know. It's an e-commerce and digital customer acquisitions solutions company. Very small float, 682,000 shares, micro float, I should say. So up nicely, 38%. Let's see if it holds 3 and really starts squeezing. The high a day, by the way, on this one is $3.45. It's halted twice. The first level was at 301. The second level was at 345. So let's see what this one does. Nice move up for this small cap gapper. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's keep going over here. NVDA. Wow, what an absolute rocket this one is. In addition to the market's, I feel like such an idiot for closing out my NQ position, but I only had one more out. I just took out too much too quickly. That was a mistake on my part, but anyway, 15,536 is the high day on the NQ, and NVIDIA is going right back into those levels that we peaked out at yesterday. Let's have a look at what we did on NVIDIA yesterday. Here we go. Okay, here we are. We're right at those resistance levels. Look at this quadruple top at 482 1/3. We have a 482.17 high, so we're in that general vicinity. The trend is absolutely beautiful today on NVIDIA. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and you have 3 higher highs. So you have a beautiful looking upward channel. If you didn't get it in the initial time, you had an opportunity here at 11:30 when it dipped into VWAP. It absolutely held VWAP, didn't break it, and it's been printing to the high side. It's given you $5 since that VWAP dip. I feel like a dang fool for not having punched into this bad boy, but NVIDIA very strong now, 2 and almost 2/3% on the day to the good. Apple also maintaining its position above that 185 level. Adara, I'm gonna set up a possible NVIDIA dip trade here. I'll send it over to you.
Yeah, NVIDIA dip trading has been really fun to watch and try to get involved in. I might get involved in that later. In the meantime, I am currently involved in this Eli Lilly short. We're very much holding up where I entered. I'm comfortable with this for now. Like I said, I was interested because we saw this candle to the downside at this 595-ish area, which is, I got in just below that, as you can see here on the position board. Again, like I said, this is very much a range play, not staying in here super crazy long. I'm trying to get out part of the position at that 594, the rest probably just below that. And if I see, you know, I was saying to myself, if we break 596, I'm out. If not, I'm going to stay in this because I do like the look of this trade. It does seem very much like a range play. Just got slightly higher highs, and then once the short kind of fails through, I'll probably hop back in the long. That's the plan for now. And I'm pretty confident with it because we are having a really hard time breaking 595 right now, or at least staying above 595. So there we go. Netflix actually still pretty strong, so I'm happy I left the short where I did there. Like I said, if I see a nice dip, I might get back in for a long, but I want to leave it be for now. All hands on deck, just waiting and seeing. Let me see here. Oh, Meta trying again for what has to be the third or fourth time now to break 328. We'll see. If it does, I think it could be an interesting long. But just as I say that, we do peel back a little bit here, or pull back, peel back. I don't know. Both? Neither? We're moving backwards. That's the goal, right? Tesla also seeing a bit of a slump at just below 213. It looks like we had a couple wicks above 213, but nothing decisive. Also, Tesla interesting because we're seeing, I believe, a slightly lower high. If I were to just kind of do the little intersection thing here, lower highs here. Very much of interest. Could we pull back to VWAP? I want to wait and see if we break 212 to the downside, and then I shall make that decision. But in the meantime, I'm enjoying the Eli Lilly long right now, or short right now. We're gonna see how that goes. Yeah.
I'm just reading some of the comments. Wall Street. I won't read that out loud, but that is funny. Kyle's asking a really good question here. I do like the way Kyle thinks, man. Sharif, one has to ask, why all the strength at a notoriously low volume of day? It's a really good question. A lot of people have been blaming, or not blaming, have been kind of associating these market moves on lower volume with 0 days to expiry, options with people piling into the options market, and the market makers having to cover by going into the equity market and purchasing or selling the corresponding equity. I mean, it's one of those ones where I don't want to call it a black box because there is some level of transparency, but not everything is transparent in the market. And that's why you really need to just trade the price action. So we'll have to see how that does. I'm trying to figure out what the next trade is here, man. And I want to get into NVIDIA. It didn't dip into 481. I was looking for that 481 hold. It ended up holding the support here at 481 and a quarter. Come to the chart, Ram. It held 481 and a quarter. I was looking for a 481 bounce, but it actually ended up holding the appropriate support level on the 1 minute here. We'll see if it gets a 482 break, but no shorts for me right now. I got to tell you the truth. I'm keeping my eye on the longs, but I should tell you about this. OPTX, another small cap gapper, just showed up on my scanner here. How many times has this bad boy halted? I got to tell you, the volume very suspicious on this one, very light. So be careful. Syntec Optics Holding, I don't have information on what they do, nor do I have a float. But here we go. It's been, it was a close yesterday of just sub $4, $3.91. This one really just started moving around 12 o'clock. It did nothing prior to that. Halted 444, up halt. Halted again, almost 550, 549, another up halt. Halted for 10 minutes this time around at 6 1/3, and then another up halt here at 7 1/3 before making its final first down halt here at 6 2/3. A bit of a zigzag, and then it popped back up, lo and behold, at almost 7 1/2, which is the high of day, 747. Now it's halted again at 6 1/4. So OPTX, keep that on watch if you like these small cap gappers, but the volume kind of suspect, 414,000 shares for, you know, a $7 name. I need more, albeit though it just started, you know, its pump up here about 50 minutes ago at that 12 o'clock area, and it had several 10-minute halts. Most of them were 5-minute, but it had several 10-minute halts, so that could be restricting the amount of volume being done on it. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that to you guys. It's not really a small cap day, only because there's a lot moving today in mega cap or large cap world. Yeah, good move up here. What's your take there, Adara? Because I see AMD now up over 5%.
Yeah. I need to look at AMD. Yeah, right now I'm still watching Eli Lilly dance around my point of entry, getting a little bit nervous here as we're kind of struggling to break below 494.60. I want to wait and see here, though, because I know this one can move pretty quickly. We're still not really having a decisive break above that 595 either, so I'm going to kind of wait and see here. Like I said, though, we break 596, I'm outie. I also want to look at AMD. Let's look at AMD. Yeah, AMD is interesting. I want to, like, this could be a dip buy opportunity. I want to wait because I don't want to, like, buy as we're falling, right? I want to wait for kind of an opportunity there to see some movement to the upside before I get in. But yeah, if we see like a bit of a dip, like 119, 118.80, I think that could be an interesting opportunity to jump in. I think this could be, yeah, interesting trade for sure. Lots of strength with these chip names, with the China International Import Expo, which is a fun long name there, but that's what's going on this week with a lot of these chip names. And then also, yeah, NVIDIA is still really strong, like lots of chip strength across the board. I actually want to look at Micron and Intel as well with that in mind. Micron up almost 3%, okay. Micron's looking really strong too. Like this one, we honestly haven't had much pullback since. I'd like to see if we break this sort of ceiling of 75.70, but the whole concept of this move is really fascinating to me. We also have Intel as another one I would like to take a look at. Yeah, Intel, again, also looking really nice. Again, would like to see it kind of break above this 38, 88, 39 area. But yeah, really strong movement to the upside here. These chip names have been actually strong the last couple of weeks too, because we had lots of chip-related earnings. Last week we had the it was AMD with the earnings there, and then it fell initially, and then it went up like 9% in a day. So yeah, lots of market craziness with the chips lately. And then we, of course, had NVIDIA. I'm going to go to the daily in NVIDIA because I think this one is really fascinating. When we dropped in that initial news of the China, I guess, the U.S. restrictions for chips in China, like you can see here when we dip below that, that 400 here, and then we've had like a really steady climb to the upside kind of since. But yeah, I mean, lots of chip-related action lately. Should be kind of trying to keep an eye on those names. In the meantime, Eli Lilly's still kind of chopping around. My point of entry not doing too much. I might have to make my exit here. And the reason I say that too is because we're seeing these movement, like these little wicks to the downside that we're not really being able to eclipse right now. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give it like another, I think, 5-minute candle, but another 5-minute candle to the upside, and I will probably have to take a leave of absence there from this trade. We also have our more lucid bottom, question mark. Yeah, let's see. Lucid had some news this morning too. I'm going to read out the headline because it's really strange, and I want to make sure I get the wording right. But it's kind of interesting. Yeah, they have the range exchange bidirectional charging, which now users can use their Lucid Air to charge another
cool.
EV. So kind of cool. It was moving up pre-market. Then we took this movement to the downside. Volume here is about 12 mil, which is not nothing.
A milli. You know exactly.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I love. I have the Carter the Third shirt. I love that album so much.
That's a great album, man.
Great album. I love the Carter the Fourth as well. I mean, Lil Wayne's great.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, so I mean, lucid bottom. Yeah, I think we could be having a bit of a bottom here. We've definitely been heading to the downside. I'm looking at the daily to get a better sense of this here. This is not what I would call a pretty chart. We look decidedly rough and weak here on Lucid. I mean, in terms of the daily bottom, I would say we're kind of chopping around this this 363 here. We're not really able to break below 363, but yeah, I would say generally it looks like there's a weakness in Lucid. Volume's good. You could definitely jump around here. I don't think I will just yet unless it's a bit of movement around VWAP, but it's an interesting chart. Thank you for bringing that one up.
All right, we're absolutely printing here on this NVIDIA long.
Nice.
481.45. We're almost $1 in the money as this thing flies up again. My goodness, this stock just doesn't give up the ghost. It hasn't been giving up the ghost lately. It's been running real strong. I'm assuming there's probably some China, related headline with this. Maybe Xi, gets Biden to back off a little bit on the embargo. Who knows? All speculation at this point. Small size, okay? Didn't take a big trade on this one. We've got 3 beak wetters so far. We're looking for a 482 hold. So far, we've been getting wicks north of 482, but the closing prints have not been closing around there. I got a nice, it wasn't the best entry possible around that $0.50 area. And, you know, the stock is quite volatile, so we could be out of the money as quickly as we were in the money. I also have a 481 defend order over here to see if it comes back in there. Do I get a better cost basis again for small size? We're just trying to keep things interesting at this point, and, you know, so we can put on some trades on the show. So that's a look there. 3 out so far on NVDA. And we'll see how this one runs. 2 2/3 right now. The future finding some resistance just south of that 15,550, 15,538. Wow, as quickly as we were $1 in the money on NVIDIA, as now we're right back into our entry. It's so funny how this stock works. So here we go. Looks like it's dipping down near my 481 addition. Do we get the fill? We do get the fill. Let's see what we get around here. So I'm looking for a 481 hold. Where am I going to get out on this stock if it makes a newer low? The newer low is that 480 and 2/3 area. If it breaks down below that, the trade is not valid in my opinion, and we'll get out of it and we'll look for a new setup. So now we have 22s, a much better cost basis than what we had before. Let's see if we run right back up or not. We're bouncing a little bit right now. There we go, right back up. So I'm happy that I had that beak wetter, or sorry, that, not beak wetter, that dip trade, pardon me. Sorry, nice. I couldn't get my my words in order there. Yeah. We'll see if we get that run. We'll see. Yeah, it is Friday, right? We'll see if we get that run up. Looking for continuation. The future is presenting you with multiple opportunities here, but you know it's not. It just doesn't go one way. So retracing a little bit, just south of that 50-point mark on the NQ, 15,550. Going to be the resistance level that I'm looking at. We have a 15,538.5 high, and why does that matter for my NVIDIA trade? Well, because the Mag 7 is, you know, they're all interrelated. So if you're looking at that, you should be looking at this. AAPL also made a new high, 185.43. It's above 185 right now, which is it's a good look for Apple. I'm looking for this one to stay above 185. It'll be interesting to see if it comes back into 185, whether or not we hold it, because we know that 185 level was absolutely resistance earlier on. We had trouble with that 184.80, and then when we actually got to 185, we consolidated there for a while. We rejected it, came back down, held VWAP, consolidated again south of 185, and then finally made the break north. So 185, an important level that I'll be keeping my eye on, no question about it, on AAPL. But I think as the future goes, probably as Apple goes, we'll see how this one does, Adara.
We have a super chat, actually. Thank you so much to Jay's Passion for the $1.99 super chat. Is Uber going to flush? I mean, let's take a look at Uber, shall we? Okay. Oh, okay, I need to, we're getting me sitting up here, this chart. Okay, I mean, it looks flushish. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Slightly higher now, but we're certainly not able to break above wherever we were last, which was what, like 51.6-esque. Dancing around VWAP, yeah, and I think also what I'm noticing here could be a skosh of a flat bottom break at this 51.2. So I would say it looks like it could flush. You know, nothing definitive, but the pattern here to me seems to be these lower highs, very much a flat bottom. I would say especially because we can't break above this. What is this, like 51.50 area? I would say it looks very much like a flat bottom break, super tight within the range. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens there, but I would say it does look like our friend Uber is going to crash to the downside. That would be my take there. Also, so Eli Lilly got in on a little baby short, scalped out some of it, tried to get back in here, and then it only filled about 5 of my shares. So we're only about super, super low here. So yeah, the position is teeny tiny because we only got like a small fill here. But the short's nice here. Gonna stay in this for now. Like I said, I was waiting. We never broke really much above even. I said I'd stay in until we broke 596. We didn't even really break 595. So I'm happy to be in this one, although I wish we had more shares in here. But c'est la vie. I like the short for now. Like I said, once we start noticing a bit of recovery, I'm probably gonna switch to a long. But yeah, I mean, interesting one to play for the day right now. Super strong volumes, not great, but not bad, about 1.4 mil. So I want to check on Netflix as well, because that was one that I had some unfortunate unfortunate dances with Netflix earlier. Now we're pulling back a little bit from that 445. This could be a bit of a retracement here. I want to wait and see, but I tried shorting earlier. I'm obviously tempted to short to see what happens here. Reliable Rudy, you might be able to scalp short and Lily here, but I think you're on the wrong side, humble opinion. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I scalp anyway, right? I'm not planning on staying this for long. Like I said, I'm tending to go long anyway. Once we kind of get to that point. I respect that though, thank you. But yeah, because I'm noticing basically there are these movements, these little stutter steps to the downside. That's what I'm trying to take advantage of. Super not a long-term position, but our inability to break that 595 made me confident that this is at least a very short-term short. There you go. That's my answer on that.
All right, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. There we go. NVIDIA pumping back up here, about 40 pennies or so in the money, looking for that print at 75. There was a hidden seller at the $0.50 here that I noticed earlier, but I don't think they're there anymore because they got taken out. Let's see what happens when we go back into 50, if we go back into 481.50s again. Because let's see if they reinstitute their short, but there was definitely a seller at the $0.50, and there wasn't the size reflected on the book. Here we go again. Look at it. There's no size on the book there, but yet we're holding up at 50-ish area. So I think an algo or somebody is trying to get short in and around there. They didn't get the defend on this wick right here because it wicked right up almost onto my beak wetter, but I think they're reinstituting it here. I don't know if they get run over or not, but they're there nonetheless. A bit of a consolidation area here on NVIDIA. Now, I should probably let you guys know my out on this name is going to be the break of this area over here. So if it breaks 480.65, that's the end of the trade, and I will not let it go any lower than that part. And we'll definitely be looking to get back in at 480 though, because 480 was a clear resistance level on 2 occasions today and yesterday. It's the $10 level, which is important to me. So we'll see if it makes its way back down there. If the market is still showing its bullish indicators, we'll definitely be looking to get in on an NVIDIA trade at 480. Very small size though, by the way, I gotta tell you guys, not looking to get blown out on NVIDIA today, but nice move up, trying to pack my patience. Let's see what some of these other small cap gappers are doing. I talked to you about OPTX. It is trading right now, but it's not doing enough volume. So this is the one here that we were talking about, the multiple halter, very consolidative, south of VWAP, of no interest to me whatsoever, given its current status. Let's see this other one, CAUD. I talked to you guys about this one as well, halted twice to the high side. This one's interesting, except it doesn't have enough volume. The volume on this one's 882,000 for a $3 name. It's just not going to cut it for me. But it is at VWAP, so if the volume does pick up, this could be an interesting move north. What else is go? INVO, everybody knows about this one already, but multiple halter to the high side. It's best time to trade it was in the pre-market, and now it's south of VWAP and south of 150, so it's of no interest to me at the moment, to be quite honest with you. And there we go on NVIDIA. We get that beak wetter through the $0.75 level. So now let's see if we can reclaim 42. I've got another beak wetter there at that 482, 15-ish area. So let's see if we can get that strength to come back on a very strong name. It's been strong for a while now. NVIDIA should surprise nobody. 2 2/3%, stronger than the market. Multi-day runner. Here we go. 482 incoming. 482. There it goes. Do we get continuation now through 482? 482 has been a bit of a local resistance level. There we go. We're pumping right back up, but we're not crossing my entry, so I'm not getting the fill. We need to cross 15 on the bid. We crossed it on the ask, but we didn't cross it on the bid. And again, it's that repeating trend with NVIDIA. We break above 482, but we wick above 482. We don't stay above 482. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. The volatility, rampant, absolutely on NVIDIA, but I think it's headed in the right direction. But there's a clear resistance level, no question about it, at that 482. We'll have to see how it pans out, but important to be cognizant of it.
Yeah, thank you. So I got out of the Lily short, kind of looking for a long now that we're seeing a bit of a bottom here at 593-ish. Wish I had more shares because, like I said, I only got fifth of the position filled for this last little push on the short there. So it is what it is. Still happy with this trade. I am looking to to basically kind of get back in here around this 593. I'd like to see, you know, a bit more support, like maybe one more candle to the upside on this 593, but I am looking for a point of entry around here. Like I said, generally the plan was to kind of scalp till we go short till we can't anymore, go long again on this one. Pretty consistent pattern here on this name, so just trying to get in on that. There we go. Also, let me look at Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla in a while. Seeing some mentions of Tesla in the chat. Yeah, Tesla is definitely fading off at 213, quite literally. Like, this range is getting smaller and smaller. We'll have to see if this one breaks to the upside or the downside. I'm seeing a bit of a double top here. Sort of, we couldn't really get the earlier highs of this 213.50 area. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd like to get involved in this name, but I'd like to wait for a more decisive movement here. We're still up about 1.3% in the day, but generally, like, Tesla trying to break above this 213 has been quite the struggle today. Going to keep an eye on it. It's not even something I'm really comfortable playing the range of, just because the range lately has been seeming to be like smaller and smaller here the closer we get to this 213. Also, I want to look at Meta as well, because Meta, I kept saying we cannot break 328 on Meta. And the longer we can't break 328 on Meta, it's looking more, at least for me, like kind of you could play the range here and scalp a little bit. We just broke below 327, so now I'm wondering if we're going to continue to go lower here. If we break below this point earlier, what is this? 326.80. If we see a break there, then we'd be making a lower low, at which point I think I could maybe short it. I want to keep an eye, though. I don't want to make any fast moves here. No really quick decisions. I want to look at Microsoft, too. Just looking at my side charts for the NQ here. This one, we had lots of strength today. Like, this has been a super strong name in the day. Looks like we are fading off just a little bit at this 368.50 area. I want to wait and see if we have more of a retracement, or if this is going to be kind of, you know, a stutter step to the upside. So I don't want to make any decisions yet, but one to look at for sure here is Microsoft. What else is, let me see in the chat here. Mara from 892 has gone straight up. Shout out to Zach in the chat. Mara also, too, is interesting because we had the Ethereum, BlackRock with the Ethereum, the potential ETF there, and then NASDAQ also filing to list and trade it. So that is definitely of note. Yeah, like you're right, from 8.9 here, we went up over 50 cents. Pretty clear pattern to just like little tiny stutter steps to the upside here. We also had Mara earnings Wednesday after close. They had a huge EPS beat, but they lost on revenue, I believe. I'm just going to get these exact numbers up here to make sure I am correct on that. Yeah, so we did have a massive EPS beat. So earnings per share were 0.35, so 35 cents, compared to a 62% loss the year before. So that's pretty massive. But the revenue, slight revenue miss there. But yeah, so very interesting. We had lots of crypto-related moves in general, but especially Mara is interesting with the earnings as well, in addition to everything else we have going on. Also, Meta looking more and more like a short as we kind of break that point that I mentioned was my area of intrigue for Meta here. We broke below this 326.70. Now we're looking to break 326.60. I might be enticed to do a short here. I want to wait and see a little bit longer, but it is looking like Meta and that 327, 328 area are no longer friends, perhaps. And then, yeah, Netflix also, I wish maybe should have gotten back in the Netflix short there. I'm happy I left the one I was in when I did, but it looks like we could be short Netflix again here. Nice little push to the downside. If we don't see a lower low, though, it might be another curl up to the upside, much like Eli Lilly, where you can kind of play the range and do a long there. Yeah, keeping an eye out. Lots of stuff happening in the market. Yeah, very. And there we go. Right back into 481 we go on NVDA after knocking on the door of that 482.25. We got several wicks up there, and I had a profit taker around 482. Where is that? 482.15. Doesn't get filled, though, because we didn't cross illiquidity at that area. Here we go. Right back down on the NQ. Do we break 15.5? Or does 15.5 act as a level of support? We definitely found resistance at 15.538, that general area. It's a random area at which to find resistance, but it's resistance nonetheless. So we'll have to play the cards that were dealt here. And nothing changes on my trade on NVIDIA. If this breaks this area over here, that's a newer low, and that's the end of the trade. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that.
I've taken small size so that this isn't an issue. And here we go. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out as we dance. We're about 10 pennies away from that area here on NVDA. What happens here? What happens here? Now, by the way, if I get out of this at this area, I'm going to be looking. Okay, and there we go. So I have to get out of it. No biggie. We end up taking an L here. How much did I lose? Yeah, a very small amount. Okay, that's good because it was small size. And we got 4 beak wetters up here. So we don't end up getting the beak wetter at 482.15. There we go, right back down in NVIDIA. Now, I'm going to be looking at that 480 area because the 480 area was a clear level of resistance prior at around 11 o'clock. It was another resistance level at around 12.15. So let's set up a dip trade for small size, at 480, and I'm going to go 05s. Just to front run the size a little bit, we'll look for a 480 hold at that level. That's so frustrating. It stops me on, then it goes right back up.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's normal.
Yeah,
that's just normal. There we go. Right back up goes NVIDIA as the market gets bought up off 15.5. Now, it looks like we did touch 15.5. We did. We touched 15.501 and 3/4, and then we bounced right back up 10 points or 11 points. Moving right back into that 15.510, 15.511 area. So we'll see how we do at this area, but you expect 15.5 to be a support level. It doesn't have to be, but we'll see what we get there. Apple still above 185 at 185 and a third. You're getting strong areas as well from Softy 368-ish area. It's got a 368.80 high, but it's coming back a little bit in now. Google strong. Tesla is also knocking the door at that 213. Amazon's knocking the door of that 143. In fact, Amazon has a 143 exact high. So we'll see what we get here on this trade on NVDA, but looking for a 480 dip and maybe some support in and around there. But I think 15.5 will have to hold. Let's see what the chat is up to here because I don't have anything other than this NVIDIA trade. ES trying to hold 44.09. I didn't even look at the ES. Where's the ES at? Man, the ES needs to close above 4,400. That's all I know because 4 days now we've been having trouble on the ES at 4,400. Let's bring this bad boy in. Let's look at the chart, daily. All right, this area here is 4,400. Look how long we've been consolidating. We get to 4,400, we wick above it, we close below it. We wick above it, we close below it. It's a running theme here. I hope it doesn't happen today. We have a higher high, or do we? What's yesterday's high? 44.13 is yesterday's high. Today, 44.14.5. Okay, so we make a higher high today, but it's a wicking high. What we'd want is a closing print high, all right? On the ES. Now, I mentioned this earlier on the NQ, this engulfing candle that is possible here on the NQ. Look at this. This is a bullish engulfing pattern where today's candle engulfs all of yesterday's range. So it has to be a red candle yesterday and a green candle today. And it works the other way around too. If this was a this was a green candle and this ends up being a red candle, that would be a bearish engulfing pattern. So let's see if we get the close above the wick. That's what we need. We need the body of the candle to engulf the entire day's price action and close above the wick. We'll see if we get that, but super bullish if we do. And by the way, we've broken out of this downward trend. We were holding this downward trend to a T. It's very hard to see on here. Let me load it on here. NQ, there we go. And go daily. 1 second. Here it is. This is a little bit easier to see. There's a lot of horizontal lines, but you guys can see this downtrend line over here. We were holding this downtrend line to a T, essentially, from that July high until we broke above it, I want to say, on November 2nd. And then we closed above it on November 3rd. And now we're decidedly above that level. We've also made a newer high above this crest that we made in mid-October, October 11th crest at 15.456. We've broken above it. And if we close at this level, especially if we close above 15.5, we'll have closing above that level. So you'll have two things that are bullish here to consider. The break of the downward trend line that was respected since essentially July, and the break of, or the closing print above the crest on October 11th. You have a higher high there, especially on a closing basis, okay? And then add to that you get a bullish engulfing candle today, and that just, it becomes a cumulative thing here where you just start, there's like a cumulative amount of evidence here to show you that you're going to run bullish. So that's a look there. Let's flip back into big tech. NVIDIA coming in close to that 480 area. I really hope that 480 area and 15,000, or 15.5 on the NQ have some confluence because I'd like to get long there, and I'd like a 15.5 to hold it there.
Yeah, so I basically I got into a trade, and then immediately after was like, why did I do this? I should have looked further back, and the issue here was Microsoft. I was saying earlier, Microsoft looked a skosh for Tracy, and then I got in, and I think maybe I forgot that I said this. I was like, oh, we haven't made a lower low. Maybe we'll continue going higher. Punched in, and then immediately was like, Adara, you were just talking about retracement here. It looks like we have the Christmas tree style retracement, and then I just got in on a long. But like we're still holding above my point of entry. If I can get like a quick scalp, a couple cents out of this, I will be pleased as punch. I will be very happy because I think we can hold up decently. I just don't want to be in this super long term. And there we go. We should be there. We are out. Also, I want to talk about my my Tesla scalp earlier, which I was super proud of. 15 cents, got in at this kind of resistance area at 212.60, got out 212.45. Very happy with that. Now we're going even lower. Yeah. We're having a bit of a reverse roundy face, if you will. Maybe a frowny face? We'll call it a frowny face. Right? So instead of with the smiley face, like for example, I guess I'll use this sort of smiley face on Tesla earlier, where you have like the scoop to the upside. Right now we're sort of forming a pattern to the downside. It's looking a little bit, hollow here. So that, to me, it looks a little bit bearish. We were covering a little bit at this 212, but I would say for myself, I would consider entering around this 212 area, potentially for a short. Like I was saying here earlier, the more that we kind of had that tight range around 213, but weren't able to break above 213, the more to me I think it looks like Tesla could be swooping to the downside. Oop. Also, I got back in Eli Lilly as a long. I noticed a little bit of resistance around that 592 area, gotten a little bit above that. We have a green candle to the upside. I am very happy right now. I'm going to stay in this one a little bit, starting to plan my points of exit. I like to have my shares in either multiples of 2 or 3 because I like to either break out or piece out in halves or thirds. Right now, I'm going to piece out in thirds, I believe. I have some plans for some points of exit, some beak waters, if you will, and I'm going to start planning those points to leave this trade because I like to think ahead. And also I find especially with stocks like Eli Lilly and Netflix where the spreads are a little bit larger, you can just have a wick into your point of entry. And if you have the stop set ahead of time or if you have the out set ahead of time, you can get it, but you might not get that point of exit if you don't have it set in advance. That also reminds me another stock that kind of moves like this that I haven't looked at in a while, Lululemon, which was a fairly recent entry to the S&P 500. Not doing much right now, though. Just thought I'd give it some love because I haven't looked at it in a while. Volume here is pretty sad. It's pretty negligible, to borrow a Sharif term here. About not even 400,000, about 360,000 here. Yeah, not super of note. Right now, though, I am happy with the Eli Lilly trade. We also have Netflix maybe trying to go up here. Again, this potentially around this 444 area. I'm going to stay away from this one for now because I've had very, very bad luck with this. Not even bad luck, just bad instincts and bad choices that were made with this stock today. So I'm going to stay away for now. But yeah, there we are. That's right now. The Eli Lilly long is proving to have some power behind it. So hopefully this power continues. Still looking at NVIDIA because that one is crazy. Yeah.
You ever heard that? Well,
Which
you
one?
probably know no Thundercats.
I've heard Thundercats,
myself.
but I'm not familiar.
Thundercat. Yeah, he goes, I have the power. No, that's He-Man. That's He-Man. Come on, get it together, man. That's He-Man. I have the power. And Skeletor, what a sinister individual Skeletor
I've heard of Skeletor yeah.
right now. Nice. He was so sinister. He used to scare me as a kid, man. Where is Skeletor? We're by the way, we're long NVIDIA and we're doing quite well on it. Skeletor. Tor, there we go. Yes, he's so. Why do they have to?
Oh.
He has to be
I've
jacked.
I've seen
but
the memes of this
he's,
man.
He's like, it's everything doesn't make sense about this. He's got muscle on his body, but not on his face. What? Say it again. I can't hear you. It's not coming clearly. Stop the difference. Spot the difference. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, calm down. No, Ram's talking to my ear. Sorry, I'm not talking to myself, guys. No, but this dude
like
is
the clarification
absolutely
there.
jacked, but his face is a skeleton. So, yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot that doesn't make sense here, but there's He-Man telling him what's what. But, yeah. Skeletor. All right, guys, we're digressing there, but we're over $1 in the money now on NVIDIA. So there is the beak wetter, and there is the 480 hold that we got at NVIDIA that we were talking about, and there go the future right back up, holding 15.5 to a T. Beautiful double bottom there on my 5-minute chart at 15.5, and there we go, clearing into the day's highs. We're about like 4 points off day's highs right now. 15.538 and a half is day's highs. We're at 3.3s. Let's see if we get a hold here, and let's see if NVIDIA can actually break and hold above that 482. How many times are we gonna reject off that 482 on NVDA? So, trying to pack my patience on this bad boy. We're $1 in the money, but yeah,
Really nice long, yeah.
Yeah, I took smaller size though. I gotta tell you the truth. Like
fair.
it's not big. It's not big size here.
It's been hard to predict one today.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know it's directionally in the right way, but because it's so expensive and you have to take shares, you can be out of the money, like quite a bit out of the money real quick here. So we'll see how that does. What did everyone say after I started singing there? People probably thought I was nuts. Ho, Eric, yes, Eric knows exactly what I'm talking about. Eric, that looks like Neil Roberts today with the purple. Nah, come on. Juan Alejandro Castillo, the bad guy from Thundercats, is Munra. Yes, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me about that. But you know what? I haven't forgotten to wet my beak over here on NVIDIA, so we're going to take another profit taker there. If it crosses Chump Change Trader, he skipped face day. That is hilarious.
I saw that one and I was going to say
That
something.
is
So I'm really happy you
hilarious,
brought
dude.
that up.
That come on, that was a good one, Chump Change Trader. I'll give you that one, man. Shinobi, Tesla marching. Yes, sir. 213 just got broken. But that's all a dare today, not me. Yeah. All of He-Men are Jack Sharif. Yeah, I know. Picky Eater, next Halloween costume? Question mark? That's not a bad look at all. I got to tell you the truth. One I could probably get my hands on there. And then what's Ram saying? Has anyone seen Skeletor and Sharif in the same room? Ram, you joker. What else we got here? John Del Segno. John, am I saying your name right, by the way? Del Segno. Let me know if I'm saying your name right, because you always message in the chat, and I don't want to be saying your name wrong over and over. C3AI about to break out of a bull. Okay, let's have a look. Why not? Let's bring in C3AI. Got the best ticker, I got to tell you the truth. Maybe not the best company, but this is the daily chart #1 on AI. So we're going to have a look quickly here at the daily and see what the levels are. Clearly, there is a support level here at 23 and a half. That takes us all the way back to early September, and that held. So, and I'm not really surprised there because we had danced with that level as a resistance level back in April. So, 23, we take the 200 and the 50 period, which are very close together, but this seems quite consolidative. Now, let's go on a 5-minute chart and see what's up here. Oh, very nice. Higher low, higher low, higher low with a flat top at 2650-ish, 2657. I got to tell you, the chart pattern looks good, but the move, the notional move, very tight and not really kind of, yeah, look, this could break out. What is the percentage up on the day? I'll tell you in a second here. AI, one moment. AI is up 1.92%. It looks good. I got to tell you, it does look good, but it's got to break through this flat top. Now, it looks like it is setting up for, this is going to be the third touch at this level. This 2650, high 50s level, 2660 level. Kind of a bizarre area to find resistance because it's not the 50-cent level or the whole dollar level, but nonetheless, it's putting in higher lows and a flat top, so this could absolutely break. I do agree with you on that, but I'll probably just steer clear of it. Because I'm involved in NVIDIA. And here we go again with 482. So we're going to take up another beak wetter there just in front of that 482 area. Not a big position, guys, so I don't have too many outs. But I'm very pleased as punch with my buy there because it was bottom wick for now.
It's a good trade.
It's not bad. But I'd like, obviously, to get that continuation through 482. Let's see what everyone's saying here. Yeah, you said it right. Thanks, John. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, if I want to be
being
saying
considerate,
it right.
yeah.
Yeah, sending out the bangs for sure, 3+%. Woo! Nice, Adam. Not
That's
only
great.
is he an Arsenal supporter, but he's printing money, so we're going to spin the money for Adam. Mr. Adam DeLuce, shout out to you, my friend. And then, apparently he just ripped here. AI. Yes, it did. There you go. So now you get the flat top breakout. Hey, good luck. Good for you, John. I mean, I hope you're long that. It's a nice move. It was accumulating. You have a bottom over here at 25.66. You put in a higher low over here, and then a higher one over here, and a higher one over here. All the while maintaining the same resistance level. You know what that is. That's an ascending wedge, and the book says, if you trust the book, it resolves in the direction of the trend. So shout out to you, my friend. I hope you print.
Beautiful. Yeah. I'm currently, I'm still comfortable. We're printing like teeny tiny cents here in this Eli Lilly long. I'm comfortable staying in this, and I'm just zooming in to show because we're seeing slightly higher highs. You know, we're making a slow but steady movement towards the upside on Eli Lilly. The trend does suggest that we go higher. And we're kind of seeing the opposite of what we saw on the way down here, right? Like these little kind of steady chops that we were heading down. Now we're kind of seeing these movements upward to the upside now here just around VWAP. The pattern generally on Eli Lilly has been to the high side today, lower lows, higher lows, higher highs.
I hate when I do that too.
I do it all the time. I feel like you do it less than I do, so
No,
I will
I
give you
don't.
credit. I feel like I do it more, but I appreciate you saying that. So yeah, there we go. I have some outs planned, so I'm hoping we'll just have a nice little wick into that, and I will be very happy, overjoyed, elated, insert fun, happy word here. So that's Eli Lilly. Also, Tesla, like, stunning me and breaking above 213. I have to say, nice kind of little movement to the upside. Very happy my little tiny Tesla scalp short was just that, a tiny Tesla scalp. Because we look like we're moving higher here, but I'm not going to be fully confident in the long until I see this break of 213.40, 213.50-esque, because that was our earlier high of day. So I'd like to wait and kind of see what we do there before I fully commit to dip my toe into the water on that. Also, Microsoft got in, then immediately freaked out and got out. Got profit though, so it was fine. But I guess my initial instinct was that we were going to see this stutter step to the upside. Then I panicked and thought maybe it was a retracement. Looks like it was indeed a stutter step to the upside. But I didn't lose any profit here, so I'm not going to go crying over spilt milk. Just, interesting to see how sometimes trends don't resolve how you think they're going to. And that's something I'm still learning. I mean, I honestly, in retrospect, should have still felt comfortable in it because we weren't seeing lower lows here, right? We were still seeing a higher low, so that should have, next time I'll keep that in mind instead of just panicking the second I get into a trade. Trying not to question, the instinct so much, but here we are. Yeah, because if I had stayed in, we would have been over $1 in the money. Look at that. But I've learned now, if you don't see a lower low, don't freak out about it being a retracement just yet. So there you go. That's my little lesson from life experience here on Microsoft. What else is going on here? NVIDIA. Let's look at NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's really having trouble with 482. It's
yeah,
quite annoying.
NVIDIA and 482 is been quite the moment here. Could we be seeing a bit of a? I was going to say head and shoulders, but I don't know where the shoulder would really be, so I'm not going to say that. We look like we're kind of. I'm not really sure what it's doing, but I will say I would like to see it break 482 before I make a decisive decision on that. A bit redundant, but it is what it is. Yeah, there we go. In the meantime, yeah, Eli Lilly still trucking along, taking its sweet time, but it's definitely not heading to the downside. We're still well above and within my point of entry. So that's the update on that trade. Looking to get into something else pretty short term. AMC is kind of tempting to me, but you know, I'd like to see a bit more steady movement either way before I get involved. Could be very, very, very slow, longer term long, but I don't want to make any guesses. Tesla, though, also broke the ceiling that I was mentioning of 213. So go Tesla. Not really stressful right now. I might dip my toe in there.
All right, we're going to spin the money for Alex Davis because he's absolutely printing today, and I promised him as soon as you were done talking that I'd hit that for him. And I've got these buttons on here that I don't know what they are.
If
oh,
you
that's
don't like the
Fei-Fei.
video right now, subscribe to the
It's
channel.
Fei-Fei. Oh my God. I didn't even know what those were. I have all these buttons here that I'm not even sure. What is this? Oh, it's Kathy. I have that as Bogdanov. And then there's all these, what is this IM thing?
Who do you think you are?
Oh my God, it's this dude. No way.
Who do you think you are?
That is amazing. Oh my God. I have this button too. This button's not working. What's this? Oh, that's cool. These are all really good ones. Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. I've got all these things on my Stream Deck here that I wasn't sure exactly what they are. That was a good one though, Fei-Fei. He dunks on the person at the end there, but we're just gonna leave that where it is. All right, guys, Tesla is flying. Okay, Tesla just broke through 214. Big move here on, as Adara would say, Besla. Here we go. We're going to have a look at TSLA. Nice move on the day. It's been real weak lately, guys, on TSLA. Now almost 2% to the good. It breaks through that 213 like it was nobody's business, like it didn't even exist as a resistance level. We talked about that 213 being the top end of the consolidative range. We tried to break through it this morning only to basically Christmas tree our way down all the way to 205. And that was a big boy rejection. Now we get to that 213 again. We consolidate sideways for the better part of almost an hour. I would say even more, an hour and 10 minutes. And there you go, squeezing right through, breaking through 214. 214.18 high. Now it's going to be, can we stay above that 213? And it looks like the question is going to be, can we stay above that 214? Because we broke above 214 and now we're just like a penny below it. So Tesla really squeezing up here. Now, resistance. Where is resistance on Tesla? I'm going to have to suggest to you that it's this double bottom over here at 218, maybe between 217.5 to 218. That was the price action, the double bottom that we made the day before yesterday on Wednesday on the, what was that, the 8th. So if we really squeeze here on TSLA, keep your eye out on that 218, 217.5 level. That's the way I see that bad boy. Back to NVDA as we accumulate here at that 481.5, looking for that 482 break. I've got the beak wetter there in the mid 80s. We're like 20 in the money, nice. But it's small size. I got to be very frank about that. Small size here, looking for that continuation. Let's see what we get. Let's see what other people are saying here. Shinobi, Tesla hitting plaid mode. I love it. Because you know the plaid? Okay, so Tesla has the souped up version of its Model S and Model X. They're plaid, and they're insanely fast. Like really,
really
that's
fast. Really funny. Okay,
yeah,
and we moved really
so
quickly on that.
So it's moving real fast, so plaid mode, that's what that is there. I'm sure you can probably get, they're super fast cars, Adara.
That's crazy.
I mean, they're souped up big.
Very
Anyway, John, one more time. TCOM, Chinese ADR also breaking out of a nice 5-day bull. TCOM, I've never heard of that one. Let me have a look at that. TCOM, Trip.com. Trip.com is a Chinese ADR? I did not know that. It is, you're right. China-based company mainly engaged in the operation of one-stop travel platform. I did not know that. I don't actually have TCOM on my Chinese ADR watch list. Maybe I should add that bad boy. What does it do typically, share volume? $23 billion market cap, nothing to sneeze at. Does about 603,000 shares a day. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. Very consolidative, just south of that 34, 33.95, 34-ish area, going back 4 days in a row now. So if it breaks above this area, John, then maybe we'll get interested. It's got a good bounce up off the lows, 33 and 29 today, but nothing really that I'm going to get involved in, just based on the volume here. Let's see what else. Someone's saying a Microsoft announcement soon, says exclusive. I don't know about that. I didn't know anything about that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Ozan, as long as Tesla is above 213.54, should be good. Tesla's absolutely squeezing right now. We're going to have to pull up BOVESPA up here on the trading screen because it is going, guys. Tesla's squeezing. It's squeezing up big. It just made a 214.50 high. It just took out this morning's high right here. That was the high of day. That's since come and gone. It's squeezing up. We could see 215. Again, I just mentioned this. Look for 218, 217.5 as a resistance level on this name, especially if the future breaks through the 15,550 level. And it is right now. We've made a new high of day on the futures, 15,552.5. It's up and to the right on the futures. And where is that person that was telling me that it was going to turn around 100 points ago and was wanted to short there right before we went to lunch money? I tagged him in the chat, but he didn't respond, so that's fine. Chump change trader, Spaceball reference. Okay. HPDS, hi Sharif, what do you think of Palantir today? Adair was the one looking at that, the one I'm going to send it to her.
Yeah, absolutely. So just briefly, I'm just going to address because I'm in it. I took a teeny tiny baby meta scalp short because at one point we were looking kind of weak there, and then the NQ did its thing, 21. We're basically at my point of entry, so I'm not really losing too much sleep yet. I have an out set. It's just kind of 10 cents below, so we're going to see if we catch that. I'm just going to kind of you know what, let's just kind of get out of this. I'm not super loving this trade here. There we go. Goodbye, Meta. Let's talk about Palantir, and then I can kind of talk about some other stuff here. Palantir,
Look at this
I was in a very, very minuscule short. I got short because at that time, I'm just going to move it here so we can just see the price action that I was seeing at the time, which is basically we looked like we were retracing a little bit and we had a lower low. Got in as a short. Then I saw actually that wasn't what was happening. I got part filled over here and then we didn't get any lower, so I just got the rest of it over here. Palantir looking really strong right now, though. I would like to see kind of a more decisive break above this. So we're seeing slightly higher highs. You know, this break above this 1948, 1950-ish area is pretty positive, looking pretty strong. Definitely a slow stutter step to the upside here. It'd be really cool if this one broke 20 by the end of the day, but I think it would need a little bit more momentum because right now we're just kind of petering along here. Also petering along is the Eli Lilly long. That's quite the tongue twister there. Yeah, so I have 2/3 of my shares out. The other third is waiting to leave. Thereabouts the 595-ish area. We're still looking really strong here, still seeing higher lows, still seeing higher highs. I said it right this time, I'm very proud. So yeah, so thank you, I appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna wait and see here. And the reason I say 595-ish is because that's where we were seeing some resistance before. I don't wanna set my out too high and then not get it, because I've done that before. So I like to set my outs usually within an area that is pretty attainable for what the stock has been doing intraday. And within an area of resistance or support, depending on if it's a long or a short. So that's kind of my little explainer there. That's my Eli Lilly explainer. There we go. Very happy with this trade right now. Happy I got it short heading down, and happy I got it long on the way up there. Also Netflix, another one that I was looking at earlier and then was just not, I let it do its thing on its own because I guess I wasn't really in the zone with Netflix today. Still really strong today on that JP Morgan upgrade. I was trying to trade this one within the ranges and scalp, and it wasn't really going how I wanted it to. Ironically, had I left my initial long, we would have been about $3 in the money. So maybe that's a lesson for me to take home and ruminate on, because yeah, I got out too early. I panicked a little bit. I should have stayed in. Ruminate.
You can't just say that word and not hit the word of the day, Dara.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I haven't even used that ever. You're going to get another one, huh?
Another one.
Please, word of the day, ruminate. My goodness. We don't just learn trading around here, baby.
We learn trading and words. Look at that. But yeah, so Netflix still looking really strong. Congratulations to anyone who was in that long and wasn't like me trying to scalp ranges there, because that one could not be stopped. But yeah, right now in Eli Lilly, also my teeny tiny meta short has come to an end. I believe we made a grand total of $0 here, but we didn't lose anything, so I'm happy. I just decided to get out because we were catching a little bit of heat around my point of entry. Yeah, still in the Eli Lilly trade, still doing what we can here, trying to get some other positions as the midday comes to a close. Yeah.
Okay, well, Tesla just is at high days. Apple's at high days. Amazon's at high day. Microsoft's at high day. Google's at high day. Except obviously the trade that I'm in on NVIDIA. Well, we're not going to complain. We're $1.50 in the money But, you know, it would be nice if we could get that 482 break, and I should probably put a beak wetter at that 482. I'm going to put it at 482.99. Ram, come to the screen if you're able to, please. There we go. By the way, the people are demanding a pump it. There we go. Okay. Now Ram is responding in the chat. The people also wanted you to. It's always about you, isn't it, Ramin? It's always about you.
That's a great comment, though.
Yeah,
I have
the
to
people
say.
also wanted you to get me Starbucks. Okay.
She's not
so
gonna
if
let
I
you
don't
say
get her
so, yeah.
Starbucks, I'm not gonna get my pump it animation.
I think that might
That's
be the
basically what she's
implication
saying
there.
right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
see
think
how
that's
it
not
is.
the implication. I'll put it that way. Yeah.
Right? All right, guys. Nice move up again on NVDA here as we knock on the door of 482. I put my out for a profit taker at 99. Let's see if we get filled this time around. But there is no stopping the NASDAQ. 15,563 and a quarter. It is going and going gone. We're 2% now on the NQ, and I could not be happier. I wanted this Santa Claus rally. The long-term portfolio was demanding a Santa Claus rally, and we're getting one, at least for now. And it's nice to end this way on a Friday because, you know, you go into the weekend, you feel good about yourself, and then you come in Monday and you get blown out, and it's a whole different story. But that's fine. We're dancing again at that 482. Sorry, I keep jumping from one thing to the other. I'm not getting printed yet. There's some size showing up here at 482, and there it goes. NVIDIA heading up 2 2/3%. We haven't broken the high a day. 482.22 is the high a day. We're 10 pennies away from that right now. Let's see if we get that continuity. And there it is. We make a new high a day on NVDA as we break through that $0.25. Let's take another beak wetter there. And that is the end of my trade. I didn't have too many outs on that. That sucks. I should have held on to that. That was a mistake. I didn't realize I only had one more out. That was a major mistake. And look at it run now. Look at it run now. Oh, my goodness.
But you got profits, right? Like
that was so stupid. That was such a mistake. I should have looked to see how much I had before I taken that out. It just squeezed another 50 pennies. Look at NVIDIA go. Look at the market go. That was a mistake. That was
wild.
An amateur mistake on my part right there. 2 3/4. That was a mistake. But it's all good. It's all good. What else we got? Market flying. Everybody sees that.
Oh, yeah.
Tesla 215 Adara. And Apple, we could see 186 on Apple today. We have 185.77. Please just punch.
Yeah, please just punch indeed. Also, please just punch with this Eli Lilly long. Hopefully, we do not see a double top-ish kind of wick situation here. I would like to see us work above that, see a wick above that. I'm going to wait and see here, though. Still really strong. Still almost $2 up from my point of entry. So I'm all smiles over here in the Eli Lilly trade. Also, yeah, let's talk. I can talk about Tesla. I was in a teeny tiny Tesla short that it could have stayed, or not short, sorry, long, a scalp that it could have stayed in. We got 10 cents. I was happy. I mean, I think like the more I trade, the more comfortable I'm going to hopefully get moving out of just the scalp movements. Like, for example, I think that's why I like trading stuff like Eli Lilly and Netflix because it's good practice at moving away from the scalpier trades that I prefer. But yeah, generally I do prefer the scalp. Still, especially because this is right when we first broke 214, so I was a little hesitant we wouldn't be able to stay above 214. Still happy with the trade though, not gonna complain. Depending on what we do at 215, this could be another opportunity for some scalping type moments. Also Meta gaining a little bit of traction at 327. This is another name I've been kind of dancing in and out of all day, so we'll see what we do here. I still have doubts that we'll be able to have a decisive break of 328 because we keep taking our sweet time trying to get there. But yeah, for now, I don't want to force myself into another trade. Like I said, I'd like to get into another trade at some point before we see the end of the midday, because you know I'm enjoying taking these trades and learning, but I don't want to force anything either. I will say Microsoft's still crazy strong and making me kick myself just a little bit for getting out where I did, because look at this. This is beautiful. Microsoft is beautiful. The market is beautiful. Also, Elon saying hi, Rivian closely trailing behind Tesla. Photo finish. Let's take a look.
Go.
Up 2%. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. Definitely taking its time here. I'd like to, let's see if we can break this kind of 15.7 area because I mean, this one definitely trades a lot, sometimes in tandem with Tesla. They're both the EV names. Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciate you saying that, Elon. I hadn't been looking at this name all day. We did have a nice little sort of double bottom situation here at 15.2. Nice movement to the upside. Might be a little too late for me to enter this one just because I feel like a lot of the momentum was happening earlier. Really nice movement. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Thank you very much to Elon for that. Also, Eli Lilly seeing another higher wick. So my faith in this trade has been renewed. We are refreshed. We are happy. We are all smiles over here. Yeah.
All right, it's time to talk a little bit of Prem because it's the weekend and we have about 15 minutes left on the show. And yeah, so we're going to go ahead.
Nice.
Now, Arsenal plays this weekend at 10 a.m. on Saturday. They play Burnley. We are heavily favored to win. We play at home. That's probably not the only reason, but, you know, Burnley is... Where is Burnley in the table right now? Burnley, my friends, is second from the bottom. They're 19th. They're in the relegation zone, so we better win that. Tottenham is absolutely hurting right now. They've got multiple injuries, and they have multiple people suspended. They got 2 red cards this past Monday with Chelsea. One was a double yellow, one was a straight red. So they'll have 2 players under suspension. Richarlison, one of their attackers, a great Brazilian attacker, he's out for a long time. So Tottenham, they were at the top of the Prem. Now it's City. They may be fading out here. And a lot of was made about how good their new coach was. And I got to give them credit. They looked really organized, looked a lot better than last year. But it may be as good as it's gotten for Tottenham for a little while. We'll have to wait and see. They play Wolverhampton away, and they're barely favored in this game. And you would have imagined that a team that was on top of the Prem would be heavily favored against Wolverhampton, which is 14th in the league at the moment. Oh. Now, Manchester United, a team I care very little for, is playing Luton Town. They play at home. Manchester United got smacked on on Champions League Wednesday. They lost by a goal, and I couldn't be happier about that. Crystal Palace plays Everton. Nothing I care about. Bournemouth plays Newcastle. Newcastle, a hell of a team, I got to tell you. And they are continuing to spend a lot of talk about Newcastle picking up more players in the January transfer window. A lot of money there. Ever since the Saudis bought them, they've been bringing in a lot of players. Neil, Liverpool lost yesterday, I'm sorry to tell you, in the Europa League 3-2. Liverpool plays Brentford on Sunday at home, and that they're heavily favored to win there. Chelsea plays City. Now, this is an interesting match. This will be the afternoon game, 11:30 on Sunday. Chelsea just whooped Tottenham, even though they were playing with 9 men at one point. So they'll be flying high. They'll be feeling good about themselves against City, and I want City to lose, obviously. Because City's first and Arsenal's trying to catch them. So Chelsea, City, that's the game of the weekend for me, the non-Arsenal game of the weekend. That's what I'll be looking there, and there are no games Monday as we have more FA Cup action coming up next week. But yeah, the Prem, not too many blockbuster games. Obviously, I'd say the best game probably looking here like it's going to be City and Chelsea. So yeah, good look there. And we'll see Monday how everything ends up unfolding. So what else we got here in the chat? Adam. Thanks, Adam. D-Loaf, you got notes, man. Although I love the passion is real. I love soccer, man. I love soccer and I love football. And then Greg Sheriff, actual football. All right. Oh. Man, look, we're not gonna get into that debate, but you know exactly. Yeah, Liverpool and Toulouse, that was just not a good look there, Adam. My dad was upset. My dad loves Liverpool. So, all right, guys, where are we here? We're doing real well. We're doing real well. We're holding near highs on the NQ. Let's have a look at the ES as well. We're at highs. Well, I think we probably close above 4,400 today. We're at 4,420 with a high of 4,422 on the ES. If we don't close above 4,400 today, I mean, that's going to be quite frustrating. We've been dancing with that 4,400 level for quite some time now, about 4 days in a row. We haven't been able to break above it. Now, the ES lagging the NQ as it has been lately because the MAG 7, which is responsible for the majority of the move, is more heavily weighted on the NQ than it is on the ES. 1 1/3% today on the NQ. Not a bad look. You want to see that 44 hold. The question is, do we get a 15.6 touch today? on the NQ. When's the last time we were at 15.6? That's a question that has to be asked. Let's zoom out here on the 4-hour. Last time, Adara, we were at 15.6 was September 15th. We broke down below it. We started the day well. We started the day at 15.670, and we actually ended up closing that day well short, about 200-point loss there at 15.4. So that is the last time we have been at that level. So almost about a couple of months now, almost 2 months ago. So it's nice to see us break out of that range. Hopefully we make some newer highs, and maybe we even touch that July high, baby. That July high, guys. Mark your calendar or mark whatever you. July. Come on, Adara. What was that high over there? It was 16,250. 16,250. We're well away from that now. If we get to 16,000, I think I'll probably be celebrating in the streets. But good luck today, no question, on the NQ, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about. I got out of Eli Lilly, very happy. Dare I say, please this punch. But yeah, so ARM, I'm seeing lots of mentions of ARM in the chat, and ARM is one worth looking at because we did have earnings yesterday. Or I guess I think it was end of day Wednesday, but the market reacted yesterday. I want to look at the daily on ARM because I think A, day after a lot of weakness on earnings, and B, this one's fascinating to look at because of the recent IPO, in my humble opinion. So yeah, I mean, we had a big spike IPO day, swoop to the downside, very much not a beautiful chart. But yeah, I mean, even it looks like actually we had some recovery yesterday too. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. I'm going to look at the daily again. I was curious about the long-term price action on this one, given its whole sordid history. Also, fun fact: this was the first IPO that I had ever witnessed. Did not trade it because I wasn't started trading yet. But this is the first IPO I witnessed, and this one moved like crazy. So just interesting. Yeah, this ARM was really crazy when we first opened on this one. Yeah, I mean, if we kind of ignore the swoop after the open, generally we're seeing like short little climbs higher here, dancing around VWAP. Volume is about like 2.5 mil, which is not bad. It's better than Eli Lilly's, which I was trading earlier, so I cannot hate on the volume here. But yeah, I mean, I find the price action here a little bit hard to read unless you got this like either of these like really nice swoops up here, right? So the swoop towards VWAP or this other movement up here. Like those were beautiful. I find though now as we're just kind of chopping around this 51.65 to 51.80 area, find the price action a little bit hard to read for my taste personally. I also want to look at CART, which was another IPO that had earnings yesterday, or I guess on Wednesday after close. Yeah, this is also an interesting one. Positive on the day, so it looks like if we're 2% up on the day, we must have been up a little bit more to take quite the tumble here. Kind of climbing to the upside here, slightly lower low here though on around this 24.98 area. So we'll have to kind of wait and see here. If it climbs above VWAP, it could be interesting. Volume on here is weaker though than what we had on ARM. This one is 101, 1 million, just above 1 million. I do not know what I was saying there, 101. I was also going to say too with ARM, I think it might be getting a little bit more interest right now too, especially with regards to volume compared to CART, because it is moving with all these chip names that have had crazy strength today and this whole week actually. Also, I want to talk about Eli Lilly. Got out of Eli Lilly because I was noticing we were pulling back a little bit. Super happy I got out where I did. Really proud of this trade. I mean, like earlier today, it was a little bit meh. But you know what I mean? Like I predicted that we would go higher a little bit before we did go higher. But I'm really proud of what happened here. I saw the short opportunity, went in for the short, went in for the long when we recovered a little bit. Very much kind of scalp and range plays. Super happy with how it turned out. Also, Tesla maybe decided it wasn't a huge fan of 215 because it looks like we're pulling back from there just a skosh.
Yeah. All right. John Reinhardt wants me to look at Trade Desk. So let's have a look for him at Trade Desk. He's like, it's flushing. What's the look here? Let's bring it in. Here is, pardon me, TTD. And we talked about TTD earlier with respect to that resistance level on the 5-minute, 200-day moving, exponential moving average, I should say, sorry. It was a clear level of resistance. If you zoom in, you can clearly see every wick above the 200 sold off, and you had a closing print south of there. That all changed on this candle over here, that 115 candle, when you started really pumping up. Now we just touched 65. So I got to tell you, John, $65 levels, because I always believe, the whole dollar does present areas of resistance in addition to presenting support in the opposite way. So look for a break and hold above that 67. Now, it looks good so far, the way that this 5-minute candle is forming. That looks like a hammer candle, right? And the reason a hammer candle is bullish is because it's a large bottom wick and a small upper body. So look at that. Basically, what this means is there was selling, and the buyers overwhelmed the sellers to push the price back up. So you typically want to see that in certain contexts. In this context, when there's already a nice trend up off that 63 and into 65, so you already moved $2, this candle kind of shows the continuing bullishness, right? In isolation, it may mean nothing. But taken in context, in this case, I think it's bullish. Now, what you're going to want to see subsequent to the hammer candle is that close above 65. That's just my opinion, because I always, again, chart around hold dollar levels. I believe they are psychological support for whatever reason. So we'll see. We'll see if we get that move up, we get that 65.07 high. Just, pack your patience on it, right? A quick 5-minute candle to pull back a little bit is not the end of the world, especially when it ends up being a hammer candle like this one. Now, if you continue to run above 65, it's kind of tough to say where you run to. I think it's going to be a random area, because I really don't see us filling the gap and coming into 77 or 76.5, because that's where the gap is, right? And a lot of people say, oh, all gaps get filled, this, that, and the other. No, maybe not on an intraday basis. Maybe it gets filled subsequently, but I don't think, I'm almost certain it's not going to get filled today. So where we end up, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe we hit that 70 and fill the gap halfway. If we do, it'll be an unbelievable recovery, because we were at 52.75 yesterday in the aftermarket at around 5 o'clock when we absolutely huadunked on bad earnings. So there's a look. I hope that helps. Trade desk has been quite volatile. It's given you multiple opportunities today, save and except for this really prolonged consolidation area at the 200 period here.
Yeah. Just looking at Meta here, because, Frank in the chat saying Meta has a bit more to fall here. Yeah, I've been saying since we had that continued failure of 328, I think Meta might be a short. I think if we see this break of 326.30 area, I think that would be even more convincing. I also want to bring up Elf Beauty, because someone was mentioning, saw some mentions of Elf in the chat, and it's down like 7% right now on decent volume here, about 1.3 mil. Basically, I found a news story from yesterday. Spruce Point Capital Management announces investment opinion. So it releases a strong sell research opinion on Elf Beauty. This is from yesterday. So let's see what Elf was doing yesterday, too, because I wonder if this is like a continuous play here. Okay, no, Elf was up yesterday. So I don't know if this is necessarily what it is, but I do think it's interesting. Day after we get that strong sell opinion, Elf tanks a little bit. We could see a bit of a bottom here in this 92.50 area. Other than that, though, I would say, honestly, I'm kind of intrigued by the possibility of an Elf short. I just and I think part of why I prefer scalping too is I like to have a better sense of where the bottom's going to be. I don't really on a stock like this, but definitely interesting. Also, Tesla looks like it's testing. It's Tesla-ing. Why did I do that?
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Tesla's testing. I like that.
Yeah, this 215 again. We'll see if it can. Tesla's been very much the tortoise and the hare, slow and steady wins the race over here, taking its sweet time, but pretty much having success, which again makes me kick myself for leaving this long so earlier today. Yeah, lots of stuff going on in the market. I had some good trades, some bad trades, but overall pretty happy with how everything went. I feel like I learned a lot. Yeah.
All right, we talked a little Prem. 2 minutes left on the show. We're going to talk a little bit at the NFL now. All right, here we go. We have the Cowboys playing the Giants at home. And we already beat the you-know-what out of the Giants first time around. I think they got one field goal against us. They couldn't even score. So we're heavily favored to win. We play them in America's Game of the Week at 4:25 on Sunday. And then the Katina Man's team plays the Pittsburgh Steelers. They play at 1 o'clock. Not much expected from Green Bay this year. Nonetheless, they did win their last game. The Neil, his Bills, play Monday in prime time. They play at home versus the Broncos. So Russell Wilson will be making an appearance in Buffalo there. He says number one, Buffalo. Easy win, he says. That's what I hear him. So that's going to be, Buffalo is favored to win here. against the Broncos. Some other notable matches. Let's have a look here. Cleveland and Baltimore division game, very important. They're both decent teams. Cleveland's defense is stellar. I think they shut out. Did they shut out the team that they played last week? 5-3 for the Browns. The Ravens have been absolutely stellar. 7-2. The Ravens, so that's going to be a hell of a match. I don't know why they put that match at 1 o'clock. That should be an afternoon game. In any event, that's where it is. Let's keep going down here. San Francisco and Jacksonville, another very interesting game. San Francisco started the year really strong, but they've had some injury issues, and now they've lost a couple straight. They're 5-3. Jacksonville and what's his name? That blonde dude again. I forget his name. What's his name? Jacksonville's quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Sunshine, yeah. They've been doing real good. That's another 1 o'clock game, surprise there. But anyway, we shall see how everything goes on Monday. Don't forget, Monday, the first day for the new format of the Midday Show, Be There or Be Square. And Adair and I will be on for the full 3 hours. So we shall see you guys on Monday. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brando is at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. Friday afternoon, 2 o'clock, couple hours left until we get to the weekend. It has been a pretty productive day overall, you have to say, for stocks specifically, but tech more than others. Obviously, NASDAQ up better part of 2% here, trying to claw back